Chapter 2732. Haha. A bitter smile appeared on Long Fei Yun's face as he said in a self-deprecating manner, "Perhaps this matter is a bit shocking, but this is the truth. My imperial father believed that my imperial mother had an affair with a man because my imperial mother was with him for a short period of time. In fact, he even thought that I might be the child of my mother and that man." Long Fei Yun paused for a moment when he spoke. However, it was not difficult for Duan Lingtian to sense the negative emotions in Long Fei Yun's heart. If he suspected something, why did he bring my pregnant mother back to the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom? If he suspected something, why didn't he just strangle me to death after my mother died in childbirth? If he suspected something, why did he let me grow up in peace? Long Fei Yun's emotions surged as he clenched his fists tightly. His fists were also tightly clenched together. Because of the force, his fingernails dug deep into his palms and pierced through his skin, causing traces of blood to seep out. His body began to tremble violently due to his excitement. Duan Lingtian remained silent. He could understand Long Fei Yun's feelings after putting himself in Long Fei Yun's shoes. The Emperor of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom is the same. Since he brought the 13th prince's mother back to the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom and allowed her to give birth to the child, why would he target a child for his own reasons? If he suspected something, he could have just left the 13th prince and his mother to fend for themselves. Duan Lingtian sighed inwardly. He felt that the Emperor of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom had not handled this matter properly. Moreover, this matter had spread like wildfire. He could only imagine how the 13th prince had survived all these years. You can imagine. When a prince is suspected by the emperor to be a bastard, when a prince is disliked by the emperor because of this, how frightening is that? Since I was young, although the eunuchs and maids in the palace treated me with respect, I could see the disdain in their eyes. And I grew up in such an environment. Since I was young, I knew that I had no one to rely on. Even that high and mighty imperial father wouldn't help me in the slightest. He even ordered me not to practice the imperial family's inherited techniques. It's the only earth-grade cultivation method in the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom's imperial family. Without an earth-grade cultivation technique, I can only cultivate a profound-grade cultivation technique. However, I'm not discouraged. So what if my other brothers have earth-grade cultivation techniques? As long as I'm willing to spend more time and energy on cultivation, why can't I catch up to them, or even surpass them? At this moment, Long Fei Yun seemed to have forgotten that the purple-clad young man in front of him was an outsider, whom he had met for the first time. He vented the suppressed emotions in his heart to his heart's content. When he reached the emotional part, his body trembled even more, and 2 streams of clear tears fell from the corners of his eyes. Of course, as soon as the tears fell, they evaporated. Duan Lingtian listened quietly to Long Fei Yun's recount. Gradually, he began to feel that the 13th prince was indeed quite pitiful. At the same time, he also realized that it wasn't easy for the 13th prince to reach where he was today and be as famous as the 4th prince and the 7th prince. The 13th prince had to put in 10 or even 100 times more effort than the 4th and 7th princes. The reason why I fought so hard wasn't because I wanted to compete with 4th brother and 7th brother. I didn't want to fight for the throne. I just hoped that imperial father could see me and approve of me. However, when I became strong enough to stand shoulder to shoulder with 4th brother and 7th brother, or even be stronger than them, I found that imperial father still didn't like me. In the end, it was all because of his doubts. From that moment on, my mentality changed. I wanted to seize the throne. I wanted to trample on 4th and 7th brother, whom he doted on the most, to ascend to the throne. Long Fei Yun's eyes shone with an extremely cold light as he spoke. After a few moments, Long Fei Yun finally calmed down. I'm sorry. I couldn't control my emotions and treated you as someone to confide in. After Long Fei Yun regained his senses, he smiled apologetically at Duan Lingtian. It's not easy for you. If I were you, I would have given up long ago. Duan Lingtian said in admiration. If Duan Lingtian had not experienced 2 lifetimes, he might not have been able to grow as strong as the 13th prince. Instead, he might have given up and become a useless prince. Therefore, Brother Duan, you don't have to worry that I'm testing you. There's no need for that. Long Fei Yun continued to say, it doesn't matter if you have a powerful background or not, there's no enmity between us. It's impossible for me to stand up for the fourth miss of the Zhou clan for my fourth brother. I've only said so much to tell you that the Earth-grade cultivation method I possess isn't an inherited method from the imperial family of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. Speaking of which, the Earth-grade cultivation method must have something to do with my mother. Long Fei Yun could not help but sigh when he reached the end of his sentence. I'd like to hear more about it. Although Duan Ling Tian was certain Long Fei Yun was telling the truth, he did not show any interest in the Earth-grade cultivation method. Brother Duan, didn't I tell you earlier that my father doesn't like me because he suspects I'm not his biological son? It's because before my mother returned to the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom with him, she had an affair with someone, Long Fei Yun said. Duan Ling Tian nodded. Yes. Duan Ling Tian nodded. Indeed, Long Fei Yun had mentioned this matter earlier. A year ago, my mother's lover appeared in my life. To be more precise, the person whom my mother was kind to brought an Earth-grade cultivation method in exchange for his life, Long Fei Yun said. Duan Ling Tian nodded. Duan Ling Tian was taken aback. At that time I found out. In fact, my mother's lover was only her childhood sweetheart. They had never had any physical contact before. However, my suspicious imperial father always felt that there was a relationship between them. When a man is about to die, he speaks the truth. I believe that he has no reason to lie to me. According to that person, he really liked my imperial mother, but in the end, imperial mother chose imperial father, so he gave up. He originally wanted to wander the world until he found out that imperial mother had a difficult birth and that I was ostracized because of him. Initially, he wanted to take me with him. However, his strength was limited, so he couldn't break through the walls of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom's imperial palace. In the end, he died for an Earth-grade cultivation method. However, before he died, he asked Qiu Ling to look for me and asked Qiu Ling to follow me for 1,000 years. Moreover, he also asked Qiu Ling to bring the Earth-grade cultivation method to me. He knew my father had ordered me not to cultivate the only Earth-grade cultivation method in the imperial family of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. He's Qiu Ling, a heaven-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial who's grateful to my mother's childhood sweetheart. Long Fei Yun pointed at the middle-aged man behind him as he spoke to Duan Ling Tian. A heaven-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Duan Ling Tian narrowed his eyes as he looked at the middle-aged man standing behind Long Fei Yun. A hint of shock could be seen in his eyes. Not only was he shocked by the middle-aged man's cultivation, but he was also shocked by the aura that the middle-aged man inadvertently exuded. It was an aura that he found very familiar and difficult to restrain. I'm sure it's the aura of someone who has reached a certain stage. Does this mean she's also a heaven-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial? A beautiful figure appeared in Duan Lingtian's mind. It was none other than Murong Bing, the disciple of the compassionate celestial traveler sect whom he had once slept with. Although he knew Murong Bing was not as simple as she looked. He did not expect her to be so powerful. He did not expect her to be a heaven-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial. As for the Earth-grade cultivation method that Brother Duan is interested in, it's the one that I'm currently cultivating. It originated from my mother's childhood sweetheart, Qiu Ling, who gave it to me. Long Fei Yun continued to say, "What do you want me to do?" Duan Ling Tian looked at Long Fei Yun and asked after he regained his senses. There was no free lunch in this world. He believed that since Long Fei Yun had asked him if he was interested in an Earth-rank cultivation method, it meant that Long Fei Yun was definitely seeking something, or at least something from him. Otherwise, why would Duan Ling Tian give him an Earth-grade cultivation method for no reason? It seems like you're interested in my Earth-grade cultivation method, Brother Duan. In that case, Brother Duan, you're indeed not someone from a powerful sect outside the wasteland? Long Fei Yun suddenly laughed. Is that important? Duan Ling Tian asked. In fact, he had weighed the pros and cons in his heart. Once he expressed his desire for an Earth-rank cultivation method, it would mean that he had confessed without being pressed, admitting that everything he had said in front of the fourth prince was a lie. However, the temptation of an Earth-grade cultivation method made his heart itch unbearably. In the end, based on Long Fei Yun's behavior and his belief that Long Fei Yun, the 13th prince, would not collude with the 4th prince, he had made up his mind to fight for the Earth-grade cultivation method Long Fei Yun had mentioned. After all, the Earth-grade cultivation method was too important to him. It was what he needed the most right now. With Huan by his side, he did not have to worry about not having a good cultivation environment. As for cultivation resources such as pills, he could find other ways to obtain them. The only thing he didn't have was a high-grade cultivation method. Currently, he had no way to obtain it. Therefore, now that an Earth-rank cultivation method was placed in front of him, it was very attractive to him. It's not important. Chapter 2733. I'd like to hear the details. Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow when he heard Long Fei Yun's words. A curious expression could be seen on his face. This means you're interested in the Earth-grade cultivation method in my possession. At the same time, we can make a deal, Long Fei Yun said with a smile. Long Fei Yun smiled and went straight to the point. A deal. Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow. He immediately recalled the deal he made with Lu Fenggu, the city governor of Bloody Spectre City, when he first arrived in the spirit overarching heaven. The deal was that Duan Lingtian would nurture Lu Fenggu. In return, Duan Lingtian would help Lu Fenggu kill Zhou Tong, the first revered elder of the county governor's estate in Nine Spectres County. After completing the deal, Duan Lingtian even obtained the Grey Celestial Fire under Lu Fenggu's guidance. It was a mediocre celestial fire. Yes. Long Fei Yun nodded. Then he said solemnly, Brother Duan, as long as you promise me one thing, I'll teach you the Earth-grade cultivation method. What is it? Duan Lingtian asked. I hope you'll participate in the martial competition held by the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom for the Grand Contest of the Wasteland in a year's time. With your strength, I'm sure you'll be able to obtain one of the 50 spots in the Grand Contest of the Wasteland. Long Fei Yun paused for a moment before he asked, Brother Duan, you should know about the Grand Contest of the Wasteland, right? Long Fei Yun finally remembered. Duan Lingtian might not know about the Grand Contest of the Wasteland. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. The Grand Contest of the Wasteland is jointly held by the 3 major celestial sects of the Wasteland. All the young powerhouses under the age of 100 from the celestial kingdoms around the Wasteland will be invited to join the 3 major celestial sects of the Wasteland. Duan Lingtian had learned about the Grand Contest of the Wasteland when he first arrived at the capital of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. He was also interested in the Grand Contest of the Wasteland. After all, joining the 3 major celestial sects of the Wasteland meant that he could use the 3 major celestial sects of the Wasteland as a springboard to leave the Wasteland. The 3 major celestial sects of the Wasteland were the strongest forces in the Wasteland. Exactly. Long Fei Yun nodded. Since this person knew about the Wasteland Grand Competition, there was no need for him to explain any further. 13th Prince. You don't just want me to participate in the Wasteland Great Competition, right? Apart from that, you should have other goals, right? Duan Lingtian asked, taking a deep look at Long Fei Yun. Long Fei Yun's eyes flashed brightly when he heard Duan Lingtian's question. He nodded and said, with Brother Duan's strength, not only would it be easy for you to obtain a spot for the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom to participate in the Wasteland Grand Contest, but it would also be easy for you to perform outstandingly in the Wasteland Grand Contest. At that time, the 3 major celestial sects would definitely want you to join them. As for me, I hope you'll join the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect. Long Fei Yun's breathing quickened as he spoke. Martial Dragon Celestial Sect? Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow. There must be a reason why the 13th Prince wants me to join the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect, right? Yes. Long Fei Yun nodded. I want you to join the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect because the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect is in charge of 13 high-rank celestial kingdoms, including the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. Before Long Fei Yun could finish speaking, Duan Lingtian interrupted him. What? The Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom is under the control of the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect? Apart from that, there are 12 high-rank celestial kingdoms under the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom's rule? Duan Lingtian was shocked. He did not know about the relationship between the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom and the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect. Brother Duan, it's normal that you don't know about this. After all, this is something only the direct descendants of the various celestial kingdoms know about. Moreover, if news of this spread, the various celestial kingdoms' imperial clans would lose a lot of face. That's why the direct descendants of the various celestial kingdoms are unwilling to spread this news. It's not just the high-rank celestial kingdoms. Even the intermediate-rank celestial kingdoms and the low-rank celestial kingdoms are under the three major celestial sects of the wasteland. Apart from the martial dragon celestial sect, the Tai-E celestial sect and the Thousand Spider celestial sect are also in charge of 13 high-rank celestial kingdoms. The intermediate-rank and low-rank celestial kingdoms are also under the protection of the three major celestial sects. Otherwise, why do you think the high-rank celestial kingdoms don't rely on their strength to conquer the intermediate-rank and low-rank celestial kingdoms? This is because the high-rank celestial kingdoms and the intermediate-rank and low-rank celestial kingdoms belong to the three major celestial sects. If there's any internal strife, the party that starts it will be severely punished by the celestial sects. After listening to Long Fei Yun's explanation, Duan Ling Tian learned a lot about the martial dragon celestial sects and the martial dragon celestial sects. It also answered many of the questions in Duan Ling Tian's mind. In fact, he did not understand why intermediate-rank and low-rank celestial kingdoms could coexist with high-rank celestial kingdoms. Previously, he had put himself in their shoes. If he was the emperor of a high-rank celestial kingdom, he would definitely conquer the intermediate-rank and low-rank celestial kingdoms to strengthen his own high-rank celestial kingdom. Now, he finally understood that it was not that the emperors of high-rank celestial kingdoms did not want to conquer the intermediate-rank and low-rank celestial kingdoms, but they could not. I see. Duan Ling Tian finally understood. Long Fei Yun's eyes flashed brightly as he continued to say, Brother Duan, I asked you to join the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect because I hope you'll be able to help me become the Emperor of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom after you grow stronger in the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect. As soon as Long Fei Yun finished speaking, he looked at Duan Ling Tian with a burning gaze. Even if I join the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect, do you think I'll be able to help you become the Emperor of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom? Duan Ling Tian asked. There's always a glimmer of hope, right? Long Fei Yun said with a self-deprecating smile. He knew his current situation very well. It was almost impossible for him to compete with his fourth and seventh brothers to become the next emperor of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom through normal means. After all, his father would not allow him to become the next emperor of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom, unless his father was gone. However, it was easier said than done to make his father not be around. Put aside the fact that his father was the emperor of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom and was surrounded by many powerhouses. His father was also a powerful heaven-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Is it worth it to give up an earth-grade cultivation method just for a glimmer of hope? Duan Ling Tian asked again. Of course it's worth it. Long Fei Yun said, to be honest, I don't lose anything by teaching you the earth-grade cultivation method. However, it's a glimmer of hope for me to become the next emperor of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. In other words, I've profited from this deal. Although it's a fair trade, I know it might not work out. I only hope that Brother Duan can promise me that you'll help me become the next emperor of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. When you're capable of interfering with the succession of the emperor of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. Long Fei Yun's words were clear. If Duan Ling Tian did not have the ability to help him become the next emperor of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom after joining the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect, he would accept it. However, if Duan Ling Tian was capable of helping him, he hoped Duan Ling Tian would do his best to help him become the next emperor of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. If I'm not mistaken, Duan Ling Tian narrowed his eyes and smiled faintly. With my innate talent, it shouldn't be difficult for me to cultivate an earth-grade cultivation method after joining the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect, right? The conditions for cultivating an earth-grade cultivation method in the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect shouldn't be as harsh as the imperial family of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom, right? Yes. Long Fei Yun nodded. When the middle-aged man standing behind Long Fei Yun heard Duan Ling Tian's words, he instantly looked at Duan Ling Tian. His gaze was as sharp as a knife, as though he would kill Duan Ling Tian if Duan Ling Tian dared to refuse Long Fei Yun. If that's the case, why should I agree to this deal? Duan Ling Tian asked again. completely ignoring the middle-aged man standing behind Long Fei Yun. Apart from the earth-grade cultivation method, I can also give you a pill formula. Long Fei Yun's expression remained unchanged when he heard Duan Lingtian's repeated questions. Pill formula? What pill formula? Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow. He was not interested in ordinary pill formulas. The pill formula I'm referring to is the formula for the overarching heaven pill. Long Fei Yun said calmly. Boom. As soon as Long Fei Yun finished speaking, Duan Lingtian felt as though he had been struck by a bolt of lightning. He stood rooted to the ground in a daze. The formula for the overarching heaven pill? This, as far as he knew, the overarching heaven pill was extremely rare. Let alone high-rank celestial kingdoms, even among the 3 major celestial sects of the wasteland, the overarching heaven pill was extremely rare. Even the overarching heaven pill in the 3 major celestial sects of the wasteland was refined by celestial alchemists outside of the wasteland. Due to the rarity of the overarching heaven pill formula, none of the celestial alchemists in the wasteland had mastered the formula for the overarching heaven pill. You have the formula for the overarching heaven pill? Duan Lingtian's breathing quickened when he looked at Long Fei Yun again. The overarching heaven pill was a pill for overarching heavenly supreme celestials. A peak great overarching golden celestial would be able to break through and become an overarching heavenly supreme celestial after consuming it. On the other hand, an overarching heavenly supreme celestial would be able to improve their cultivation base rapidly after consuming it. The significance of the overarching heaven pill to a peak great overarching golden celestial was similar to the significance of the great overarching pill to a violet sun golden celestial. The significance of the overarching heaven pill to an overarching heavenly supreme celestial was similar to the significance of the great overarching pill to a great overarching golden celestial. Apart from that, although the overarching heaven pill was similar to the great overarching pill, it was a prominent celestial pill. The great overarching pill was one of the best mediocre celestial pills. Only a few mediocre celestial alchemists who possessed a celestial fire could refine it. Chapter 2734. In terms of difficulty, the great overarching pill was similar to the overarching heaven pill. However, since the overarching heaven pill was a prominent celestial pill, only prominent celestial alchemists could refine it. Moreover, there were fewer prominent celestial alchemists than mediocre celestial alchemists. Moreover, the formula of the overarching heaven pill was not as popular as the formula of the great overarching pill. Therefore, the value of the overarching heaven pill far exceeded that of the great overarching pill. Even an intermediate-rank celestial kingdom would be able to afford some great overarching pills. For example, King Qin's mansion in the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom, where Duan Lingtian was from, would give out 6 great overarching pills as a reward for the top 3 contenders during the martial competition of the 16 counties. Even the imperial family of a high-rank celestial kingdom would not be able to afford the overarching heaven pill. In the wasteland, only the 3 major celestial sects that ruled high-rank celestial kingdoms would be able to afford the overarching heaven pill. However, the number of overarching heaven pills was extremely small. It was almost impossible for one to obtain the overarching heaven pill unless the 3 major celestial sects placed great emphasis on nurturing them. The reason the overarching heaven pill was so rare and valuable was not only because it required a prominent celestial alchemist to refine it, but also because the formula of the overarching heaven pill was only in the hands of a few prominent celestial alchemists. Moreover, these prominent celestial alchemists would not easily divulge the formula of the overarching heaven pill to outsiders. For this reason, Duan Lingtian was shocked when he heard Long Fei Yun was willing to give him the formula of the overarching heaven pill. After all, the formula of the overarching heaven pill was too precious. Even the 3 major celestial sects of the wasteland would do anything to obtain the formula of the overarching heaven pill. You have the formula of the overarching heaven pill? Long Fei Yun nodded in response to Duan Lingtian's question. Long Fei Yun nodded. Yes. After receiving Long Fei Yun's confirmation, Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes and said indifferently, "Since you have the formula of the overarching heaven pill, why do you need to make a deal with me? You can directly look for someone in the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect to help you become the Emperor of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom." Long Fei, of course. Long Fei Yun sighed. However, Do you think I'll still be alive if I reveal the overarching heaven pills formula to the martial dragon celestial sect? To them, helping me ascend to the throne is more troublesome than killing me. Duan Ling Tian shook his head. With this in mind, Long Fei Yun dismissed the idea of seeking help from the martial dragon celestial sect. In the martial dragon celestial sect, those who had the ability to help him become the emperor of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom were all high-ranking officials in the martial dragon celestial sect. Without exception, these high-ranking officials were extremely powerful. He was only an ant before such an existence, and he didn't have the qualifications to make a deal with it at all. After listening to Long Fei Yun's words, Duan Ling Tian thought about it and agreed. 13th Prince, why do you trust me so much? Aren't you afraid that I won't help you after I get the Earth-grade cultivation method and the overarching heaven pill formula? Duan Ling Tian looked deeply at Long Fei Yun and asked. You won't. Long Fei Yun looked at Duan Ling Tian and shook his head. Although this is my first time meeting you, I can tell you're not that kind of person. I, Long Fei Yun, have lived for a few hundred years, and I'm pretty good at judging people. Of course, even if I'm wrong, I'll accept it. Long Fei Yun said, it's still better than losing my life. He had given the overarching heaven pill formula to the purple-clad young man in exchange for a promise that the purple-clad young man might not be able to fulfill. It was better than exposing the overarching heaven pill formula to the powerhouses of the martial dragon celestial sect. Not only would the overarching heaven pill formula be snatched away, but his life would also be in danger. Although Long Fei Yun had not known the purple-clad young man for long, he could tell the purple-clad young man was not a person of character. The purple-clad young man did not seem like a person who would go back on his word. The purple-clad young man's eyes were clear, and he had a righteous expression on his face. Based on the aura he exuded, it was clear he was not a despicable person. 13th Prince, you're really bold. Duan Ling Tian could not help but praise Long Fei Yun. When he looked at Long Fei Yun again, a hint of admiration could be seen in his eyes. After all, not everyone was as bold as Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian could understand why Duan Ling Tian was so bold. He wondered how Duan Ling Tian was able to reach where he was today without any backing. He was even able to stand shoulder to shoulder with the 4th Prince and the 7th Prince. The 4th Prince and the 7th Prince might not be as bold as Duan Ling Tian. After all, neither Qiu Ling nor I have the ability to inscribe and duplicate the memory celestial talisman that contains the formula of the overarching heaven pill. As Long Fei Yun spoke, another memory celestial talisman appeared in his hand. It was none other than the memory celestial talisman that contained the overarching heaven pill formula. Duan Lingtian's eyes immediately shifted to the memory celestial talisman in Long Fei Yun's hand. The overarching heaven pill formula is recorded in this talisman? As a celestial alchemist, although Duan Ling Tian was only a primitive celestial alchemist, it did not affect his desire to obtain the overarching heaven pill formula in Long Fei Yu's hand. After all, it was a rare pill formula that even prominent celestial alchemists dreamed of obtaining. For this reason, Duan Ling Tian's breathing quickened at this moment. He was not surprised that Long Fei Yun and the heaven-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial behind him were not capable of inscribing and copying the overarching heaven pill formula. After all, one had to master the formula and be able to refine the overarching heaven pill. Only a celestial alchemist who was capable of refining a certain pill would be able to inscribe and copy the memory celestial talisman that contained the formula. If one could not refine the formula, how could one possibly inscribe and copy the formula? Yes. Long Fei Yun nodded. At the same time, another memory celestial talisman appeared beside the memory celestial talisman in his hand. This memory celestial talisman contains my earth-grade cultivation method, the heavenly vast firmament technique. As long as you use it, the heavenly vast firmament technique will become a part of your memory. Compared to inscribing and copying the formula of the overarching heaven pill, inscribing and copying the cultivation method was much easier. As long as one mastered the cultivation method, one would be able to inscribe and copy it. I wonder if you're willing to make a promise to me, Brother Duan? Long Fei Yun asked again about the deal he was going to make with Duan Ling Tian. 13th Prince, since you're so sincere and trust in me, do I have any reason to refuse? Duan Ling Tian smiled wryly. Indeed. He could obtain an Earth-grade cultivation method after joining one of the 3 major celestial sects of the wasteland. However, it would take some time before he could obtain it. After all, the imperial family of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom would only start selecting young powerhouses below the age of 100 to participate in the grand contest of the wasteland a year later. If it was only an Earth-grade cultivation method, Duan Ling Tian would have to think twice before accepting Long Fei Yun's offer. However, now that Long Fei Yun had taken out the formula of the overarching heaven pill, Duan Ling Tian agreed to the deal without hesitation. "Brother Duan, you're a straightforward person." Long Fei Yun, who had a tense expression on his face, laughed heartily when he saw Duan Ling Tian had agreed to the deal. At the same time, he passed the 2 memory celestial talismans to Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian immediately used the 2 memory celestial talismans so that the formula of the overarching heaven pill and the Earth-grade cultivation method, the heavenly vast firmament technique, would become part of his memory. As long as he spent some time and thought about it, he would be able to grasp it. "Brother Duan, you used the memory celestial talisman on the overarching heaven pill's formula? Don't tell me you're a prominent celestial alchemist as well?" Long Fei Yun asked in disbelief when he saw Duan Ling Tian's actions. He thought Duan Ling Tian would keep the memory celestial talisman that contained the overarching heaven pill's formula for future use. He did not expect Duan Ling Tian would use the memory celestial talisman on the overarching heaven pill. After Duan Ling Tian used the memory celestial talisman, unless he was a prominent celestial alchemist who could refine the overarching heaven pill, he would not be able to replicate the pill formula of the overarching heaven pill. "I'm a celestial alchemist, but I'm not a prominent celestial alchemist." Duan Ling Tian shook his head. "It seems like you're very confident that you'll become a prominent celestial alchemist in the future. Otherwise, you wouldn't have used the memory celestial talisman on the overarching heaven pill's formula." Long Fei Yun, who had thought Duan Ling Tian was a prominent celestial alchemist, was greatly disappointed when he heard Duan Ling Tian's words. After all, if Duan Ling Tian was a prominent celestial alchemist, he would not even need to participate in the Wasteland Grand Contest to join the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect and become a revered elder of the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect. At that time, Duan Ling Tian would only need to say a word to the sect leader of the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect to help him become the emperor of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. At that time, even if his father was unwilling, he would have no choice but to watch Duan Ling Tian replace Duan Ling Tian. Long Fei Yun was delighted when he thought about it. He was extremely disappointed when he found out Duan Ling Tian was not a prominent celestial alchemist. "Brother Duan." All of a sudden, Long Fei Yun seemed to have recalled something. His expression turned solemn as he said, "From today onwards, you'll be leaving the inn. Bring your people and follow me back to the Imperial Palace. You'll stay in my temporary residence." Duan Ling Tian did not expect Long Fei Yun would suddenly bring this up. He was confused. He was not worried Long Fei Yun would harm him. If he had not used the memory celestial talisman that contained the overarching heaven pill's formula, Long Fei Yun might have harmed him. However, now that he had used the memory celestial talisman, Long Fei Yun would definitely not harm him. After all, if Long Fei Yun did that, it would be equivalent to him giving up the overarching heaven pill's formula for nothing. "There's no need to worry about the 4th miss of the Zhou clan. Even my 4th brother won't cause trouble for you," Long Fei Yun said solemnly when he saw Duan Ling Tian's confusion. "However, there's another person behind the 4th miss of the Zhou clan. That person is the last disciple of the former sect leader of the Thousand Spider Celestial Sect. She's also the junior sister of the current sect leader, Zhou Xueqi." Chapter 2735. "I've heard of her." Upon hearing Long Fei Yun's words, Duan Ling Tian said, "She's the 3rd miss of the Zhou clan. She's the elder sister of the 4th miss of the Zhou clan, Zhou Shudong. However, didn't she leave with her master a few years ago?" A few days ago, he had heard about Zhou Xueqi in various restaurants in the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. He knew she was the most talented person in the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom in the past 1,000 years. She was taken in by the sect leader of the Thousand Spider Celestial Sect when she was young. When she was slightly over 100 years old, her cultivation base was already a great overarching golden celestial. Currently, She was already an overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Moreover, she was not an ordinary overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Her master, the sect leader of the Thousand Spider Celestial Sect, had retired. Her senior sister had taken over as the sect leader of the Thousand Spider Celestial Sect. When Duan Lingtian first heard about Zhou Xueqi, he was slightly afraid of her. However, when he heard she had left with her master a few years ago, he did not pay much attention to her. After all, he might have left the capital of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom and the wasteland by the time Zhou Xueqi returned. Long Fei Yun continued to say, "Indeed, she left before this. However, she returned last month. As far as I know, it's because of the grand contest of the wasteland that's going to be held a year later. There might be some secrets behind the grand contest of the wasteland that only the three major celestial sects of the wasteland knows about. This isn't the first time the three major celestial sects of the wasteland have organized the grand contest of the wasteland. However, there's never been a requirement for young powerhouses under the age of 100 to participate. I have a feeling the grand contest of the wasteland this time isn't as simple as it seems." Long Fei Yun finished speaking. There was no age restriction in the grand contest of the wasteland in the past? Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow. There wasn't. Long Fei Yun shook his head. In the past, as long as you're strong enough, you can participate regardless of your age. As long as you perform well, you'll be able to join the three major celestial sects of the wasteland. For this reason, some of the outer disciples in the three major celestial sects of the wasteland are thousands of years old or even close to 10,000 years old. Of course, if an ordinary outer disciple has not passed the test of the three major celestial sects of the wasteland and becomes an official disciple, they will be expelled from the three major celestial sects of the wasteland. Long Fei Yun continued. Duan Lingtian nodded and returned to the topic at hand. "Since Zhou Xueqi has returned, my friend and I will visit your palace." Zhou Xueqi was different from the fourth prince, Long Xiangyun, whom Zhou Shudong had asked for help. Zhou Xueqi was the direct disciple of the former sect leader of the Thousand Spider Celestial Sect. She was the junior sister of the current sect leader of the Thousand Spider Celestial Sect. At that time, Duan Lingtian and Huan would be in danger. On the other hand, if Duan Lingtian and Huan went to the 13th Prince's palace, there was still a certain amount of risk. He was certain the 13th Prince would protect him. Moreover, the 13th Prince was confident the 13th Prince would be able to protect him. Duan Lingtian could understand the 13th Prince's confidence. Although he had offended Zhou Shudong, the fourth miss of the Zhou clan, he did not kill or cripple her. He had only killed an elder from the Zhou clan. Therefore, the 13th Prince would definitely be able to protect him. Duan Lingtian did not tell the 13th Prince that Huan was his junior sister. He only told the 13th Prince that Huan was his friend. After all, the 13th Prince knew everything he had said to the 4th Prince was a lie. He knew he was not a disciple of a powerful sect outside the wasteland. "It's all right. Brother Duan, you can stay with your friend at my place for the next year." Long Fei Yun smiled. "There's no need for me to stay here. I'll follow you to pick up your friend." Long Fei Yun said to Duan Lingtian as he rose to his feet. "All right." Duan Lingtian nodded and stood up as well. Then, he and Long Fei Yun left the first earth room in the Nian clan's auction house. The middle-aged man named Qiu Ling followed the two of them out of the first earth room. 13th brother, the auction isn't over yet. Why are you in such a hurry to leave?" As soon as the three of them left the first earth room and were about to leave the Nian clan's auction house, a burst of hearty laughter rang in their ears. Following that, Duan Lingtian saw a young man dressed in a green robe. A tall young man in a golden-green robe was escorted by the person in charge of the Nian family's auction house, and an old man in a black robe. He greeted Long Fei Yun with a smile. When Duan Lingtian heard how the green-clad young man addressed Long Fei Yun, he guessed the young man's identity. The young man was none other than the 7th Prince, Long Qingyun. 7th brother. Duan Lingtian's guess was confirmed by Long Fei Yun's greeting. "Brother Duan, if I'm not mistaken, my 7th brother is here for me. To be more precise, he's here for Qiu Ling." Long Fei Yun's voice transmission entered Duan Lingtian's ears. The person in charge of the Nian clan's auction house must have noticed that Xueqi is a heaven-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial. It's not a good thing for my seventh brother to have a heaven-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial by my side. A hint of mockery could be heard in Long Feiyun's voice. Brother, I heard about you from my seventh brother. I wanted to visit you at the Fleeting Time Inn, but I didn't expect to bump into you here. At this moment, Long Qingyun, the seventh prince, had already arrived in front of Duanling Tian and Long Feiyun. He greeted Duanling Tian enthusiastically. After all, in his opinion, Duanling Tian was an extremely talented person. After all, Duanling Tian was a disciple from a powerful sect outside the wasteland. It was almost impossible to recruit such a person, but he could not afford to offend him either. Naturally, Long Qingyun was only being polite when he said he wanted to visit Duanling Tian. If he really wanted to visit him, he would have done so long ago. He did not want to be like his fourth brother, who had given him the cold shoulder. It was best not to provoke such a person. Seventh Prince. Duanling Tian greeted Long Feiyun indifferently. This made Long Qingyun even more certain that Duanling Tian was from a powerful sect. Duanling Tian was a proud and arrogant disciple from a powerful sect outside the wasteland. 13th brother. This is the first time I've seen this person behind you. Long Qingyun nodded at Duanling Tian before he shifted his gaze to Long Feiyun. Then, he looked at Xueqi who was standing behind Long Feiyun and asked meaningfully, "This isn't the earth-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial our father gave you, right?" A hint of mockery could be heard in Long Qingyun's voice as he spoke. Long Feiyun and the fourth prince were protected by heaven-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestials their father had given them. Although the 13th prince was not inferior to them in any way, he was not treated as well. Like the other princes, he was only protected by an earth-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial. His name is Xueqi, and he's a powerhouse I recruited from outside. Long Feiyun replied. As soon as Long Feiyun finished speaking, Long Qingyun's gaze turned cold as he looked at Xueqi. Then he said, "You're an outsider with an unknown origin. Why are you hiding by my 13th brother's side?" 13th prince. This person has an unknown origin. I'm afraid it'll be detrimental to you if he continues to stay by your side. At the same time, the black-robed old man behind Long Qingyun suddenly opened his eyes and looked at Xueqi who was behind Long Feiyun. Then, he shot toward Xueqi like a bolt of lightning. "Let me kill this person to share your burden, 13th prince," the black-clad old man said coldly as he made his move toward Xueqi. Boom. 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 Before Duanling Tian could regain his senses, the black-robed old man and Xueqi had already exchanged blows. A series of loud bangs that sounded like the beating of drums were clearly heard by Duanling Tian and the rest. However, the two of them were very restrained as they fought. They worked together to create a light barrier that separated them from the outside world. Boom! Rumble! When Duanling Tian and the others came back to their senses and looked over, they saw that there was no one there. Not far from them, the black-robed old man was engaged in an intense battle with Xueqi. With their eyesight, they couldn't see the two's movements clearly. They could only see two different forces wreaking havoc in a seemingly isolated space. About 15 minutes later, bang! A loud, muffled sound rang out. Following that, Duanling Tian and the others could also see at this moment, cracks began to appear on the light screen that separated this space like glass. The cracks intertwined like a spider web. In the end, the light screen shattered. Swoosh! At the same time, the sound of a gust of wind rang in their ears. Xueqi, who looked slightly wretched, had returned to Long Feiyun's side. Swoosh! Meanwhile, a black figure was sent flying before he fell to the ground with a loud thud. Although he quickly stood up, he looked even more wretched than before. The black-robed old man stood up and returned to Long Qingyun's side with an unsightly expression on his face. Long Qingyun's expression was unsightly as well. He did not expect this. The heaven-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial that his 13th brother had found was much stronger than the heaven-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial that his father had given him. Elder Wu with Xueqing's strength, if he wanted to harm me, he would have done it a long time ago. He has been following me for a year. So, you don't have to worry about my safety. Long Fei Yun said with a smile as he looked at the black-robed old man standing behind Long Qing Yun. Humph. The black-robed old man scoffed. He did not dare to make a move. Although the emperor disliked the 13th prince, he was not someone the black-robed old man could touch. Moreover, even if he could, he might not be able to do anything to the 13th prince. After all, the 13th prince had a heaven-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial who was stronger than him. Chapter 2736. Brother Duan, let's go. Long Fei Yun said with a smile as he shifted his gaze from Long Qing Yun and the black-clad old man behind him to Duan Ling Tian. All right. Duan Ling Tian nodded and left the Nian clan's auction house with Long Fei Yun. After they left, Long Qing Yun's expression darkened. He looked at the person in charge of the Nian clan's auction house and asked in a deep voice, "What's going on? Why does it feel like my 13th brother is very close to that purple-clad young man?" In Long Qing Yun's opinion, the purple-clad young man with a powerful background would not associate himself with princes of the celestial nation like him and his 13th brother. However, based on the situation earlier, his 13th brother seemed to be very close to him. His 13th brother seemed to be very close to the purple-clad young man. At this moment, he felt a sense of crisis. A sect outside the wasteland would not be able to interfere with the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom succession. After all, there was the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect. However, who knew if the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect was stronger than the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect? If the purple-clad young man had an extraordinary status in the sect, the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect could pressure the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect to seize the throne of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. Long Fei Yun did not want that to happen. Your Highness, I don't know what's going on. The person in charge of the auction house said innocently. The person in charge of the Nian family's auction house looked confused and innocent. However, I think the 13th prince is here today because of that purple-clad young man. Humph. Do I need you to remind me of that? Long Qing Yun glanced at the person in charge of the Nian clan's auction house coldly before he looked in the direction of the auction house's entrance. He muttered to himself, "That person even told 13th brother his name. It seems like they're getting along well. As far as I know, that person didn't tell 4th brother his name even when 4th brother asked for it. Perhaps I should talk to 4th brother about this." Long Qing Yun and the black-clad old man left the Nian clan's auction house and returned to the imperial palace to look for the 4th prince. Duan Ling Tian and his companions had also returned to the Fleeting Time Inn. "Brother Duan, we'll wait for you and your friends here," Long Fei Yun said to Duan Ling Tian in the lobby of Fleeting Time Inn. He did not intend to return to the guest room with Duan Ling Tian. After all, Duan Ling Tian's friend was a woman. It would be inconvenient for him to go there rashly. And this was exactly what Duan Ling Tian wanted. After all, Huan was currently cultivating. If Long Fei Yun followed him back to the guest room, Qiu Ling, the heaven-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial, would definitely tag along. With Qiu Ling's cultivation base, he would definitely sense the abnormality of the heaven and earth spirit energy in Huan Er's room. That was something Duan Ling Tian did not want to see. After all, it was a divine crystal that would only appear once every 1,000 years in a Devata realm. If the divine crystal was exposed, her life would be in danger. Huan Er. Since Huan Er was not in closed-door cultivation, Duan Ling Tian only needed to call out to her through voice transmission to wake her up. After Huan Er put away the divine crystal and absorbed most of the liquid heaven and earth spirit energy in the room, Duan Ling Tian carefully opened the door and entered the room. Since the divine crystal was involved, he had to be careful. "Brother Ling Tian, did you say you're going to bring Huan Er away from here? Did that woman send someone to cause trouble for us?" As she spoke, a cold glint flashed in her eyes. Her thin white clothes fluttered in the wind. Her slender and graceful figure was faintly discernible in front of Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian could not help but gasp. Only then did he manage to suppress the heat that involuntarily rose in his lower abdomen. "No. We're just going somewhere else. It's much more comfortable than here." Duan Ling Tian shook his head. "Is it more fun?" The cold glint in Huan Er's eyes receded and was replaced by excitement. "Yes, it's more fun." Duan Ling Tian nodded. However, before we leave, you have to put on a veil and a hat. All right. I understand. Huan reluctantly interrupted Duan Lingtian. However, she still obediently followed Duan Lingtian's instructions and put on the veil and hat to conceal her beautiful face. Although she was beautiful, her figure was still attractive enough to attract men. When Duan Lingtian and Huan appeared before Long Fei Yun, although he could not see Huan face, he was still stunned by her beautiful figure. As the 13th prince of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom, he had seen many beautiful women in his life. However, this was his first time seeing one with such a perfect figure. However, it only lasted for a moment before he retracted his gaze. Although he did not know the relationship between the white-clad woman and the purple-clad young man, based on the way the white-clad woman addressed the purple-clad young man, it was clear they had a close relationship. For this reason, he did not dare to act rashly. Moreover, based on his knowledge, the woman was not weak at all. The white-clothed woman was not weak either. She had once killed an Earth Realm Golden Immortal Elder of the Zhou clan with a wave of her hand. Ling, Brother Duan said this woman is not even 100 years old. Out of curiosity, Long Fei Yun sent a voice transmission to Ling, asking him to examine the white-clad woman's aura to determine if she was really younger than 100 years old. Humph. Before Long Fei Yun could finish speaking, a cold snort rang in his ears. It was none other than Huan who was standing next to Duan Lingtian. At the same time, a terrifying aura surged out of her body toward Ling, who was standing behind Long Fei Yun. Ling's expression turned grim as he hastily circulated his celestial origin energy to defend himself. She noticed my divine consciousness. She's indeed younger than 100 years old. Moreover, her cultivation base is at least a profound rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Ling's voice rang in Long Fei Yun's ears. As a heaven rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial, Ling had to deal with the cold aura from Huan body because he was severely injured when he fought with Long Qingyun's subordinates. Although he had recovered slightly, his strength was still greatly reduced. He was not even comparable to an earth rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial. A profound rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial who was not even 100 years old? Long Fei Yun was completely dumbfounded. How could such a person appear in the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom? In the past 10,000 years, there had only been a handful of profound rank great overarching golden celestials who were younger than 100 years old, let alone profound rank overarching heavenly supreme celestials who were younger than 100 years old. There was only one Earth rank great overarching golden celestial who was younger than 100 years old. In the known history of the wasteland, there had only been 2 Heaven Realm Zenith Heaven Golden Immortals under the age of 100. As for a peak great overarching Golden Immortal under the age of 100, there had never been one in the known history of the wasteland, let alone a peak great overarching Golden Immortal under the age of 100. But now, Ling was telling him, the white-clad woman standing before him was a profound overarching heavenly supreme celestial, who was not even 100 years old? What's wrong? Duan Lingtian asked in confusion. Big brother Lingtian, this person is so rude. He actually used his divine sense to probe me. Huan said angrily as she glared at Ling. When Duan Lingtian heard this, he could not help but frown, and his face darkened. Ling. Why, you're not joking, right? Long Fei Yun was so shocked by Ling's voice transmission that he didn't notice the exchange between Duan Lingtian and Duan Lingtian. He also didn't notice Duan Lingtian's darkening expression. No. Long Fei Yun's heart skipped a beat when he heard Ling's confirmation. When Long Fei Yun saw Duan Lingtian's darkened expression and noticed Huan anger, he quickly apologized to Ling as well. Only then did Huan anger dissipate. At the same time, Duan Lingtian's expression also improved. Brother Duan, are you sure it's okay for you to join the Martial Dragon Celestial sect? Long Fei Yun asked Duan Lingtian through voice transmission as they left the Fleeting Time Inn and returned to the Imperial Palace. Based on Duan Lingtian's explanation of the profound grade and earth grade cultivation methods at the Nian clan's auction house, Long Fei Yun did not think Duan Lingtian had a powerful background. What a joke! Why would a person with a powerful background be interested in those cultivation methods? However, Long Fei Yun learned from Ling that the white-clad woman was a beautiful woman. As it turned out, The white-clad woman next to Duan Ling Tian was a profound rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial, who was not even 100 years old. Long Feiyun could not help but wonder if Duan Ling Tian and the white-clad woman had a powerful background. If they did not have a powerful background, how could they become a profound rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial before the age of 100? This was simply a fantasy story. Why do you ask? Duan Ling Tian asked. Brother Duan, to tell you the truth, Xueqi told me that the woman next to you is at least a profound rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial even though she's not even 100 years old. Even if you say you don't have a powerful background, I wouldn't believe you. Long Feiyun smiled wryly. You're talking about Huan Er. Her background is a little complicated, so it's not convenient for me to tell you. However, it's true that I don't have a powerful background. I can join the Martial Dragon Celestial sect. Duan Ling Tian said, as for Huan Er, I can't promise you anything. It's up to her. No. I have no intention of letting Miss Huan Er join the Martial Dragon Celestial sect. Upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's words, Long Feiyun hurriedly shook his head and said, in fact, if it's possible, I hope Miss Huan Er doesn't reveal her true age. A profound rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial who's not even 100 years old. If news of this spreads, it'll cause an uproar in the wasteland. It'll only bring more harm than good to Miss Huan Er. Long Feiyun's expression turned solemn as he continued to say, I'm just worried that someone might think Miss Huan Er has an extraordinary background and possess a high-grade celestial method or divine ability. That person might be tempted to harm her. Chapter 2737. 13th Prince. Have you ever been greedy? Upon hearing Long Feiyun's words, Duan Ling Tian looked at Long Feiyun meaningfully. To tell you the truth, I was indeed greedy. Long Feiyun did not beat around the bush. When Duan Ling Tian looked at him coldly, Long Feiyun smiled wryly and said, however, when I thought about the overarching heaven pill formula and the fact that I might not be able to obtain the divine abilities and celestial methods even if I asked Xueqi to capture Miss Huan Er, I gave up on the thought. Instead of taking the risk, I'd rather take the safe route. Long Feiyun said frankly. Upon hearing this, Duan Ling Tian's expression softened. He looked at Long Feiyun meaningfully and said, You're a smart person, 13th Prince. I wouldn't have come this far if I wasn't smart. Long Feiyun sighed. Brother Duan. Long Feiyun suddenly recalled something. He looked at Duan Ling Tian and said, I have a friend who possesses a celestial weapon that can conceal one's aura. I'll try my best to ask him to give it to Miss Huan Er after I settle all of you in the palace. Is there such a celestial weapon? Duan Ling Tian was surprised. Yes. Long Feiyun nodded. It's just rare. Apart from that, the reason it's considered a celestial weapon is because of its ability to conceal one's aura. That immortal artifact itself doesn't possess any offensive or defensive power. For this reason, it's considered useless even among celestial weapons. That friend of mine also likes to collect all kinds of strange things. That's why he has that immortal item. Long Feiyun said. 13th Prince. Duan Ling Tian's expression turned solemn as he said, Although I don't like to ask people to part with their treasures, if your friend really has that celestial weapon, I'd still like to ask him to give it to Huan Er. Why don't you ask him for a price? Duan Ling Tian planned to buy the celestial weapon with celestial stones. After all, the celestial artifact was too important to her. Just as Long Feiyun had said, if anyone could sense the aura of Huan Er's flesh and blood when she was younger than 100 years old, coupled with the strength she had displayed, they would definitely think she had an extraordinary background. Then, they would covet the celestial methods, divine abilities, and cultivation methods she had mastered. At that time, Huan Er would be in danger. That was not something he wanted to see. Brother Duan, that friend of mine doesn't lack celestial stones. Moreover, to be honest, I'm not sure if I'll be able to obtain the celestial artifact. When Long Feiyun saw that Duan Ling Tian was interested, he could not help but smile wryly. At the same time, he gave Duan Ling Tian a heads up. If that's the case, I'll have to trouble you. Upon hearing Long Feiyun's words, Duan Ling Tian finally remembered that when Long Feiyun mentioned asking for the celestial weapon, he had indeed said, try your best. This meant that he was not 100% certain that he would be able to obtain the celestial weapon. It's no trouble at all. Long Fei Yun shook his head. Long Fei Yun shook his head and continued to lead the way. After a while, he brought Duan Ling Tian and Huan back to his residence. After settling Duan Ling Tian and Huan down, Long Fei Yun left with Qiu Ling. As the 13th prince of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom, Long Fei Yun's residence was huge even though he was not favored by the emperor. Even the courtyard that he had arranged for Duan Ling Tian and Huan was several times larger than the rooms in Fleeting Time Inn. Brother Ling Tian, since that person's item is useful to me, I'll just snatch it from him. Huan said to Duan Ling Tian in the room. Although Duan Ling Tian had been trying to lead Huan who was as pure as a blank sheet of paper, to the right and wrong, she still needed time to adapt. Huan Duan Ling Tian shook his head. I've told you before that it's wrong to snatch something from someone for no reason. Moreover, you need to be strong enough to do so. Someone who's close to the 13th prince, and whom the 13th prince isn't sure if he'll be able to obtain the item from, has to have a powerful background. Even if he's not as strong as you, he might have someone stronger than you by his side. Duan Ling Tian said. Huan fell silent and pouted. She looked so pitiful that Duan Ling Tian's heart melted. Huan don't think too much about it. Brother Ling Tian will do his best to help you obtain the celestial weapon, Duan Ling Tian said. All right. Huan nodded obediently. Then, her eyes lit up as she asked, Brother Ling Tian, when are we going to go out and play? I haven't had the chance to go out and play since I came here. I want to buy a lot of fun things and eat a lot of delicious food. In a few days. You can stay here and cultivate in peace for a few days. Duan Ling Tian nodded. All right. Despite her reluctance, she nodded obediently. Duan Ling Tian left the room when he saw Huan, revealing the divine crystal on her necklace and preparing to cultivate. There were many formations set up around the room, so Duan Ling Tian was not worried about the heaven and earth spirit energy leaking out of the room. Apart from that, this room was located in the backyard of his courtyard. It was quite far from the front yard where the entrance was located. Therefore, he was not worried that the heaven-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial would notice the liquid heaven and earth spirit energy leaking out of the divine crystal. After leaving the room, Duan Ling Tian waited in the front yard for news from the 13th prince. Brother Duan. About an hour later, Duan Ling Tian saw Long Fei Yun, the 13th prince, with a bitter smile on his face. Duan Ling Tian's heart sank when he saw Long Fei Yun. He's unwilling? Duan Ling Tian could not help but ask. Although he had expected this, he could not help but ask. It's not that he's unwilling. He wants to see you, Brother Duan. Long Fei Yun smiled bitterly. He said he'll give you the mediocre celestial weapon, but he has a condition that he wants to discuss with you personally. I'm sorry, Brother Duan. After saying that, Long Fei Yun apologized again. Where is he? Duan Ling Tian asked as he rose to his feet. Brother Duan, are you going to see him? Long Fei Yun was taken aback. Then he smiled wryly and said, Brother Duan, my friend won't make a bad deal. I'm afraid his condition will be difficult for you. No matter how difficult it is, I still want to see your friend. The mediocre celestial weapon is very important to me. Duan Ling Tian said in a deep voice as his eyes glinted. In that case, please follow me, Brother Duan. Under Long Fei Yun's lead, Duan Ling Tian left the imperial palace and arrived at an independent mansion in the eastern part of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. The mansion was spacious, but it was deserted. There was not a single person in sight. Creak, creak. When Duan Ling Tian and the other two arrived at the entrance of the mansion, the door opened on its own. Duan Ling Tian was certain there was no one behind the door. This meant the door was opened by a powerful person from a distance. That person must have known they were here. However, he could not sense the person's divine consciousness. This meant the person had a profound cultivation base. Let's go. Long Fei Yun, on the other hand, was not surprised by this at all. After he greeted Duan Ling Tian, he took the lead and walked into the mansion. When Duan Ling Tian caught up to Long Fei Yun, he turned to look at Qiu Ling, the heaven-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Ling had a solemn expression on his face when he entered the mansion. A hint of fear could be seen in his eyes. It was as if he was very afraid of the person who opened the door. It seems that the friend of the 13th prince is not simple. From Duan Lingtian's point of view, this was definitely the doing of an expert by Long Feiyun's friend's side. It wasn't until he followed Long Feiyun into the mansion and arrived at the backyard that he realized the person who attacked was not an expert by Long Feiyun's friend's side, but Long Feiyun's friend himself, because there was no one else in the entire mansion other than him. Brother Pei. After greeting his friend, Long Feiyun began to introduce Duan Lingtian. This is the brother Duan that I mentioned to you earlier. Duan Lingtian then began to seriously size up Long Feiyun's friend. This was a young man in a white robe. His appearance was ordinary, but his eyes revealed endless vicissitudes of life. This was enough to show that he was not young. In addition, when the white-robed young man looked at him, he actually had a feeling that he had nowhere to hide. This was the first time he felt this way since he had arrived in the spirit overarching heaven. Even when he was in the cloudy rock celestial kingdom's King Qin's mansion, he did not feel this way when the old woman, a celestial duke from the compassionate celestial traveler sect, looked at him. I heard from Fei Yun that you want my concealment pendant? The white-robed young man asked as he looked at Duan Lingtian. Although this was Duan Lingtian's first time hearing about the concealing pendant, it was not difficult for him to guess it was a celestial weapon that could conceal the aura of Huan Er's flesh and blood. It could conceal the fact that Huan Er was younger than 100 years old. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. I can give you the concealment pendant, but you have to promise me something. The white-robed young man said. What is it? Duan Lingtian asked. His heart skipped a beat when he heard the white-robed young man's words. The 13th prince had told him that the white-robed young man would not make a bad deal. Fei Yun. I have something to say to him in private. Before Long Fei Yun could react, the white-robed young man raised his hand and cast a soundproof formation around him and Duan Lingtian, separating Long Fei Yun and Ling. If you want the concealment pendant, you can exchange it for the divine crystal on that girl's pendant. Chapter 2738. Divine Crystal? Duan Lingtian thought the white-clad young man had set up a soundproof formation to tell him something else. He did not expect the white-clad young man would mention the divine crystal in the pendant on Huan Er's neck. How does he know there's a divine crystal in Huan Er's pendant? When Duan Lingtian looked at the white-robed young man again, apart from shock and disbelief, there was also a hint of killing intent in his eyes. It was a killing intent that rose in his subconscious. I can't let anyone who knows about Huan Er's divine crystal live in this world. This was the thought that arose in Duan Lingtian's mind. What? Are you trying to silence me? Although the killing intent in Duan Lingtian's eyes quickly faded away, it was still clearly seen by the white-robed young man. The white-robed young man asked mockingly. It's not that I'm looking down on you, but I don't think anyone in the wasteland has the ability to kill me, let alone you. When the white-robed young man said this, his calm eyes suddenly emitted an incomparably strong confidence. It was a confidence that made people have no choice but to believe in him. It was as though he was trying to show off his confidence. As soon as the white-clad young man finished speaking, a powerful aura surged out of his body. It was as though it had transformed into a gigantic hammer that slammed onto Duan Lingtian's chest. A loud thud that only Duan Lingtian could hear reverberated in the air. Bang! After a loud bang, Duan Lingtian felt his chest sink. His internal organs seemed to be twisted together, and the vital energy and blood in his body were in a mess. He could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. When Duan Lingtian felt his body become light as though he was about to fly away, a gentle energy appeared behind him and stopped him. It allowed him to stand on the spot, but the vital energy and blood in his body began to surge again. Barf! Duan Lingtian threw up another mouthful of blood that stained the ground. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. However, Duan Lingtian felt as though he had just walked through the gates of hell. You! Who are you? When Duan Lingtian looked at the white-robed youth again, there was only fear in his eyes. At this moment, Duan Lingtian, who was observant, also discovered that at this moment, Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up. The 13th prince, Long Fei Yun, who was blocked by the formation that the white-clad young man had casually set up, did not seem to notice it at all. Although he had been looking in Long Fei Yun's direction since the beginning, it seemed as though he did not see Long Fei Yun vomiting blood. Otherwise, it was impossible for Long Fei Yun to be so calm. This also made him realize, the array that the young man in white had casually arranged just now was not as simple as a soundproof array. It was definitely able to confuse Long Fei Yun's vision. Besides that, the white-clothed young man had played with him in the palm of his hand by merely relying on his imposing aura, and the formidable strength that seemed capable of taking his life with a single thought caused him to be unable to help but feel a wave of terror. It doesn't matter who I am. In response to Duan Lingtian's question, the white-clad young man calmly said, "The important thing is, do you still want my concealing pendant?" Duan Lingtian did not answer the white-clad young man's question directly. Instead, he asked solemnly, "With your strength, even if you want to snatch the divine crystal away, we won't be able to stop you. There's no need for you to exchange your concealing pendant, right?" Duan Lingtian did not know how strong the white-clad young man was. However, he was certain. He was certain the white-clad young man was stronger than Huan Er. In fact, he was certain the white-clad young man was stronger than the Celestial Duke from the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. It would be easy for such a person to snatch Huan Er's divine crystal away. There was no need for him to exchange his concealing pendant. "I'm not interested in that girl's divine crystal." To Duan Lingtian's surprise, the white-clad young man merely shrugged and gave him an unexpected answer. Duan Lingtian was taken aback. "Then I mentioned that girl's divine crystal just now because I wanted you to know my strength and my methods." The white-robed young man spoke indifferently and interrupted Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian heaved a sigh of relief when he heard the white-clad young man's words. At the same time, the doubt in his heart disappeared. He knew that with the white-clad young man's strength, if he really wanted the divine crystal, he would have done it a long time ago. There was no need for him to wait until now. But who exactly is he? He's not even interested in the divine crystals that only appear once every 1,000 years in each Devata realm. At this moment, the white-clad young man seemed even more mysterious in Duan Lingtian's eyes. Divine crystals were extremely precious. However, the white-clad young man before him said he was not interested in divine crystals. "Senior, then Duan Lingtian was about to ask what the white-clad young man wanted in exchange for the concealment pendant when the white-clad young man interrupted him. "Just call me Big Brother Pei like Fei Yun does." "Yes, Big Brother Pei." Duan Lingtian quickly replied before he continued to ask, "Big Brother Pei, the 13th prince told me earlier that you can give me the concealment pendant, but you have to discuss the conditions with me personally. Since you're not interested in the divine crystals, what are the conditions you're referring to?" "I want you to go to a place and retrieve something for me," the white-clad young man said. Duan Lingtian nodded. Duan Lingtian was puzzled when he heard the white-clad young man's words. "Big Brother Pei, with your strength, it shouldn't be difficult for you to retrieve something for me, right? That place is a little special. Those above the age of 100 can't enter." The white-clad young man replied. "Those above the age of 100 can't enter?" Duan Lingtian was stunned. "Yes." The white-clad young man nodded before he continued to say, "That place is related to the Wasteland Grand Contest held by the 3 major celestial sects of the Wasteland. The reason the 3 major celestial sects of the Wasteland want to recruit the best young powerhouses below the age of 100 is so they can enter that place and retrieve the treasures for them. And in that place there is something that I want," the white-clad young man said. Duan Lingtian's eyes widened slightly when he heard the white-clad young man's words. No wonder Long Fei Yun said the Wasteland Grand Contest held by the 3 major celestial sects of the Wasteland was a little strange. In the past, the 3 major celestial sects of the Wasteland did not have an age restriction. However, this time, only young powerhouses below the age of 100 could participate in the Wasteland Grand Contest. As expected, the 3 major celestial sects of the Wasteland were up to something. Moreover, based on the white-clad young man's words, the 3 major celestial sects of the Wasteland wanted to recruit the best young powerhouses in the Wasteland Grand Contest to enter that place and retrieve the treasures for them. After all, only people below the age of 100 could enter that place. "Brother Pei, if that's the case, you can just wait for the 3 major celestial sects of the Wasteland to obtain the treasures before you make your move. There's no need for me to do it for you, right?" Duan Ling Tian asked. Previously, the white-clad young man had said that the Wasteland Grand Contest was not a secret. Nobody in the Wasteland was capable of killing him. Moreover, the white-clad young man was not interested in the divine crystals at all. At that time, Duan Ling Tian knew the white-clad young man was much stronger than the white-clad young man. The white-clad young man's strength was much stronger than the three major celestial sects of the Wasteland. After all, even the forces that were stronger than the three major celestial sects of the Wasteland would fight over the divine crystals. It was difficult for Duan Ling Tian to imagine how powerful someone who was not interested in divine crystals was. However, Duan Ling Tian was certain it would not be difficult for the white-clad young man to snatch the treasures from the three major celestial sects of the Wasteland. It's easy to snatch the treasures from the three major celestial sects of the Wasteland. The white-clad young man's eyes flashed when he heard Duan Ling Tian's question. A mocking smile could be seen on his face as he said, "However, we'll have to wait for the others to come out of that place alive. That place is very dangerous?" Duan Ling Tian's expression turned solemn when he heard the white-clad young man's words. "It's more than dangerous." The white-clad young man looked at Duan Ling Tian deeply before he said, "Your strength is comparable to a great overarching golden celestial. However, even if you enter that place, you'll most likely die." Most likely die. As soon as the white-clad young man finished speaking, Duan Ling Tian's expression changed drastically. He knew a powerhouse like the white-clad young man would not lie to him. "If that's the case, why did you?" Since the white-clad young man said he would most likely die in that place, Duan Ling Tian could not figure out why the white-clad young man would make such a deal with him. "Naturally, you'll most likely die if you enter alone." The white-clad young man said indifferently, "However, if that girl enters with you, the situation will be different. With her strength, she'll be able to deal with the dangers in there while protecting you. Moreover, even if that place isn't dangerous, no one will be able to find the item I'm looking for without my item." The white-clad young man continued to say. "Huaner?" Duan Ling Tian frowned. "Brother Pei, the reason I want your concealing pendant is because I don't want everyone to know that she's not even 100 years old. After all, many people in the capital of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom already know about her strength. Nobody doubts her strength. Once people find out she's not even 100 years old, she'll be in trouble." Duan Ling Tian said, "If she enters with you, I can guarantee no one will notice her presence. At that time, I'll give her 2 invisibility talismans." The white-clad young man said, "Invisibility talisman?" Duan Ling Tian frowned again. "Based on what I know, the invisibility talisman is inscribed by a celestial duke. Anyone who's stronger than a celestial duke will be able to see through it." Chapter 2739. As you said, it's an invisibility talisman inscribed by a celestial duke. The white-clad young man glanced at Duan Ling Tian indifferently before he continued to say, "Nobody in the 3 major celestial sects of the Wasteland is able to see through the invisibility talisman I gave her. Nobody is able to sense her presence when she uses the invisibility talisman." A hint of arrogance could be heard in the white-clad young man's voice when he spoke. Upon hearing the white-clad young man's words, Duan Ling Tian was stunned. Only a celestial duke could inscribe an invisibility talisman. Moreover, the invisibility talisman inscribed by a celestial duke was not powerful enough to conceal one from other celestial dukes. Even an overarching heavenly supreme celestial would be able to sense the presence of a celestial duke. Naturally, the invisibility talisman inscribed by a celestial duke was the lowest grade invisibility talisman. If the invisibility talisman was inscribed by a celestial king, it would undoubtedly be more effective. Only a celestial king would be able to see through the invisibility talisman inscribed by a celestial king. Although a celestial duke would not be able to see through the invisibility talisman inscribed by a celestial king, he would still be able to sense the presence of the invisibility talisman inscribed by a celestial king. There are many celestial dukes in the 3 major celestial sects of the Wasteland, but none of them have a celestial king. Suddenly, a thought appeared in Duan Ling Tian's mind. Brother Pei said that no one in the 3 major celestial sects of the Wasteland was able to see through the disguise and sense Huan Er's presence when she used the invisibility talisman he gave her. In order for a celestial duke to be unable to sense the presence of the invisibility talisman inscribed by a celestial lord, The invisibility talisman had to be inscribed by a celestial lord or stronger. Celestial lord. Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat when he thought about this. Celestial lords were stronger than celestial kings. Celestial lords were considered overlords in any Devata realms. Brother Pei, the invisibility talisman you mentioned, could it be that it was inscribed by a celestial lord? After secretly sucking in a breath of cold air, Duan Lingtian looked at the white-robed young man and asked nervously. Yes. The white-robed young man nodded. So, you don't have to worry that the girl won't be able to enter that place with you after using the invisibility talisman I gave her. Not only can she enter that place with you, but she can also leave that place with you safely. Hiss. After receiving the white-robed young man's confirmation, Duan Lingtian could not help but gasp even though he had already guessed it. When he looked at the white-robed young man again, his eyes were filled with shock. Brother Pei, you're an immortal emperor expert? Duan Lingtian could not help but ask. In his opinion, since the invisibility talisman was taken out by the person in front of him, it was very likely that he had inscribed it himself. No. However, to Duan Lingtian's disappointment, the white-robed young man denied his question and said in a timely manner, "The 2 invisibility talismans I prepared for that girl were not inscribed by me." Nevertheless, Duan Lingtian was certain the white-robed young man was either a celestial lord or a celestial lord. He was certain the white-robed young man was either a celestial king or a celestial duke who was stronger than all the celestial dukes in the 3 major celestial sects of the wasteland. After all, the white-robed young man had said no one in the wasteland was capable of killing him. Most of the top powerhouses in the wasteland were from the 3 major celestial sects of the wasteland. For this reason, Duan Lingtian came to this conclusion. I see. Duan Lingtian nodded. Since there's an invisibility talisman inscribed by a celestial lord, the 3 major celestial sects of the wasteland won't be able to find out. After all, there's no celestial king in the 3 major celestial sects of the wasteland. Not only do the 3 major celestial sects of the wasteland not have any celestial kings, but they don't even have 9 palaces celestial dukes. The white-robed youth smiled indifferently. Although the contempt in his tone was not obvious, Duan Lingtian could still hear it. It seems like the strongest celestial duke in the 3 major celestial sects of the wasteland is an 8-trigram celestial duke. It was not difficult for Duan Lingtian to guess this after hearing the white-robed youth's words. In the Devata realms, the heavenly celestial stage and golden celestial stage were divided into 7 stages. Scarlet Moon Heavenly Immortals, Orange Moon Heavenly Immortals, Yellow Moon Heavenly Immortals, Green Moon Heavenly Immortals, Blue Moon Heavenly Immortals, Violet Moon Heavenly Immortals, Scarlet Sun Golden Immortals, Orange Sun Golden Immortals, Yellow Sun Golden Immortals, Green Sun Golden Immortals, Blue Sun Golden Immortals, Violet Sun Golden Immortals. The Great Overarching Golden Celestial and Overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial were divided into 5 levels. Yellow Realm Great Overarching Golden Immortal, Black Realm Great Overarching Golden Immortal, Earth Realm Great Overarching Golden Immortal, Heaven Realm Great Overarching Golden Immortal, and Peak Great Overarching Golden Immortal. Yellow Stage Overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial, Profound Stage Overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial, Earth Stage Overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial, Heaven Stage Overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial, and Peak Overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial. Above the Overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial was the Celestial Duke. Above the Immortal Monarch was the Immortal King. Above the Immortal King was the Immortal Emperor. Above the Immortal Emperor was the Immortal Emperor. Regardless of whether it was the Immortal Monarch, Immortal King, Immortal Emperor, or Immortal Emperor, they were all subdivided into 10 levels, and the prefixes were 1 Origin, 2 Forms, 3 Talents, 4 Divisions, 5 Elements, 6 Directions, 7 Stars, 8 Trigrams, 9 Palaces, and 10 Directions. Among the 4 cultivation bases, the 1 basic Celestial Duke was the weakest while the 10 Directions Celestial Emperor was the strongest. The heavenly emperors in the Devata realms were all 10 Directions Celestial Emperors. Only 10 Directions Celestial Emperors were worthy of being called Heavenly Emperors. Apart from the Heavenly Emperors, there were also a few 10 Directions Celestial Emperors in the Devata realms. They were either too weak to become Heavenly Emperors or too strong to become Heavenly Emperors. They were either too weak to become heavenly emperors or too strong to become heavenly emperors. Therefore, they chose to live in seclusion to improve themselves. Yes. The white-robed youth nodded. There's an 8-trigram celestial duke in each of the 3 major celestial sects of the wasteland. Duan Lingtian's eyes gleamed as he thought to himself, this means Brother Pei is at least a 9 palaces celestial duke, a 10 directions celestial duke, or even a celestial king. Brother Pei. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath before he asked, Brother Pei, where are the 3 major celestial sects of the wasteland sending those who are younger than 100 years old to? Where is that place? Why is it so dangerous? And you, what do you want? When Duan Lingtian reached the end of his question, he looked directly into the eyes of the white-robed young man that were filled with the vicissitudes of life. That place. The white-robed youth murmured. When the white-clad young man muttered to himself, Duan Lingtian could clearly see the cold gleam in the depths of the white-clad young man's eyes. Then, a hint of desolation could be seen in his eyes. That place is a little world left behind by a celestial king. It's in the wasteland. Only those who are younger than 100 years old can enter that little world. Those who are weaker than a celestial king will definitely die if they enter recklessly. If those who are stronger than a celestial king enter, the little world will shatter, and everything in it will disappear from this world. The white-robed youth said, only those who are stronger than an overarching heavenly supreme celestial can survive in that little world. If the girl next to you is only a yellow rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial, she can barely protect herself. Since she's a profound rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial, she should be able to protect herself and you. The white-robed youth continued to speak. Gasp! As soon as the white-clad young man finished speaking, Duan Lingtian could not help but gasp again. A little world left behind by a celestial king. Only those who were younger than 100 years old could enter it. Only those who were stronger than an overarching heavenly supreme celestial could survive. Those who were weaker than a celestial king and older than 100 years old would definitely die if they entered the little world. Those who were stronger than a celestial king and older than 100 years old would be destroyed if they entered the little world. In other words, only overarching heavenly supreme celestials who were younger than 100 years old would be able to survive if they entered the little world. Why would a celestial king leave a little world in the wasteland? Isn't this a scam? In Duan Lingtian's opinion, the white-robed youth was not worried at all. In the wasteland, there were no overarching heavenly supreme celestials who were younger than 100 years old. There were no celestial kings in the wasteland as well. In other words, in the desolate region, no matter who it was, as long as they dared to enter that small world, they would definitely die. Naturally, there was an exception. It was none other than Huan Er. Don't the 3 major celestial sects of the wasteland know that those who are weaker than an overarching heavenly supreme celestial will definitely die in that little world? Duan Lingtian asked in a deep voice. Of course not. Otherwise, they wouldn't send people to their deaths. The white-robed youth replied. You didn't warn them? Duan Lingtian asked again. Warn them? The white-robed youth laughed. Why should I? If they weren't greedy, they wouldn't have continued to explore the little world. Many people from the 3 major celestial sects of the wasteland have died in there, but they're still unrepentant. How sad. As the white-robed young man laughed, the corners of his mouth curled into a mocking arc. Duan Lingtian's eyes glinted. Moreover, do you think the 3 major celestial sects of the wasteland would believe me if I told them the little world isn't something they can lay their hands on? The white-robed youth asked again. Duan Lingtian shook his head and said, Brother Pei, you can show your strength and prevent the 3 major celestial sects of the wasteland from meddling in the little world. That way, they won't send people to their deaths, right? The 3 major celestial sects of the wasteland are not related to me. Why would I do that? The white-robed youth said coldly. Moreover, do you think I'll be able to stop them from sending people to their deaths for the rest of my life? When I'm no longer around, they'll still send people to their deaths. Chapter 2740. Duan Lingtian fell silent when he heard the white-clad young man's words. He knew the white-clad young man's words were not without reason. The 3 major celestial sects of the wasteland would definitely do the same. It all stemmed from the greed in human nature. Why do you think the people from the three major celestial sects of the wasteland knew that only people under the age of 100 would survive the minor world? That's because they had conducted many experiments. In the end, they confirmed that people under the age of 100 would be able to enter the minor world, and those above the age of 100 would instantly turn into ashes if they tried to force their way in. The white-clad young man said. Duan Lingtian's eyes widened. He could imagine how many people from the three major celestial sects of the wasteland had died because of this. The only purpose of their deaths was to let the three major celestial sects of the wasteland know that the little world was only a small world. Only those who were younger than 100 years old could enter the little world. The white-clad young man continued to say, therefore, don't even think about persuading the three major celestial sects of the wasteland. Not only will they ignore you, but they'll even think you're lying to prevent them from getting their hands on the little world. In their eyes, it's a little world left behind by a powerhouse stronger than a celestial king. Not only that, but there are many treasures in there that they can easily obtain. Duan Lingtian sighed. Greed was indeed an original sin. As for what I'm looking for, as the white-robed young man spoke, he raised his hand, and a ring appeared in his hand. This ring was different from ordinary rings. There were a total of 9 water chestnuts around it, and their shapes were different. It looked very strange. The ring was fiery red. However, it was not dyed red. It was the color of the material that was used to forge the ring. This is my personal immortal artifact. It's called the Mystic Yang 9 Water Chestnut Ring. There's also a matching immortal artifact called the Mystic Een 9 Water Chestnut Ring. It's in that small world. The mystical Een 9 Water Chestnut Ring is what I'm looking for. As the white-robed young man spoke, he passed the ring in his hand to Duan Lingtian and said, wear this mystical Yang 9 Water Chestnut Ring. As long as you approach the mystical Een 9 Water Chestnut Ring, it'll naturally react and guide you to it. When Duan Lingtian heard this, he reached out and took the ring. At the same time, he subconsciously extended his divine sense and shrouded the ring. Duan Lingtian's pupils suddenly shrank. This was because he discovered the celestial weapon the white-clad young man gave him was a celestial weapon of the same grade as the Jasper Celestial Sword, the Universe Ruler, and the astounding God Halberd. He would never forget this feeling of familiarity. This celestial weapon is even more powerful than the celestial weapon, the world-cleansing horsetail whisk, that Murong Bing had retrieved for the compassionate celestial traveler sect. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Big Brother Pei, may I ask what grade of immortal artifact this is? Duan Lingtian looked at the white-robed youth and asked. Royal grade. The white-robed young man said. Royal grade? Duan Lingtian was stunned, and then he frowned as he asked. According to my knowledge, aren't immortal artifacts divided into low-grade, mid-grade, high-grade, and top-grade immortal artifacts? Yes, that's true. The white-clad young man nodded before he continued to say, however, did you know that top-grade immortal artifacts are divided into different grades as well? Top-grade immortal artifacts are divided into different grades? Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat. Then, he looked at the white-clad young man solemnly and said, please enlighten me. Top-grade immortal artifacts are divided into Duke-grade celestial weapons, King-grade celestial weapons, Royal-grade celestial weapons, and Emperor-grade celestial weapons. My mystical Yang 9 Water Chestnut Ring is a royal-grade celestial weapon. The mystical Een 9 Water Chestnut Ring that's paired with it is also a royal-grade celestial weapon. Duan Lingtian nodded. When his words entered Duan Lingtian's ears, it was as though he had opened a door to a whole new world for him. At this moment, Duan Lingtian discovered that the top celestial weapons were divided into so many grades. This mystical Yang 9 Water Chestnut Ring is on par with the Jasper Celestial Sword, Universe Ruler, and astonishing God Halberd that I've encountered in the past. It's a royal-grade celestial weapon. This means the Jasper Celestial Sword, Universe Ruler, and astonishing God Halberd are also royal-grade celestial weapons. The compassionate celestial traveler sect guarding celestial weapon, the world-cleansing horsetail whisk, must be a king-grade celestial weapon as well. Duan Lingtian speculated inwardly. Duan Lingtian looked at the white-clad young man and asked, Brother Pei, have you heard of the compassionate celestial traveler sect guarding celestial weapon, the world-cleansing horsetail whisk? The compassionate celestial traveler sect? I've heard of it before, but I don't know the name of its sect guarding celestial weapon. I've only heard that the compassionate celestial traveler sect has 3 sect guarding celestial weapons. Duan Ling Tian nodded. As expected. The white-clad young man's words confirmed Duan Ling Tian's speculation that the compassionate celestial traveler sect's guarding celestial weapon, the world-cleansing horsetail whisk, that Murong Bing had found in the little world, was indeed a king-grade celestial weapon that was slightly inferior to royal-grade celestial weapons like the Jasper celestial sword. In the past, I heard from Elder Hua that the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda is a grade higher than the Jasper celestial sword, the Universe Ruler, the Astonishing God Halberd, and the other celestial weapons stored in it. However, it seems like the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda is an Emperor-grade celestial weapon. When Duan Ling Tian thought about the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, he could not help but think about Hua Lao, the pagoda spirit of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. A hint of sadness appeared in his eyes. If Hua Lao was still here, I wouldn't be as clueless as I am now in the Devata realm. Duan Ling Tian sighed inwardly. Brother Pei. After a while, Duan Ling Tian regained his senses. He looked at the white-clad young man and said, Brother Pei, I agree to your condition. I'll enter the little world left behind by a celestial king and help you find the royal-grade celestial weapon, the mystical E9 water chestnut ring. As soon as Duan Ling Tian finished speaking, he added, Of course, the prerequisite is that the mystical E9 water chestnut ring is in the little world. I'm certain of that. The white-clad young man replied confidently. He was rather surprised that Duan Ling Tian was able to remain so calm after learning that he had given Duan Ling Tian a royal-grade celestial weapon, and had asked him to look for a royal-grade celestial weapon. What's this little guy's background? For the first time, the white-clad young man was interested in Duan Ling Tian's background. The little girl next to him has the aura of the Phantom Fox clan. However, it's not pure. She's not even 100 years old, but her strength is already comparable to a profound rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Her innate talent is considered top-notch even in the Phantom Fox clan. The white-clad young man thought to himself. Duan Ling Tian was unaware of the white-clad young man's thoughts. Otherwise, he would have laughed inwardly. What a joke! When he was in the mundane realm, he had already possessed an Emperor-grade celestial weapon and many royal-grade celestial weapons. How could 1 or 2 royal-grade celestial weapons be enough to tempt him? Most importantly, Duan Ling Tian had a Devata artifact that was even more powerful than an Emperor-grade celestial weapon. However, the Devata artifact had lost its artifact soul, so it was no longer as powerful as before. Currently, it was only as powerful as a top celestial weapon. Since you've agreed to my conditions, I'll give you this concealing pendant. The white-robed young man raised his hand, and a jade pendant surrounded by green light appeared in his hand. Within the green light surrounding the jade pendant, a black thread could be seen moving. It was like an agile snake that constantly swam around the jade pendant. Duan Ling Tian casually took the concealing pendant and put it away along with the mystical Yang 9 water chestnut ring. I wonder what grade of celestial weapon the 7 Orifices exquisite sword in my body is comparable to? As Duan Ling Tian put the mystical Yang 9 water chestnut ring away, he recalled the Devata artifact that had lost its soul and was only comparable to a top celestial weapon that was given to him by Ker's third uncle in her past life. He knew the Devata artifact's strength was comparable to a top celestial weapon. Now that he learned there were different grades of top celestial weapons, he was curious to know what grade of celestial weapon the 7 Orifices exquisite sword was comparable to. However, I feel like it's comparable to a Duke-grade celestial weapon at most. Duan Ling Tian could not help but speculate when he recalled the improvements he received when he used the 7 Orifices exquisite sword. Although the 7 Orifices exquisite sword was stronger than a high-grade immortal artifact, it was not by much. As a Devata artifact, the 7 Orifices exquisite sword shouldn't only be comparable to a Duke-grade celestial weapon even if it has lost its artifact soul. It seems like I'll have to study it when I have the time to see if I can discover more of its hidden power. After all, it's a Devata artifact that's superior to Emperor-grade celestial weapons. Duan Ling Tian could not help but feel excited when he thought about this. Brother Pei. After putting the concealment pendant and the mystical Yang 9 water chestnut ring away, Duan Ling Tian suddenly remembered something. He looked at the white-clad young man and said, Brother Pei, If I obtain the mystical E9 water chestnut ring, you must come and collect it immediately. Otherwise, I'm afraid the people from the Martial Dragon Celestial sect will check my spatial ring. After all, they want the treasures I obtained in the little world as well. I know. The white-clad young man nodded. You don't have to worry about this. What you need to do is enter the little world with that girl and retrieve the mystical E9 water chestnut ring for me. I'll take care of everything else. As soon as the white-clad young man finished speaking, he waved his hand and retracted the formation that Duan Lingtian had set up with his bare hands. With this, Duan Lingtian reappeared in the courtyard where he could hear the wind and smell the fragrance of flowers. I'll wait for your good news. In the eyes of Long Fei Yun and Qiu Ling who were standing behind him, Duan Lingtian and the white-clad young man who were standing still suddenly moved. Moreover, they had heard the white-clad young man's words. They're out? Immediately, they realized that the two of them had come out of the formation. Chapter 27:41. It's a deal? Upon hearing the white-clad young man's words, Long Fei Yun knew Duan Lingtian had agreed to his condition and made a deal with him. He did not know what the white-clad young man's condition was. However, he was certain the white-clad young man had agreed to it. He was certain the condition was not simple. Since Long Fei Yun had achieved his goal, he bade farewell to the white-clad young man before he left with Qiu Ling and Duan Lingtian. Bang! As soon as the three of them left the mansion, the door closed again. This time, Duan Lingtian was not surprised. After all, the white-clad young man was a 9 palaces celestial duke at the very least. 13th Prince, how did you get to know Brother Pei? Duan Lingtian asked Long Fei Yun on their way back. With the white-clad young man's strength, it would be easy for him to help Long Fei Yun become the emperor of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. However, it seemed like the white-clad young man had no intention of helping Long Fei Yun. More than a year ago. A hint of reminiscence flashed in Long Fei Yun's eyes as he said, at that time, Qiu Ling hadn't come to look for me yet. During a trip, the Earth-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial that my father had given me was lured away. I was almost killed. In the end, it was Brother Pei who saved me. However, before Brother Pei saved me, he made a deal with me. He wanted me to give him something I had. I obtained it by chance a few years ago. Although it's not a precious item, it's very rare. It's worth collecting. Long Fei Yun said, in the face of death, it's only natural that I don't want to keep it. After all, if I die, it won't be mine anymore. Duan Lingtian came to a sudden realization. He never imagined that Long Fei Yun would know the white-robed young man like this. After that incident, I knew Brother Pei was extraordinary. At that time, he had just arrived in the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. I wanted to recruit him and invite him to stay in my residence in the Imperial Palace. However, he refused. In the end, I had no choice but to arrange a residence for him outside the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. It's that mansion. Long Fei Yun said with a bitter smile on his face. I thought he'd be willing to help me fight against 4th brother and 7th brother since he'd accepted my mansion. I didn't expect him to take the initiative to tell me that he wouldn't interfere in this matter. Later on, as long as there was something strange, I would send it to him. Gradually, we became familiar with each other, but we could only be considered as familiar strangers. As he spoke, Long Fei Yun could not help but reveal a bitter smile. After that, although he helped me a lot most of the time, he gave me pointers on cultivation. However, I'm satisfied. I can see that he has no intention of interfering in the competition for the throne of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. Long Fei Yun said, so, I gave up and treated him as my teacher and friend. Duan Lingtian nodded. For someone like the white-robed young man, once he had decided on something, he would definitely not change his mind easily. Since he had said he would not interfere in the competition for the throne of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom, he would definitely not interfere. 13th Prince, do you know why he's unwilling to interfere in the competition for the throne of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom and help you ascend to the throne? Duan Lingtian asked. I think he's afraid of the Martial Dragon Celestial sect. The 3 major celestial sects of the wasteland, including the Martial Dragon Celestial sect, had announced many years ago that celestial dukes and above are not allowed to interfere with the inheritance of the imperial family. Those who violate this rule will be hunted down by the three major celestial sects. Long Fei Yun's eyes flashed as he said, "Initially, I thought Brother Pei might be a celestial duke. However, when Ling came with me to meet him, I was certain Brother Pei is a celestial duke." Upon hearing Long Fei Yun's words, Ling Tian glanced at Ling. He saw the heaven-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial's eyes were filled with dread when Long Fei Yun mentioned Brother Pei. It was as though the white-clad young man was a ferocious beast to him. Is he afraid of the three major celestial sects of the wasteland, so he doesn't dare to interfere with the inheritance of the imperial family of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom? Ling Tian thought to himself. This was simply the biggest joke in the world. Based on the white-clad young man's attitude, it was clear he did not think much of the three major celestial sects of the wasteland. 13th Prince. Ling Tian looked at Long Fei Yun and asked, "Do you know if the three major celestial sects of the wasteland have a royal-grade celestial weapon?" Royal-grade celestial weapon? Long Fei Yun was stunned when he heard Ling Tian's words. Then, he smiled wryly and said, "Brother Duan, you think too highly of the three major celestial sects of the wasteland, let alone a royal-grade celestial weapon. Only the Tai celestial sect has a royal-grade celestial weapon. There's only one royal-grade celestial weapon in the entire wasteland." Long Fei Yun said. Ling Tian was taken aback when he heard Long Fei Yun's words. He did not expect only one of the three major celestial sects of the wasteland would have a royal-grade celestial weapon. Moreover, it was the only royal-grade celestial weapon in the entire wasteland. Isn't that a little too shabby? Ling Tian thought to himself. Long Fei Yun was unaware of Ling Tian's thoughts. Otherwise, he would have rolled his eyes at Ling Tian, thinking that Ling Tian was being delusional. A royal-grade celestial weapon was extremely precious. Was it something that could be easily obtained? 13th Prince. Have you heard of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect? Ling Tian asked. The Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect? Of course. Long Fei Yun nodded. Then, he asked curiously, "Why are you suddenly asking about the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect? Are you related to the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect?" "I've heard about the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect, so I'm curious. How does it compare to the three major celestial sects of the wasteland?" Ling Tian asked as his eyes glinted. The three major celestial sects of the wasteland can't compare to the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. Let's take the royal-grade celestial weapon as an example. Among the three major celestial sects of the wasteland, only the Tai celestial sect was lucky enough to obtain one. The Martial Dragon celestial sect and the Thousand Spider celestial sect, on the other hand, don't have any royal-grade celestial weapons. The Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect, on the other hand, has three royal-grade celestial weapons. I heard they lost one of their royal-grade celestial weapons a few years ago, but someone managed to retrieve it. Long Fei Yun finished speaking in one breath. Ling Tian's eyes widened immediately. Naturally, he knew the king-grade celestial weapon that the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect had lost was the world-cleansing horsetail whisk. As for the person who found the world-cleansing horsetail whisk, she was none other than Murong Bing, a disciple of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect whom he had once slept with. 13th Prince. Do you know who found the royal-grade celestial weapon that the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect lost? Ling Tian asked after taking a deep breath. I heard it's Murong Bing, one of the best among the younger generation in the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. Although she's a woman, her innate talent is so high that many men can only dream of catching up to her. Moreover, I heard she's the most likely candidate to become the next sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect, Long Fei Yun said. What a pity. A great beauty like her is destined to live the rest of her life under a Buddhist lamp. Rumor has it that Murong Bing is widely acknowledged as the most beautiful woman in the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. Long Fei Yun sighed. Live the rest of her life under a Buddhist lamp? Ling Tian frowned. Why do you say that? Brother Duan, the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect is a purely female sect. They only accept female disciples, not male disciples. According to the sect's rules, The sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect is forbidden from having any relations with men. As for the other female disciples of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect, they don't have such restrictions. Don't you think it's a pity for a great beauty like her to become the next sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect? Long Fei Yun asked Duan Lingtian. Humph. I don't care if she doesn't become the sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. Duan Lingtian scoffed as his eyes flashed. You can't say that. Although she's destined to live the rest of her life under a Buddhist lamp, she'll still be able to live a glorious life. After all, the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect is not an ordinary sect. It's even more powerful than the three major celestial sects of the wasteland. Long Fei Yun thought Duan Lingtian did not like the rules of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. He did not know Duan Lingtian had such a big reaction because he was certain the most beautiful woman in the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect was his woman. How could Duan Lingtian allow his woman to live the rest of her life under a Buddhist lamp? One day, I'll go to the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect and take you away. I don't care if I don't become the sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed brightly as a beautiful figure appeared in his mind. It was none other than Murong Bing, the disciple of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect whom he had met once in the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom. At this moment, Duan Lingtian did not even think about it. Even if he wanted to take Murong Bing away, would she be willing to follow him? Since Duan Lingtian's mood was slightly depressed, the atmosphere between him and Long Fei Yun was tense as well. Brother Duan, what's wrong? At this moment, even Long Fei Yun felt something was amiss with Duan Lingtian. He was puzzled. He did not know about the relationship between Duan Lingtian and Murong Bing. If he had known about it, he would not have been puzzled. It did not take long for Duan Lingtian and Long Fei Yun to return to Long Fei Yun's residence in the Imperial Palace and the courtyard that Long Fei Yun had arranged for them. Around the same time Duan Lingtian returned. In the fourth prince's residence in the Imperial Palace. Your Highness, the fourth prince. It seems like the 13th prince and the young man with the surname Duan went to see Lord Pei. Chapter 2742. Lord Pei. In the pavilion in the backyard of the fourth prince's temporary imperial residence, the two men who were sitting in front of a stone table instinctively looked at each other after listening to the old man's report. Their eyes widened in unison. Are you sure they're looking for Lord Pei? Long Xiang Yun, the fourth prince, asked in a deep voice after he regained his senses. Your Highness, you should know that Lord Pei is a celestial duke. I didn't dare to follow them too close to Lord Pei's mansion. The old man smiled bitterly. A celestial duke would be able to detect his presence as long as he was close enough. Once he was discovered, unless the celestial duke was merciful enough to forgive him, he would be crippled even if he did not die. All right, you can leave now. Long Xiang Yun waved his hand and the old man left. If Duan Lingtian were here, he would definitely recognize the old man. The old man who had left was none other than the old man who had accompanied Long Xiang Yun and Zhou Shudong, the fourth miss of the Zhou clan, to look for him at the Fleeting Time Inn. Similar to the old man who accompanied Long Qing Yun, the seventh prince, this old man was a heaven-rank great overarching golden celestial who was given to Long Xiang Yun by the emperor of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. Fourth brother. It seems like our 13th brother is really restless. Not only is he close to a disciple from a sect outside the wasteland, but he even brought that person to look for Lord Pei. What's he trying to do? The old man who was sitting next to Long Xiang Yun was none other than Long Qing Yun, the seventh prince. Long Qing Yun's eyes flashed with killing intent when he reached the end of his sentence. 13th brother probably doesn't dare to bring that person to look for Lord Pei. If he really brought that person to look for him, it means Lord Pei wants to see that person. Long Xiang Yun speculated. His expression was unsightly as well. If it weren't for Lord Pei, he would have died a long time ago. He wouldn't be able to act so arrogantly in front of us now. Long Qing Yun said in a deep voice. Let's not talk about what happened back then. Father is unhappy about that matter as well. He clearly told us that if we kill 13th brother again, we won't be able to become the emperor, Long Xiang Yun said. Long Shang Yun said. In the end, Imperial Father still thinks that 13th brother might be his own son. Fortunately, he can't be 100% sure that 13th brother is his son. Otherwise, I'm afraid we wouldn't have any business here. He had to admit that he was inferior to his 13th brother in all aspects. Based on Long Xiangyun's words, the person who almost killed the 13th prince was sent by him and Long Qingyun. When the emperor of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom found out about it, he scolded the two of them. After that, the emperor of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom paid a visit to the white-clad young man who had saved Long Fei Yun. After confirming that the white-clad young man was a celestial duke and would not interfere with the inheritance of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom, the emperor of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom was relieved. Long Xiangyun and Long Qingyun had heard about this from their father, the emperor of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. 13th brother, and that person might not have gone to meet Lord Pei. Moreover, so what if they went to meet Lord Pei? Lord Pei has already made it clear to Imperial Father that he won't interfere with the inheritance of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. A celestial duke like him won't go back on his words, Long Xiangyun said. Long Xiangyun said. Even if he goes back on his words, he still has to consider the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect. So what if he's a celestial duke? Do you think he's a match for the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect and the other two celestial sects? The rule that celestial dukes are not allowed to interfere with the inheritance of the celestial kingdoms in the wasteland was set by the three major celestial sects, including the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect. If he breaks the rule, the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect, the Tai Yi Celestial Sect, and the Thousand Spider Celestial Sect won't let him go. Long Qingyun snorted coldly. In my opinion, he only made such a statement in front of Imperial Father because he's afraid of the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect, the Tai Yi Celestial Sect, and the Thousand Spider Celestial Sect. That must be the case. The Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom isn't enough to deter a celestial duke like him. Long Xiangyun chimed in. I heard the fourth miss of the Zhou clan went to the Thousand Spider Celestial Sect to look for the third miss of the Zhou clan? Long Qingyun suddenly asked as he looked at Long Xiangyun. Yes. Long Xiangyun was not surprised that Long Qingyun knew about this matter. After all, his cousin had always acted rashly. It was only natural that everyone knew about her visit to the Thousand Spider Celestial Sect. It shouldn't be difficult for the third miss of the Zhou clan to investigate the young man with the surname Duan. Long Qingyun narrowed his eyes and smiled faintly. We'll find out soon enough, Long Xiangyun said indifferently. Long Xiangyun said in an indifferent tone. Although he spoke as if he didn't care, his expectant gaze betrayed the urgency in his heart. Time continued to pass by. In just a blink of an eye, half a year had passed. As one of the three major celestial sects of the wasteland, the Thousand Spider Celestial Sect controlled one of the three primitive celestial crystal veins in the wasteland. Although the three primitive celestial crystal veins in the wasteland were small, they could not be compared to a supreme-grade celestial stone vein. No matter how big a supreme-grade celestial stone vein was, it could not be compared to the three primitive celestial crystal veins. The Thousand Spider Celestial Sect's estate was located near one of the primitive celestial crystal veins. For this reason, the heaven and earth spirit energy in the Thousand Spider Celestial Sect's estate was extremely dense. This was especially true in the area near the primitive celestial crystal veins where the high-ranking officials and core disciples of the Thousand Spider Celestial Sect cultivated. At this moment, in a spacious courtyard located halfway up a mountain where one of the core disciples cultivated, a beautiful figure stood next to the rockery in the courtyard. She was holding a communication celestial talisman in her hand. As soon as the communication celestial talisman disappeared, she received the message. It's him. After the communication celestial talisman disappeared, the woman standing next to the rockery had a strange expression on her face. Third sister, is there any news? At this moment, another beautiful figure walked over to the woman standing next to the rockery, and asked with an expectant expression on her face. If Duan Lingtian was here, he would be able to recognize this woman with just a glance. She was none other than Zhou Shudong, the fourth miss of Zhou clan, who had wanted to forcefully bring him back to the Zhou clan to be her boy toy. The woman standing next to the rockery was, naturally, the third miss of Zhou clan. She was the direct disciple of the former sect leader of the Thousand Spider Celestial Sect and the junior sister of the current sect leader of the Thousand Spider Celestial Sect. Zhou Shuqiu. Although they were sisters, Zhou Shuqiu was far more beautiful than Zhou Shudong in terms of figure and appearance. Most importantly, Zhou Shuqiu's temperament was far superior to Zhou Shudong's. In front of Zhou Shuqiu, Zhou Shudong was like a little maid. In the future, don't think about seeking revenge from him and offending him, Zhou Shuqiu said as she looked at Zhou Shuqiu. Zhou Shuqiu looked at Zhou Shudong, who had an expectant expression on her face, and said in a deep voice, "Otherwise, don't blame me for not avenging you even if he kills you." Third sister. Is his background really that powerful? As soon as Zhou Shuqiu finished speaking, Zhou Shudong's complexion turned deathly pale. However, she was still somewhat unwilling to give up and asked, "I don't want to repeat my words," Zhou Shuqiu said. After a while, Zhou Shuqiu seemed to realize that her words were a little too harsh. She looked at Zhou Shudong, whose face was ashen, and said, "The conflict between you and him in the past was all because of you. He's already being merciful by not killing you. Don't make an enemy out of him in the future." "I understand, third sister," Zhou Shudong quickly replied. Zhou Shudong hurriedly responded, but she also made up her mind. She no longer wanted to retaliate against the purple-clad young man she hated to the bone. "Go back to your room. I'll send you back to your clan in 2 days," Zhou Shuqiu said. Zhou Shudong complied and went back to her room obediently. She obeyed her third sister Zhou Shuqiu's every word. What a coincidence! He's actually in the capital of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. After Zhou Shudong left, Zhou Shuqiu shook her head again. Then, her eyes glinted as she said curiously, "I'd like to see what kind of man he is. He took advantage of Bing and made Bing ask me to take care of him. However, Bing-er's man isn't simple. Even a celestial duke from the compassionate celestial traveler sect managed to find him, but he still managed to escape. I wonder where he obtained the Shadow Void escaping talisman inscribed by a celestial king. If Bing-er finds out there's a woman by his side, I wonder if she'll be jealous." Zhou Shuqiu muttered to herself. As Zhou Shuqiu muttered to herself, a hint of a smile appeared in her beautiful eyes. Based on Zhou Shuqiu's words, it was obvious she knew Murong Bing, the disciple of the compassionate celestial traveler sect. Moreover, she seemed to have a close relationship with Murong Bing. Based on Zhou Shuqiu's words, it was clear she had learned a lot about Duan Lingtian. At the very least, she had learned about what had happened to Duan Lingtian during the martial competition of the 16 counties held in King Qin's mansion under the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom through the Thousand Spider Celestial Sex Intelligence Network. Fortunately, he didn't kill Dong-er. Otherwise, even if Bing-er asked me to protect him, I wouldn't have let him go so easily. Thinking of this, Zhou Shuqiu's eyes revealed a hint of relief, but there was also a hint of coldness mixed in. Zhou Shudong, who had returned to her room, was unaware of this. In fact, the purple-clad young man whom she hated to the core did not come from a powerful sect outside of the wasteland. Her third sister had told her not to provoke the purple-clad young man because the purple-clad young man was a purple-clad young man. That purple-clothed young man was her third sister's best friend, who was like a real sister to her. She asked her to take care of and protect the man. Sometimes the world was small. Chapter 2743. I'm so close to breaking through and becoming a Violet Sun Golden Celestial. Once I become a Violet Sun Golden Celestial, I'll only need one great overarching pill to break through and become a great overarching Golden Celestial in a short time. After becoming a great overarching Golden Celestial, I'll only need to consume a large amount of great overarching pills to increase my cultivation base. Of course, the effects of the great overarching pills become less and less effective as time goes by. For example, a heaven-rank great overarching Golden Celestial won't have much of an effect after consuming a great overarching pill. In the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom's Imperial Palace, Duan Lingtian, who was sitting cross-legged on the bed, suddenly opened his eyes. A bright light flashed in his eyes like a shooting star streaking across the night sky. After half a year, Duan Lingtian was finally close to becoming a Violet Sun Golden Celestial with Huan-er's help. He was confident that he would be able to break through and become a Violet Sun Golden Celestial in just a short while. "Brother Lingtian, you're awake?" A pleasant voice rang in Duan Lingtian's ears as soon as he opened his eyes. It was none other than Huan who had been cultivating with her back facing him. She had also woken up from her cultivation when Duan Lingtian woke up. She immediately turned around to face Duan Lingtian. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded and turned around to face Huan. Although Duan Lingtian had seen Huan beautiful face countless times, he still could not help but feel a ripple in his heart when he saw her again. Huan was simply too beautiful. She was so beautiful that words could not describe her beauty. Perhaps he would not be able to find another woman as beautiful as her in this world. Huan, how long was I in closed-door cultivation this time? After taking a deep breath, Duan Lingtian asked, "What's the matter?" "Brother Lingtian, you've been in closed-door cultivation for half a year." Huan replied with a smile. "Only half a year?" Duan Lingtian was slightly surprised. He smiled faintly as he thought to himself, "It seems like I have a chance to become a Violet Sun Golden Celestial before the Imperial family of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom selects the young powerhouses below the age of 100 to participate in the Wasteland Grand Contest. Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal." As he spoke, Duan Lingtian's eyes couldn't help but light up like two bright stars in the night sky. Once he became a great overarching Golden Celestial, not only would his strength improve, but his primitive celestial fire would also be upgraded to a mediocre celestial fire. That was what he had been waiting for a long time. "Big Brother Lingtian, you promised to take me out to eat, drink, and have fun. Are you going back on your word?" In just a blink of an eye, Huan expression changed to a pitiful one. Duan Lingtian's heart ached when he saw this. He hastily explained, "Lingtian, of course, I won't go back on my word. Big Brother Lingtian, why don't you take me out to eat and have fun?" "All right." As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, the pitiful expression on Huan face disappeared and was replaced with excitement. She looked like a child who had not grown up yet. "You little girl." Duan Lingtian smiled helplessly when he saw the change in Huan expression. He did not seem to have taught Huan these things. Naturally, he was not surprised that Huan knew these things. In the past, when he was shopping with Huan there were many women who would look pitiful and tearful, forcing their male companions to submit to their demands. Huan had completely mastered this tactic. "Huan do you have the concealment pendant I gave you 6 months ago?" Duan Lingtian asked. "Big Brother Lingtian, I have it with me." Huan placed her hand on her belt and took out a jade pendant that was originally hidden there. It was the concealment pendant that Duan Lingtian had obtained from the white-clad young man with the surname Pei. It could conceal the aura of Huan flesh and blood if she was younger than 100 years old. Duan Lingtian extended his divine consciousness and shrouded Huan body. Although he could sense Huan flesh and blood, he could not tell she was younger than 100 years old. "This concealment pendant is pretty good. I can still sense Huan flesh and blood, but I can't tell she's younger than 100 years old." Duan Lingtian sighed. After putting on the veil and hat, Duan Lingtian brought Huan out of the courtyard of the 13th prince's residence. After bidding farewell to Long Fei Yun, the 13th prince, they prepared to leave the imperial palace as well. "Brother Duan, are you and Miss Huan going out?" Long Fei Yun smiled and said, "It's been a while since I left the palace. Why don't I tag along? With Xueqi around, you'll be safer." Although Long Fei Yun knew the woman by Duan Lingtian's side was not weak, he was still worried that something would happen to Duan Lingtian and Huan in the capital of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. For this reason, he tactfully suggested bringing Xueqi along to protect them. Naturally, if Duan Lingtian refused, he would still send Xueqi to protect them in the dark even though he would no longer accompany them. "Huan what do you think?" Duan Lingtian looked at Huan and asked for her opinion. "Does the 13th prince want to tag along? Brother Lingtian, does he want to tag along with us? At that time, he'll be able to pay for the celestial stones we need to buy and eat?" Huan asked as she looked at Duan Lingtian like a money grubber. Duan Lingtian was speechless when he heard Huan words. When did this last become so housekeeping? "Don't worry, Miss Huan I'll tag along. I'll pay for everything." Duan Ling Tian was rendered speechless by Long Fei Yun's question. Long Fei Yun laughed and said, "You're right. In that case, I'll reluctantly allow you to tag along with us." Huan Er said. The corner of Long Fei Yun's mouth twitched. He was, after all, the 13th prince of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. Why was he acting like a lackey now? Moreover, it seemed like he was only allowed to be a lackey because of Huan Er's kindness. However, when he thought about Huan Er's strength, he did not feel dissatisfied at all. Although Duan Ling Tian didn't tell him about this woman's origin, based on his guess, this woman's background was absolutely not simple. What a joke! How could a profound rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial, who was not even 100 years old, be simple? Just like that, the original group of 2 people eating, drinking, and having fun had 2 more people. Duan Ling Tian spent the next month accompanying Huan Er as they toured the capital of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. Long Fei Yun and Qiu Ling, the 13th prince of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom, stayed by their side to ensure their safety. During this month, Duan Ling Tian was in a good mood when he saw how happy Huan Er was. During this time, apart from accompanying Huan Er, Duan Ling Tian had also asked Huan Er a lot of questions. He asked her about her current cultivation base. In the end, he confirmed she was a profound rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Although Huan Er has 99 heavenly veins like me, she can't raise her celestial origin energy through them. It seems like my 99 heavenly veins are able to raise my celestial origin energy by 2 levels because of the tempering in the celestial ascension pool. When Duan Ling Tian thought about this, he could not help but recall Xueqi, a middle-aged man who claimed to be Ker's 3rd uncle from her past life, in the Yan Huang realm. Due to Xueqi's reminder, Duan Ling Tian did not leave the celestial ascension pool immediately after he ascended to the spirit overarching heaven. Instead, he stayed in the celestial ascension pool for a while to temper his 99 heavenly veins. As a result, his 99 heavenly veins were able to raise his celestial origin energy by 2 levels. Naturally, the 2 levels referred to the increase of one celestial ascension pool. If Duan Ling Tian was a violet sun golden celestial, a peak great overarching golden celestial, a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial, or a 10-direction celestial duke, however, the 99 heavenly veins in his body were not enough to allow his celestial origin energy to advance to the next stage. Take a violet sun golden celestial for example. If Duan Ling Tian was a violet sun golden celestial, his celestial origin energy would not be as strong as a great overarching golden celestial, let alone a yellow rank great overarching golden celestial. After all, the gap between a golden celestial and a great overarching golden celestial was too wide. Even so, Duan Ling Tian's celestial origin energy was still far superior to that of a great overarching golden celestial. For example, right now, although Duan Ling Tian was only an indigo sun golden celestial, his celestial origin energy was much stronger than the celestial origin energy of other violet sun golden celestials after it was boosted by his 99 heavenly veins. On this day, Duan Ling Tian accompanied Huan Er as they strolled through the streets of the capital of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. Long Fei Yun walked next to Duan Ling Tian and Duan Ling Tian. Qiu Ling followed closely behind them. Duan Ling Tian. At this moment, a pleasant female voice rang from behind Duan Ling Tian. She called out Duan Ling Tian's full name. Duan Ling Tian was not surprised that someone had called out his full name. After all, Huan Er had been calling him Brother Ling Tian and Long Fei Yun had been calling him Brother Duan. Therefore, it was not difficult to guess his name if one paid attention to them. Duan Ling Tian turned around and looked at the person who had called out to him. "Third Miss Show." Chapter 2744. Duan Ling Tian's eyes lit up immediately when he saw the person who had called out to him. Apart from Huan Er and Murong Bing, she was the most beautiful woman he had seen in the spirit overarching heaven since he had arrived in the Devata realm. The woman wore a light green robe. She had dark eyebrows, almond-shaped eyes, and a high nose. Coupled with her cherry lips and her nearly perfect facial features, she was like a finely crafted work of art. With just a glance, one would have a pleasing feeling. Duan Ling Tian was certain this was his first time meeting this woman. However, he was familiar with the woman standing next to her. She was none other than Zhou Shudong, the fourth miss of the Zhou clan. Duan Lingtian was surprised. There was no hatred in Zhou Shudong's eyes when she looked at him. Instead, there was a hint of fear and panic in her eyes. It was as though she regarded him as a ferocious beast. Third miss. At the same time, Long Fei Yun's voice rang in Duan Lingtian's ears. He knew the woman standing next to Zhou Shudong was none other than Zhou Shudong's sister, the third miss of the Zhou clan, Zhou Shuqiu. Half a year ago, Long Fei Yun had heard about this woman from the 13th prince. Apart from being the third miss of the Zhou clan, she was also the last disciple of the former sect leader of the Thousand Spider Celestial sect. Third miss, I didn't expect to see you here. I remember you. Ever since you joined the Thousand Spider Celestial sect, you've been elusive. It's hard for others to even meet you. I didn't expect to see you here. I'm really lucky. Although Long Fei Yun knew Zhou Shuqiu was here for Duan Lingtian, he quickly smiled and took the initiative to greet Zhou Shuqiu. You must be joking, 13th prince. I'm usually with master and rarely return to the capital. Zhou Shuqiu smiled. After she finished speaking, she glanced at Zhou Shudong and said indifferently, Dong, have you forgotten what I told you? Upon hearing Zhou Shuqiu's words, Zhou Shudong's body trembled slightly. She quickly stepped forward and bowed slightly as she looked at Duan Lingtian. I'm sorry. It's my fault. HM? Although this was not the first time Zhou Shudong had apologized to him, Duan Lingtian could clearly sense that Zhou Shudong did not seem reluctant at all. It was as though she was willing to apologize to him. This greatly surprised him. One ought to know that when the fourth prince Long Xiangyun had asked Zhou Shudong to apologize to him, she had only apologized perfunctorily. Moreover, her eyes were filled with unwillingness. Before Duan Lingtian could reply, Zhou Shuqiu looked at Duan Lingtian and asked, Duan Lingtian, may I have a word with you? Before Duan Lingtian could reply, Long Fei Yun's expression changed drastically. He looked at Zhou Shuqiu and said in a deep voice, Third miss, is there anything you can't say here? If you think there are too many people, I can ask Qiu Ling to clear the area. As soon as Long Fei Yun finished speaking, he turned to look at Qiu Ling and nodded. In the next moment, whoosh, 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 whoosh. Waves of boundless power swept out from Qiu Ling's body, turning into gusts of wild wind that swept in all directions. The surrounding people were all pushed far away, but they were not hurt. This was a testament to Qiu Ling's ability to control his energy. For a time, the bustling area was deserted. What's going on? What's going on? Among the group of people who had been pushed far away, apart from a small number of people, most of them had no idea what was going on and were all dumbfounded. However, although they did not know what happened, they could clearly feel that the power just now was invincible. For this reason, they still felt a lingering fear. Isn't that His Highness the 13th Prince? When the crowd regained their senses, they quickly recognized Long Fei Yun, the 13th Prince of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. That's the fourth miss of the Zhou clan. Soon after, someone recognized Zhou Shudong. That purple-clad young man and the woman wearing a veil next to him. I've seen them before. They're the ones who killed the Zhou clan's elder and injured the fourth miss of the Zhou clan 6 months ago. It's them. Is the fourth miss of the Zhou clan seeking revenge? It doesn't seem like it. I saw the fourth miss of the Zhou clan apologizing to the purple-clad young man under the instruction of the woman next to her. As the crowd discussed among themselves, many of them turned to look at Zhou Shuqiu, who was standing next to Zhou Shudong. Isn't she the third miss of the Zhou clan? Soon after, a sharp-eyed old man exclaimed, although her temperament has changed a lot, her appearance hasn't changed much. She's indeed the third miss of the Zhou clan. What? The third miss of the Zhou clan. The third miss of the Zhou clan. The most beautiful woman in the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. A commotion broke out in the crowd when the sharp-eyed old man spoke. After all, the third miss of the Zhou clan was too famous. She was the most beautiful woman in the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. She was the most talented person in the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom in the past 1,000 years. She was the last disciple of the former sect leader of the Thousand Spider Celestial sect. She was the junior sister of the current sect leader of the Thousand Spider Celestial Sect. This was the halo above the head of the Zhou clan's third young miss, Boundless Glory. While everyone's attention was on Zhou Xueqi, she glanced at Long Fei Yun indifferently and said, 13th Prince, I have something to say to Duan Lingtian in private. It's inconvenient even for my sister to listen. Zhou Xueqi's words were clear. Even her sister, Zhou Shudong, would have to listen to her when she spoke to Duan Lingtian in private. What if I don't allow Brother Duan to come with you? Long Fei Yun asked in a deep voice as his expression turned cold. Although Zhou Xueqi was from the Thousand Spider Celestial Sect, she was still in the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. As the Prince of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom, he was protected by the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect. Even the Thousand Spider Celestial Sect would not dare to touch him without a valid reason. Moreover, although Zhou Xueqi was not weak, she had Ling, a heaven-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial by her side. Swoosh! As soon as Long Fei Yun finished speaking, Ling, who was standing behind Long Fei Yun, suddenly appeared in front of Duan Lingtian. He shielded Duan Lingtian behind him as he stared at Zhou Xueqi fiercely. Not long ago, I heard that the 13th Prince recruited a heaven-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Zhou Xueqi narrowed her eyes when she saw Ling standing between her and Duan Lingtian. In the next moment, whoosh! A surge of powerful celestial origin energy surged out of Zhou Xueqi's body, causing her green robe to flutter even though there was no wind. Even the dust on the ground was swept away by her celestial origin energy. She's a heaven-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial as well. Ling's expression changed drastically when he sensed Zhou Xueqi's celestial origin energy. Just as Ling's expression changed drastically, Zhou Xueqi's figure flashed, and she seemed to have disappeared into thin air. In Duan Lingtian's eyes, Zhou Xueqi had disappeared into thin air. Bang! As soon as Duan Lingtian saw Ling's figure swaying, a muffled sound rang in his ears again. Then, he saw Zhou Xueqi standing before him. Unknowingly, Zhou Xueqi had appeared in front of Ling. She was wearing a glove that looked like it was made of spider silk. With a flip of her hand, waves of aura pressed down on Ling's body like Mount Tai. Ling, on the other hand, had taken out his celestial weapon and was struggling to withstand Zhou Xueqi's palm strike. He knelt down on one knee, and wherever his knee touched, the ground cracked like a spider web, and the cracks continued to spread out in all directions. Get lost. Before everyone, including Duan Lingtian, could react, Zhou Xueqi said in a low voice, let's go. As soon as Zhou Xueqi finished speaking, the waves of energy that were crashing down on Ling changed direction. Boom! The Gang Qi changed direction and hit Ling, sending him flying into the distance and crashing into the ground. Ling's qi and blood were in turmoil, and he was in a sorry state. At this moment, the people present on the scene finally regained their senses. Did the third miss of the Zhou clan say that the person next to the 13th prince is a heaven-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial? I think so. Heavens! The third miss of the Zhou clan easily suppressed a heaven-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Does this mean she's stronger than a heaven-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial? I'm sure the third miss of the Zhou clan is stronger than a heaven-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial. However, her cultivation base might not be higher than her opponent's. Indeed. Even if the third miss of the Zhou clan is a heaven-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial, it's easy for her to defeat an unorthodox heaven-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial. After all, her master is the former sect leader of the Thousand Spider Celestial Sect. Her celestial methods and divine abilities must be Earth-grade. Duan Lingtian heard the discussions from afar. It gave him a new understanding of the three major celestial sects of the wasteland. The three major celestial sects of the wasteland already have Earth-grade celestial methods and divine abilities? Duan Lingtian's expression turned solemn when he heard this. He realized his current situation was not as good as before. His advantage in terms of celestial methods and divine abilities was getting smaller and smaller. Among the celestial methods and divine abilities he had mastered, only the assist-type divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, was a heaven-grade divine ability. Chapter 2745. Why you've broken through and become a heaven stage overarching heavenly supreme celestial? Long Fei Yun exclaimed in shock when he saw Zhou Xueqi. Although he knew Zhou Xueqi had a high innate talent and was already an overarching heavenly supreme celestial, he did not expect her to have broken through and become a heaven stage overarching heavenly supreme celestial. This was what Qiu Ling had told him through voice transmission. Long Fei Yun was not surprised that Qiu Ling, who was also a heaven stage overarching heavenly supreme celestial, was easily defeated by Zhou Xueqi. After all, Zhou Xueqi was the last disciple of the former sect leader of the Thousand Spider Celestial sect. Her cultivation methods, celestial methods, and divine abilities were at least earth grade. On the other hand, although Qiu Ling was a heaven stage overarching heavenly supreme celestial, his cultivation method was only earth grade. His celestial methods and divine abilities were only profound grade celestial methods and divine abilities. Moreover, Zhou Xueqi's innate talent far surpassed Qiu Ling's. This meant she had more heavenly veins than Qiu Ling. This meant she could circulate her celestial origin energy faster. Therefore, it was only natural Qiu Ling was no match for Zhou Xueqi. I just had a breakthrough recently. Hearing Long Fei Yun's exclamation, Zhou Xueqi glanced at him indifferently and said unhurriedly. Then, she ignored Long Fei Yun. She shifted her gaze to Duan Lingtian again. A hint of surprise could be seen in her eyes. She originally thought that even if Duan Lingtian didn't lose his head out of fear after she made a move earlier, it would definitely be impossible for him to be as calm as before. It did not cross her mind that Duan Lingtian still had a calm expression on his face even until now. Isn't he afraid at all? Zhou Xueqi thought to herself. After a few moments, Zhou Xueqi seemed to have thought of something. A beautiful smile appeared on her face as she said, "You're right. A man who can make Bing care about him must be extraordinary. Lead the way." Duan Lingtian said as he looked at Zhou Xueqi calmly. "Brother Duan." Long Fei Yun's expression changed greatly. He felt that Zhou Xueqi wouldn't find Duan Lingtian for anything good, so he didn't want Duan Lingtian to go with Zhou Xueqi. Brother Lingtian. Her perfect face, hidden by the veil and hat, paled slightly. She reached out and grabbed Duan Lingtian's arm tightly, as if she would never let go. "Don't worry. Big Brother Lingtian will be back soon. He'll be fine." Duan Lingtian said with a smile as he gently patted Huan Er's hand. "Big Brother Lingtian, I'm useless and stupid. If I could master all the celestial methods and divine abilities in my inherited memories, she wouldn't be a match for me. However, even if I'm weaker than her now, I'm not afraid of her." A hint of determination flashed in the depths of her eyes when she spoke to Duan Lingtian through voice transmission. As a thousand phantoms ice fox that only appeared once in a million years in the Phantom Fox clan, she had no lack of secret techniques that would allow her to die together with the woman in front of her in order to protect her brother Lingtian. However, Duan Lingtian was unaware of this. This was because Duan Lingtian had reminded her not to reveal the fact that she possessed a legacy memory. She had to communicate with him through voice transmission instead of saying it out loud. Naturally, she remembered Duan Lingtian's words. Huan she really has something to discuss with Big Brother Lingtian. If she wants to harm Big Brother Lingtian, she can do it here. There's no need for her to go somewhere else. Duan Lingtian patted Huan Er's hand again to make sure she had calmed down. Then, he gently removed her hand from his arm. It was as though he was caressing a flower, afraid a petal would fall from it. Zhou Xueqi frowned when she saw Duan Lingtian's actions. In her heart, to a certain extent, she had already determined that this man was her best friend's man. She was slightly displeased when she saw Duan Lingtian treating another woman so gently. "I don't have much time to waste here." Zhou Xueqi's expression darkened as she said coldly. At this moment, a hint of disgust could be seen in Zhou Xueqi's eyes as she looked at Duan Lingtian. She thought to herself, "I really don't understand why Bing would fall for such a playboy. Even if he's not at fault, there's no need for Bing to care about him. She should have just left him to his own devices. To think that Bing asked me to protect him when he was targeted by the compassionate celestial traveler sect. I really feel bad for her." Zhou Xueqi thought to herself. "I'm coming." Duan Lingtian nodded indifferently when he heard Zhou Xueqi's words. Then, he comforted her and told her to wait for him. He promised that he would be back soon. Following that, Duan Lingtian nodded at Long Fei Yun before he walked toward Zhou Shuqiu. Zhou Shuqiu led Duan Lingtian through several streets before they finally arrived at an empty alley. After making sure there was no one around, Zhou Shuqiu came to a halt. "Aren't you worried that I'll harm you if you follow me?" Zhou Shuqiu asked with a cold expression on her face as she looked at Duan Lingtian, who had stopped moving. "If you want to harm me, is there a need for you to bring me here?" Duan Lingtian responded with a question. That's true. Although Zhou Shuqiu agreed with Duan Lingtian's words, she still admired Duan Lingtian's courage. At the very least, from the beginning until she injured the heaven-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial, his expression did not change at all. Just this kind of courage and guts was enough to make her admire him. I didn't expect this playboy to have such courage. At this moment, Zhou Shuqiu's disgust for Duan Lingtian lessened a little. She felt that this fickle man did have some redeeming qualities. If Duan Lingtian knew what Zhou Shuqiu was thinking, he would have laughed bitterly. How did he become a playboy? If he was really a playboy, he would have at least 8 or 10 women, if not a few dozens. Duan Lingtian is from the 9 Spectres County, one of the 16 counties under King Qin's mansion of the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom. Zhou Shuqiu looked at Duan Lingtian and said slowly. Duan Lingtian, on the other hand, listened with a calm expression. Although he appeared calm on the surface, his heart was in turmoil. The Thousand Spider Celestial Sect is indeed one of the 3 major celestial sects of the wasteland. What a powerful intelligence network. In just half a year's time, Zhou Shuqiu has already figured out everything about me. However, as Zhou Shuqiu continued to speak, Duan Lingtian realized there were many things she did not know about him. For example, she did not know he had ascended to the spirit overarching heaven less than 10 years ago. She also did not know about Huan Er's origin. Nevertheless, he was still shocked that Zhou Shuqiu was able to find out so much about him through the Thousand Spider Celestial Sects Intelligence Network. Since you found out about me, why did you ask your sister to apologize to me? You could have killed me to avenge her. With your strength, you can even defeat the heaven-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial by the 13th prince's side. It's easy for you to kill me, Duan Lingtian asked as he looked at Zhou Shuqiu. He could not figure it out. Since Zhou Shuqiu had found out about him, why did she not want to kill him? Naturally, I have my reasons for not killing you. You'll find out in the future. Zhou Shuqiu did not intend to tell Duan Lingtian about her relationship with Murong Bing, a disciple of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. She paused for a moment before she asked, "Why did the powerhouse from the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect want to kill you? Is it true that you're from a sect that's hostile to the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect?" It seems like Zhou Shuqiu didn't kill me because she's worried I'm a disciple from a powerful sect outside the wasteland. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. At this moment, all the doubts in his heart disappeared. What do you think? Duan Lingtian responded with a question. I don't think so. Zhou Shuqiu looked at Duan Lingtian meaningfully before she said, "Through the Thousand Spider Celestial Sects Intelligence Network, I found out the reason the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect sent a powerhouse to kill you is related to Murong Bing." Murong Bing. Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat when he heard Zhou Shuqiu mention Murong Bing. His eyes were filled with shock as he looked at Zhou Shuqiu. He did not expect the Thousand Spider Celestial Sect would be able to find out about this. Can you tell me, what happened between you and Murong Bing? Why would the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect send a Celestial Duke to kill you for her? Zhou Shuqiu asked. I can't tell you that. Duan Lingtian said indifferently. I heard that Murong Bing originally had hopes of becoming the next sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. However, since she lost her virginity, she's not destined to be the next sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. Zhou Shuqiu paused for a moment when she spoke. Duan Lingtian's eyes brightened when he heard her words. Initially, he thought the sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect had to sever all ties with men. It did not cross his mind that the sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect would not allow a non-virgin disciple to become the next sect leader. If that was the case, it would be a good thing for him. At the very least, Murong Bing would not be able to become the sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. He did not want Murong Bing to sever her 7 emotions and 6 desires after becoming the sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. After all, she was his woman after all. However, I heard that the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect arranged a marriage for her. I heard the other party is a good-for-nothing young master from a great clan that's slightly stronger than the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. It's a pity. Zhou Xueqi said. Zhou Xueqi sighed when she reached the end of her sentence. A marriage. Chapter 2746. When he had realized that he and Murong Bing had slept together, he had already decided that Murong Bing was his woman, and she could only be his woman. However, Zhou Xueqi was telling him now. The Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect had arranged a marriage for Murong Bing? In just a blink of an eye, Duan Ling Tian's face turned gloomy. It was so gloomy that it seemed as though water would drip from it. Are you telling the truth? Duan Ling Tian asked in a deep voice as he stared at Zhou Xueqi coldly. What do you mean by that? Zhou Xueqi asked even though she knew the answer. She pretended not to understand Duan Ling Tian's words. Is it true that the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect arranged a marriage for Murong Bing? Duan Ling Tian asked again. Is there a need for me to lie to you? Zhou Xueqi glanced at Duan Ling Tian indifferently before a strange expression appeared on her face. Why do I feel like you're particularly agitated when I mentioned the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect arranged a marriage for Murong Bing? Don't tell me you're the man who raped Murong Bing? I don't think it's you. You're so weak. There's no way Murong Bing would fall for you. Zhou Xueqi shook her head when she finished speaking. Humph. Upon hearing Zhou Xueqi's words, Duan Ling Tian scoffed before he turned around and left, ignoring Zhou Xueqi. At the same time, a raging fire burned in his heart. The Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. If you dare to arrange a marriage between my woman and another man, I'll annihilate your entire sect. At the same time, Duan Ling Tian swore in his heart. At this moment, he desperately wanted to be strong enough to snatch Murong Bing away from the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. Duan Ling Tian was not worried that Zhou Xueqi would kill him when he left. He didn't care whether Zhou Xueqi thought he had a powerful backer or not. He knew that even if Zhou Xueqi wanted to kill him, there would be someone who would stop her. That person was the white-robed young man with the surname Pei who had made a deal with him half a year ago. Currently, the white-clad young man's royal-grade celestial weapon, the mystical Yang-9 water chestnut ring, was still in his possession. Moreover, the white-clad young man wanted him to retrieve the other royal-grade celestial weapon, the mystical E9 water chestnut ring, from the little world left behind by the celestial king. At the very least, before he obtained the mystical E9 water chestnut ring for the other party would not let others kill him so easily. He had realized this half a year ago. At that time, he knew he had a life-saving talisman in the capital of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. Moreover, the talisman was so strong that even the imperial family of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom would not be able to destroy it. Not to mention a mere Zhou Xueqi. He does have some temper. Zhou Xueqi did not stop Duan Ling Tian from leaving. Instead, she looked at Duan Ling Tian's back as a smile appeared on her face. It seems like he still cares about Bing. He has a sense of responsibility, but it's a pity he's such a playboy. If Bing finds out he's flirting with another woman, I wonder what she'll think. Zhou Xueqi shook her head as she muttered to herself. A hint of displeasure could be seen in her eyes as she looked at Duan Ling Tian's back. Huan. Duan Ling Tian did not wait for Huan to speak before he said, I want to go back and cultivate. Do you want to continue shopping with the 13th prince and the others? Or do you want to come back with me? At this moment, Duan Ling Tian was completely focused on his cultivation. Although Duan Ling Tian wanted Huan to return with him since she was the one who provided him with the best cultivation environment in the divine crystals, Duan Ling Tian did not want her to leave with him. Although the cultivation environment in the 13th prince's palace was not bad, it was still lacking compared to the cultivation environment created by Huan divine crystal. Brother Ling Tian, I'll go back with you. Although Huan did not know why Duan Ling Tian was in such a hurry to go back to cultivate, she still wanted to go back with Duan Ling Tian. After all, She only felt happy when she was with Duan Ling Tian. If she was alone with someone else, she would not feel happy even if she had food, drinks, and fun. Duan Ling Tian left in a hurry with Huan Er. Long Fei Yun, the 13th prince, hurriedly brought Qiu Ling with him as well. His heart was filled with confusion as he thought to himself, what did Zhou Shuqiu do to brother Ling Tian? Why is brother Ling Tian in such a hurry to go back to cultivate? However, on the way back, Duan Ling Tian suddenly had an idea. He turned around and went to look for the white-clad young man with the surname Pei. As for Huan Er and the other two, Duan Ling Tian asked them to go back first. Brother Pei. Upon seeing the white-clad young man, Duan Ling Tian did not beat around the bush and said solemnly, I would like to ask you for a favor. What favor? The white-clad young man sat in front of a stone table in the courtyard and sipped on a cup of tea. He glanced at Duan Ling Tian who was standing nearby and asked, I would like you to ask the compassionate celestial traveler sect to cancel the marriage between their disciple, Murong Bing, and someone from another force. Even if you have to use force. Duan Ling Tian said in a deep voice as his eyes flashed. Although he did not know when the compassionate celestial traveler sect would allow Murong Bing to marry someone from another force, he knew it was unrealistic to rely on himself to stop the marriage. For this reason, he thought of the white-clad young man. Although he did not know the white-clad young man's cultivation base, since the white-clad young man had a royal-grade celestial weapon while the compassionate celestial traveler sect only had 3 king-grade celestial weapons, it would not be difficult for the white-clad young man to stop the marriage. The white-clad young man placed his teacup on the table and looked at Duan Ling Tian meaningfully. What's your relationship with Murong Bing, the disciple of the compassionate celestial traveler sect? Why do you want to stop the compassionate celestial traveler sect from marrying her to another force? She's my woman, Duan Ling Tian said bluntly. If I don't help you, will you not help me obtain the mystical E9 water chestnut ring? The white-clad young man asked as he looked at Duan Ling Tian meaningfully. Of course not. Duan Ling Tian hurriedly shook his head. Those are 2 separate matters. Since I've already agreed to that matter, and Big Brother Pei has given me the concealment pendant, I naturally won't go back on my word. This time, I'm looking for Big Brother Pei for a completely different reason. Duan Ling Tian replied. If I help you, what will you give me in return? The white-robed young man had the posture of a businessman as he looked at Duan Ling Tian meaningfully and asked. I'm willing to promise you, Big Brother Pei. As long as you help me no matter what happens in the future, as long as you say the word, I, Duan Ling Tian, will definitely do anything within my power. Duan Ling Tian replied. Based on your words, are you trying to gain something without risking anything? The white-robed young man smiled nonchalantly. If you, Duan Ling Tian, can solve it, why can't I solve it myself? Upon hearing the white-clad young man's words, Duan Ling Tian fell silent despite his reluctance. Indeed. How could someone as strong as the white-clad young man in front of him possibly have a problem that he could not solve? Could it be that he was telling the white-clad young man that he had 9 heavenly veins? With 99 heavenly veins, his future would be limitless? Wouldn't that be the same as gaining something without risking anything? After all, who could be certain that he, Duan Ling Tian, would not die prematurely in the future? For this reason, even he himself felt that the promise he made was not convincing at all. Forget it. Duan Ling Tian fell silent. Just when he thought there was no hope left, the white-clad young man said, I can try to help you, but I'm not sure if I'll succeed. After all, I still don't know which force the compassionate celestial traveler sect is going to marry. Duan Ling Tian would be grateful if you're willing to help, Brother Pei. Duan Ling Tian hurriedly said, Besides that, the promise I made is still valid. After he finished speaking, Duan Ling Tian bade farewell to the white-clad young man and left. What an interesting fellow. The white-clad young man chuckled. After Duan Ling Tian left, the white-clad young man smiled faintly and narrowed his eyes. Moreover, he's a sentimental person. A hint of sadness could be seen in the depths of the white-clad young man's eyes when he said the word sentimental. He used to be a sentimental person as well. Unfortunately, he did not have much fate with her. In the end, he could only retrieve the royal-grade celestial weapon that he had given her to comfort her soul in heaven. Although the white-clad young man had agreed to help, it did not affect Duan Lingtian's cultivation. After he returned to the 13th prince's residence in the imperial palace, he immersed himself in his cultivation. It was as though he would not come out of closed-door cultivation until he became a violet sun golden celestial. Time continued to pass by. The day of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom's imperial family selection of participants for the grand contest of the wasteland was getting closer and closer. As the day of the imperial family selection of participants for the grand contest of the wasteland drew closer, the number of people in the capital of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom increased. Most of the people who showed up were from the various mansions of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. Some of them had come from other places to join in the fun. Perhaps, they could not personally witness the selection of participants for the grand contest of the wasteland, but they would be able to find out the results of the selection as soon as possible. The more people there were, the more chaotic it became. Naturally, Duan Lingtian, who was immersed in his cultivation, was unaware of all this. While Duan Lingtian was cultivating in closed-door cultivation, there were many things that happened in the capital of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. When Long Xiangyun, the fourth prince, learned from Zhou Shudong, the fourth miss of the Zhou clan, that Duan Lingtian had a powerful background, he no longer dared to take any chances. Even his cousin, who was the last disciple of the former sect leader of the Thousand Spider Celestial sect, did not dare to provoke Duan Lingtian. How could he possibly provoke Duan Lingtian? Was he tired of living? Long Xiangyun was unaware the reason Zhou Shuqiu had shown mercy to Duan Lingtian and told Zhou Shudong not to provoke him was not because Duan Lingtian had a powerful background. It was all because of her best friend. Chapter 2747. Although the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom had a quota of 50 people to participate in the Wasteland Grand Contest, there were many princes in the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. However, there were many mansions under the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. Moreover, the imperial family of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom had recruited many young powerhouses who were younger than 100 years old. Therefore, there was only one quota for each mansions. It was unknown if the Emperor of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom had intentionally assigned the task of recruiting young powerhouses below the age of 100 to the princes of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. Apart from that, Duan Lingtian had also promised that the strongest powerhouse under the age of 100 would be given a Duke-grade celestial weapon by the Crown Prince. Even in a high-rank celestial kingdom like the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom, there were only a handful of Duke-grade celestial weapons. For this reason, the princes of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom had spared no effort to recruit young powerhouses who were younger than 100 years old. Some of them had even promised various benefits to recruit young powerhouses. I heard that the Violet Sun Golden Celestial, who's not even 100 years old, was poached by the 7th prince. He's now a subordinate of the 7th prince. He'll be representing the 7th prince in the selection for the Wasteland Grand Contest. As the date of the Wasteland Grand Contest drew near, many rumors began to spread in the capital of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. Really? The Violet Sun Golden Immortal under the age of 100 that Grand Prestige Mansion was looking for was taken away by the 7th prince? It said that the Grand Prestige Mansion spent a lot of effort to nurture that young powerhouse. However, he's now a subordinate of the 7th prince? At this moment, someone who was in the know said, "You don't know this." Instead of saying that the 7th prince has recruited the Violet Sun Golden Celestial from the Grand Prestige Mansion, it's more accurate to say that the Grand Prestige Mansion has sent the Violet Sun Golden Celestial to the 7th prince. What do you mean? Many people were puzzled. Think about it. If the Violet Sun Golden Celestial represents the Grand Prestige Mansion in the Wasteland Grand Contest, what will the Grand Prestige Mansion obtain? And if I were to represent the 7th prince in battle and obtain first place in the selection, what would I be able to obtain for the 7th prince? Although the reward given by the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom is generous, it can't compare to the reward given by the prince. The former reward is an overarching heaven pill that can help one become an overarching heavenly supreme celestial. On the other hand, he'll be able to obtain a Duke-grade celestial weapon. The Duke-grade celestial weapon is secondary. If the 7th prince's subordinates can help him obtain the title of the first prince, it'll be much easier for him to compete for the throne. The crowd could understand why the Grand Prestige Mansion gave the Violet Sun Golden Celestial, who was not even 100 years old, to the 7th prince. If the Grand Prestige Mansion could help the 7th Prince become the next Emperor of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom, the 7th Prince would definitely reward the Grand Prestige Mansion handsomely in the future. At that time, the Grand Prestige Mansion would be able to obtain more than just an overarching heaven pill. Meanwhile, the 4th Prince of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom, Long Xiangyun, who had just received the news, was so angry that he smashed the cup in his hand. Grand Prestige Mansion. 7th brother. Good job. You guys are really good. Long Xiangyun was so angry that his chest heaved up and down like a bellows. It took a long time for him to calm down. Previously, he had tried to poach the Violet Sun Golden Celestial Weapon from the Grand Prestige Mansion. However, the Violet Sun Golden Celestial Weapon from the Grand Prestige Mansion had rejected him and said he would not leave the mansion. However, in just a blink of an eye, the Violet Sun Golden Celestial Weapon from the Grand Prestige Mansion had joined his 7th brother's faction. This made Long Xiangyun extremely frustrated. Meanwhile, in the 13th Prince's residence, the 4th Prince's residence received the news as well. 7th brother is really cunning. Even the Violet Sun Golden Celestial Weapon from the Grand Prestige Mansion is his subordinate. It seems like he's determined to obtain the Duke-grade Celestial Weapon. The 13th Prince, Long Fei-yun, sat in front of the stone table in the pavilion. He gently tapped the stone table with his hand and muttered to himself. Qiu Ling, who was standing behind Long Fei-yun, said indifferently when he heard Long Fei-yun's words, "However, I'm afraid the 7th Prince would never expect you to have a trump card that can suppress the Violet Sun Golden Celestial Weapon. I wonder if the Emperor will bestow the Duke-grade Celestial Weapon upon you when you win the selection, the 13th Prince? After all, up until now, none of the princes have a Duke-grade Celestial Weapon. If you obtain the Duke-grade Celestial Weapon, you'll be the first prince in the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom to obtain a Duke-grade Celestial Weapon." Long Fei-yun nodded. If it was a private agreement, Imperial Father might have changed his mind. However, this time, the people from the various imperial residences are present. Furthermore, the various great clans in the capital will be entering the palace to observe the selection. No matter how unwilling Imperial Father is, he cannot swallow his pride and go back on his word. Long Fei-yun's eyes glinted confidently. Based on his words, it was as though he had already obtained the Duke-grade Celestial Weapon. At some point, Long Fei-yun's gaze shifted in the direction of his residence. Brother Duan is a bona fide great overarching golden celestial. He became a great overarching golden celestial a year ago. Now that he has consumed a large number of great overarching pills, his strength must have improved. Previously, Duan Lingtian had asked him for a large number of great overarching pills. Even the mansions of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom had a large number of great overarching pills, let alone the imperial family. Although Long Fei-yun was not favored by the Emperor of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom, he could easily obtain a large number of great overarching pills from the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom storehouse. Even if Duan Lingtian wanted to break through and become a heaven-rank great overarching golden celestial, Long Fei-yun would be able to provide Duan Lingtian with enough great overarching pills. At the same time, in the direction of Long Fei-yun's gaze, in a room in the courtyard of a guest house, the liquid heaven and earth spirit chi filled the entire room, as if it could burst open at any time. A man and a woman were sitting on a bed with their backs facing each other. The liquid heaven and earth spirit energy was constantly flowing out from the pendant around the woman's neck. To be more precise, it was flowing out from the crystal on the pendant. The man and woman were none other than Duan Lingtian and Huan Er. Currently, there was only a month left until the selection held by the imperial family of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. 2 months ago, Duan Lingtian had successfully broken through to the Violet Sun Golden Celestial stage. After he had broken through, he immediately left his room and asked Long Fei-yun for a large number of great overarching pills so that he could break through and become a great overarching golden celestial. In fact, he only needed one great overarching pill to break through and become a great overarching golden celestial. Moreover, at his current cultivation base, no matter how many great overarching pills he consumed, the effect would still be the same as consuming one great overarching pill. This was because it would take a certain amount of time to absorb the effect of the great overarching pill. However, he still took a lot of great overarching pills since he did not want to reveal his true cultivation base. I wonder what kind of soul attack the defective metal piece can withstand. If I reveal my true cultivation base, I'm afraid even Tom, Dick, and Harry would dare to attack me. The reason Duanling Tian did not want to reveal his true cultivation base was because he had considered this point. The defective metal piece was none other than the metal piece that Duanling Tian had brought from the mundane realm. However, Duanling Tian was unaware that the gray flame he controlled was the Chaos Divine Flame. He was unaware that the defective metal piece was called the Profound Divine Metal by the Chaos Divine Flame, and was one of the 5 divine elements. The great overarching pill is indeed worthy of being called the pass for a violet sun golden celestial to become a great overarching golden celestial. I only need 1 pill, and I feel like I haven't spent much time cultivating, but I'm already very close to becoming a great overarching golden celestial. I feel like I'll be able to break through and become a great overarching golden celestial in half a month at most. Duanling Tian was in a good mood when he sensed that he was close to becoming a great overarching golden celestial. In the 7th Prince's temporary imperial residence, 2 young men sat opposite each other in front of a stone table in a pavilion at the side of the spacious front yard. One of them was Long Qingyun, the 7th Prince of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. As for the other person, he wore a black robe and had a cold expression on his face. It was as if the sky had a coffin face. Ji Guang, we'll be counting on you in the selection in a month's time. Long Qingyun smiled at the cold-faced young man. The cold-faced young man was none other than the violet sun golden celestial who was less than 100 years old that Long Qingyun, the 7th Prince of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom, had poached from the Grand Prestige Mansion. The truth was the same as what most people said. Feng Wu Ji Guang, a violet sun golden celestial who was not even 100 years old, was sent to Long Qingyun by the Grand Prestige Mansion. As long as there's no great overarching golden celestial who's less than 100 years old, you'll definitely be the first prince in the selection in a month's time. When Feng Wu Ji Guang spoke, his face was still cold, and his coffin face didn't change. A great overarching golden celestial who's less than 100 years old? Long Qingyun smiled faintly when he heard Feng Wu Ji Guang's words. There's no such person in the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. If there was a great overarching golden celestial who was less than 100 years old in the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom, it was impossible for Long Qingyun, the 7th Prince of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom, to not know about it. In just a blink of an eye, half a month had passed. A great overarching golden celestial. I've finally broken through. 2 figures walked out of a room in the courtyard of the 13th Prince's imperial residence. Chapter 2748. The 2 people who came out of the room were none other than Duanling Tian and Huan Er. The imperial family of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom will select the young powerhouses to participate in the grand contest of the wasteland in 10 days. It's a good thing that I've become a great overarching golden celestial now. Duanling Tian had a bright smile on his face. With his strength, even if he had not become a great overarching golden celestial, no one would be a match for him in the selection of the imperial family of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. Even the Violet Sun Golden Celestial, who was not even 100 years old in the Grand Prestige Mansion, would not be a match for him if he was not a great overarching golden celestial. Apart from the great overarching pill, Huan Er's divine crystal and the earth grade cultivation method, the heavenly vast firmament technique, that the 13th Prince gave me. Ever since Duanling Tian mastered the earth grade cultivation method, the heavenly vast firmament technique, he could feel the difference between the earth grade cultivation method and the yellow grade cultivation method. It was like an insurmountable chasm. The difference was like heaven and earth. The difference was like heaven and earth. Huan Er, with your innate talent, the help of the divine crystal, and the medicinal efficacy of the pill in your body, you still haven't broken through? Duanling Tian asked as he looked at Huan Er. Huan Er's innate talent was not inferior to his. Moreover, with the help of the divine crystal and the medicinal efficacy of the pill her mother had given her, her cultivation speed should not be slow. However, Huan Er was an overarching heavenly supreme celestial after all. She was not a great overarching golden celestial. Brother Ling Tian, I had a breakthrough earlier than you. I had a breakthrough 3 months ago, Huan Er said with a smile. Huan Er smiled. Duanling Tian fell into a daze when he saw her smile. Her beautiful face was like 100 flowers blooming at the same time. You had a breakthrough 3 months ago? Does this mean you're an Earth-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial now? Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up when he regained his senses. Yes. Huan nodded. That's true. You're already a profound rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial when you haven't cultivated for many years. Now that a year has passed, it's not surprising that you've made a breakthrough again. Duan Lingtian calmed down when he thought about Huan Er's age. He felt this was only natural. Brother Lingtian, there's only 10 days left until the selection of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. Are you going to continue cultivating in the next 10 days? Huan blinked her beautiful eyes as she asked Duan Lingtian in a soft voice. Why? Huan do you want to take a walk? Duan Lingtian's of the overarching of courses of Heavenly Supreme Overarching Huan. Overarching Heavenly Supreme Huans. Overarchings. Ling Huan Er's eyes lit up immediately when she heard Duan Lingtian's words. Duan Lingtian did not inform Long Fei Yun, the 13th prince, about their departure since he knew Long Fei Yun would definitely follow them out. Although Duan Lingtian did not inform Long Fei Yun, Xueqi, the heaven-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial who was by Long Fei Yun's side, noticed them as they were leaving. Xueqi did not hesitate to inform Long Fei Yun about it. Since Brother Duan didn't look for me, it means he doesn't want me to go with him. Xueqi, follow them and protect them. Don't let anything happen to them. Long Fei Yun looked at Xueqi solemnly. Whether it was for the sake of being the first prince in the selection or for the sake of his future after Duan Lingtian joined the Martial Dragon Celestial sect, Long Fei Yun would not allow anything to happen to Duan Lingtian. He wanted Duan Lingtian to enter the Martial Dragon Celestial sect and participate in the Wasteland Grand Contest. Yes. Xueqi nodded and left to follow Duan Lingtian and Huan Brother Lingtian, Xueqi is following us, Huan said. As soon as Xueqi caught up to them, Huan immediately informed Duan Lingtian about it. Huan it seems like your senses have improved since you've become an Earth-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial. You were able to detect Xueqi's presence so quickly. Duan Lingtian smiled. Although Duan Lingtian could not detect Xueqi's presence, he could guess that Xueqi was following them. After all, Xueqi was a heaven-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial, and he would be able to sense their presence. If Xueqi knew they had left, he would definitely inform the 13th prince. At that time, the 13th prince would definitely send Xueqi to protect them. Duan Lingtian had already guessed this would happen. Therefore, he was not surprised when Huan said Xueqi was following them. Brother Lingtian, should we ask him to leave? Huan asked. Although she did not know much about the relationship between a man and a woman, she wanted to be alone with Duan Lingtian. She did not want a third person to ruin this opportunity for her. There's no need for that. Duan Lingtian was unaware of Huan thoughts. He shook his head and said, if he wants to follow us, let him follow us. We'll just pretend we didn't notice him. All right. Huan nodded. As Duan Lingtian walked on the streets of the capital of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom, he overheard many gossips. Among them, there was the rumor that the 7th prince of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom had poached the Violet Sun Golden Celestial from the Grand Prestige Mansion and recruited him. Isn't the Violet Sun Golden Celestial from the Grand Prestige Mansion a close relative of the Grand Prestige Mansion? Moreover, it seems like he was nurtured by the Grand Prestige Mansion. He has deep feelings for the Grand Prestige Mansion. Moreover, it said that he's a grateful person. Why would he betray the Grand Prestige Mansion? It was precisely because Duan Lingtian had heard about this before that he was slightly surprised when he heard the rumors that rang in his ears. However, as the rumors continued to spread, he finally found out what the truth was. As it turns out, the Grand Prestige Mansion intentionally handed that person over to the 7th prince. As long as he represents the 7th prince in the selection in 10 days, he'll be able to obtain a Duke-grade celestial weapon for the 7th prince. Moreover, if the 7th prince wins the selection, it'll greatly benefit his chances of becoming the 7th prince. Duan Lingtian's doubts were dispelled when he heard this. If that was the case, everything made sense. Since my cultivation base has already broken through to the great overarching golden celestial stage, I think the remaining celestial fire hidden in the defective metal piece should have left by now, right? Duan Ling Tian suddenly thought of the celestial fire in his body while he was shopping with Huan Er. Naturally, he was referring to the gray flame in his body, the chaos divine fire, that he had mistaken for a celestial fire. As expected, the celestial fire has left the defective metal piece. Duan Ling Tian looked into his body and discovered that the gray flame had indeed left the defective metal piece. Just as he had expected, the gray flame would leave the defective metal piece after he had broken through to the great overarching golden celestial stage. Now, I can control all the celestial fires in my body. The celestial fire should be a mediocre celestial fire now, right? Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. With this thought in mind, Duan Ling Tian raised his hand, and a gray flame flickered on his fingertip. Although it only flashed for a moment, Duan Ling Tian was certain it was a mediocre celestial fire. His celestial fire was most likely a mediocre celestial fire. If he wanted to be 100% sure it was a mediocre celestial fire, he would have to refine mediocre celestial pills to verify it. Only a celestial fire that could refine mediocre celestial pills could be considered a mediocre celestial fire. However, now was not a good time to refine pills. For this reason, Duan Ling Tian quickly regained his senses and continued to accompany Huan Er. Although he was eager to refine pills, he suppressed his urge to do so. After all, he was not in a hurry. Moreover, it was rare for Huan Er to be in such a good mood. He did not want to interrupt her. Time continued to pass, and it did not take long for Duan Ling Tian to finish shopping with Huan Er. After finishing their dinner in a restaurant, they walked out of the restaurant and prepared to return to the 13th prince's temporary residence in the imperial palace. The moment Duan Ling Tian stepped out of the restaurant's entrance, he felt goosebumps all over his body without any warning. In the next moment, he discovered that the gray flame in his body had actually become restless without him controlling it, as if it had sensed something. When Duan Ling Tian instinctively tried to control the gray flame in his body, the chaos divine flame, which he regarded as a mediocre-grade celestial fire, the chaos divine flame sent him a message, prompting him to look at the other end of the street. There was an old man in a black robe standing there. The old man's body was thin, and his face was emaciated. However, his eyes were filled with vigor. The black robe he wore was not an ordinary robe, because there were balls of flames embroidered on the black robe. Those flames formed the word Qian on the black robe. It was none other than the Celestial Master's robe that was given to mediocre celestial alchemists and celestial weapons craftsmen by the Alliance of Celestial Masters in the Devata realms. This was enough to show that the old man was either a mediocre celestial alchemist or a mediocre celestial craftsman. Profound Divine Metal. It's also a second form primal chaos divine flame. You want me to devour it and make it a part of me? At that time, I'll enter the third form, and I'll be able to help you devour second form profound divine metals. Duan Ling Tian's body suddenly emitted such a voice, scaring Duan Ling Tian out of his wits. He could vaguely identify the source of the voice. It was none other than the gray flame in his body that he thought was a mediocre celestial fire. Chapter 2749. In fact, if I enter the third form, I might even be able to help you devour and assimilate a third form profound divine metal. Duan Ling Tian's voice resonated again from the gray flame. His voice was filled with temptation. However, Duan Ling Tian knew the voice was not here. He knew the voice was not trying to seduce him. After all, he did not understand what the voice was saying at all. This was the first time he had heard of the profound divine metal and the primal chaos divine flame. I'll help you. While Duan Ling Tian was still in a daze, he noticed another voice resonating in his body. Moreover, this voice did not come from the wisp of gray flame in his body. Instead, it came from the defective metal piece at the side of his soul. What are they? Duan Ling Tian's heart skipped a beat when he discovered the gray flame and the defective metal piece were talking to each other. Never in his wildest dreams would he have thought that. He did not expect the gray flame and the defective metal piece in his body could speak. Brother Ling Tian, be careful. At this moment, Huan Er's anxious voice rang in Duan Ling Tian's ears. When Duan Ling Tian regained his senses, he discovered Huan Er had appeared in front of him and shielded him. Whoosh! At this moment, Duan Ling Tian saw the old man in the sky. The old man in the celestial master's robe with the word Qian was charging toward Duan Ling Tian at an extremely fast speed. His eyes were filled with killing intent as though he wanted to kill Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian was certain he had never seen this old man before this. However, the old man looked as though he had killed Duan Ling Tian's father and wife. An overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Duan Ling Tian could tell the old man was not a weak overarching heavenly supreme celestial. You want to kill Brother Ling Tian? I'll send you on your way first. A murderous glint flashed across Huan Er's beautiful eyes as she faced the black-robed old man. As soon as she finished speaking, a chilling aura surged out of her body. It was so cold that it seemed to freeze the air around her. Whoosh! Cold air filled the air as waves of icy aura spread out, causing the group of people on the street in front of the restaurant to feel as if winter had arrived. In the next moment, under everyone's watchful eyes, the black-robed old man was enveloped by Huan Er's cold energy. At first, the black-robed old man was barely able to resist. But after a while... No! Accompanied by an unwilling scream, the black-robed old man's entire body was invaded by the cold qi, and he was frozen into an ice sculpture, completely devoid of life. Bang! A loud bang rang out as the sound of something shattering began to spread throughout the void. Huan Er raised her hand and shot out a palm strike at the frozen old man, shattering him into millions of ice shards that fell to the ground. The sound of ice shards hitting the ground could be heard clearly. As soon as Huan Er shattered the frozen black-robed old man, swoosh! In the sky, a gray streak of light tore through the sky like a bolt of lightning as it shot towards Duan Ling Tian at an extremely exaggerated speed. Brother Ling Tian. As soon as she regained her senses, the streak of gray light shot into Duan Ling Tian's body like a gangrene. The gray streak of light was so fast that even Huan Er only saw a flash of gray light. Whoosh! A gust of wind blew past. Qiu Ling, who had been following Duan Ling Tian and Huan Er, appeared at this moment. He looked at Duan Ling Tian worriedly as the gray streak of light entered Duan Ling Tian's body. The gray streak of light was so fast that even Qiu Ling could not see it clearly. Not to mention he was far away earlier. Even if he followed closely behind Duan Ling Tian, he would not be able to block the gray light for Duan Ling Tian. Useless thing. Fortunately, I attained the second form 1,000 years ago. The chaos divine flame in this brat's body has only attained the second form less than 100 years ago. Otherwise, I would have died because of you. As soon as the gray streak of light entered Duan Ling Tian's body, a voice rang from inside Duan Ling Tian's body. Moreover, this voice came from the gray streak of light, unlike the voices from the gray streak of light and the incomplete metal piece. Brother Ling Tian, are you all right? Huan Er asked worriedly as she looked at Duan Ling Tian. After all, she had seen the gray streak of light enter Duan Ling Tian's body with her own eyes. Qiu Ling looked at Duan Ling Tian solemnly, worried that Duan Ling Tian would suddenly collapse. If something happened to Duan Ling Tian, it would be difficult for him to explain himself to the 13th prince. I'm fine. I'm fine. Upon hearing Huan Er's words, Duan Ling Tian regained his senses. He shook his head, not feeling any discomfort at all. However, his attention was quickly attracted by the voice that rang from inside his body. If it was only me who had attained the second form less than 100 years ago, even if you lost your host body, you would indeed not be a match for you who had attained the second form for more than 1,000 years. However, do you think that I, the host, am the only chaos divine flame that has attained the second form less than 100 years ago? The voice came from the gray streak of light in Duan Ling Tian's body. It's a celestial fire as well? At the same time, Duan Ling Tian discovered that the gray streak of light in his body was also a gray streak of light. The gray light that had entered his body was actually a wisp of gray flame, and the aura it exuded was very similar to the original wisp of gray flame in his body, except that the aura was deeper and more powerful. Humph! Stop trying to be mysterious. The gray streak of light that had just entered Duan Ling Tian's body scoffed coldly as it spoke to the gray streak of light in Duan Ling Tian's body. You'll find out soon enough whether I'm trying to be mysterious or not. The gray streak of light in Duan Ling Tian's body, the chaos divine flame, that had attained the second form less than 100 years ago, said to the gray streak of light that had attained the second form more than 1,000 years ago. I'll devour and assimilate you now. I'll destroy your consciousness. As soon as the chaos divine flame that had attained the second form more than 1,000 years ago finished speaking, it charged toward the gray streak of light in Duan Lingtian's body at an extremely fast speed. It was as though it had transformed into a gigantic beast as it charged toward the gray streak of light. Profound divine metal. Help me! At this moment, the wisp of gray flame in Duan Lingtian's body cried out in a timely manner. Profound divine metal. The chaos divine flame that had attained the second form for more than 1,000 years slowed down when it heard the cry of the gray streak of light that had attained the second form less than 100 years ago. Swoosh! At this moment, under Duan Lingtian's inner vision, the defective metal piece that was hidden in his soul suddenly transformed into a ray of golden light that shot toward the chaos divine flame that had been in its second form for more than 1,000 years. Whoosh! At the same time, he discovered the gray streak of light that was originally hidden in his body suddenly surged toward the gray streak of light that had just entered his body. Damn it! How can there be a second form profound divine metal here? The primal chaos divine flame, which had been in its second form for over 1,000 years, was slowly becoming more confident. However, when it spoke again, there was a hint of fear in its voice. Among the 5 divine elements, the chaos divine flame was the bane of the profound divine metal due to the fact that fire countered metal. Under normal circumstances, it would be easy for the chaos divine flame that had attained the second form for more than 1,000 years to defeat the profound divine metal that had attained the second form less than 100 years ago. However, there was a problem. Currently, there was another chaos divine flame that had attained the second form eyeing the chaos divine flame covetously. Even if the chaos divine flame had attained the second form for more than 10,000 years, it was still no match for the chaos divine flame. Unless it was a third form chaos divine flame. Profound divine metal, if you help me devour and assimilate it, I'll definitely help you attain the third form in the future. The wisp of chaos divine flame, which had been in its second form for more than 1,000 years, hurriedly sent an invitation to the profound divine metal. It wanted the profound divine metal to help it destroy the wisp of chaos divine flame that had been in its second form for less than 100 years. However, the profound divine metal did not reply to the chaos divine flame. No. The chaos divine flame that had attained the second form for more than 1,000 years was powerless against the profound divine metal and the chaos divine flame. It did not last long before it was devoured and assimilated by the profound divine metal. This caused the gray flame in Duan Lingtian's body to grow even stronger. Duan Lingtian's expression changed drastically when a wave of heat spread throughout his body due to the sudden increase in the gray flame. It was as though there was a wave of scorching energy pulling his body with all its might and was about to burst his body. Circulate your cultivation technique. The profound divine metal's voice rang in Duan Lingtian's ears. After a moment of shock, Duan Lingtian hurriedly activated the Earth-grade cultivation method, the heavenly vast firmament technique, that the 13th prince had given to him. He circulated his celestial origin energy through his 99 heavenly veins. Whoosh! At the same time, Duan Lingtian, who had been observing his body, saw that the chaos divine metal had shattered. The mysterious light around the broken piece of metal shone brightly, and a golden current flowed out of it. It merged with his celestial core power and circulated along his 99 heavenly veins. Relax your body. I'll help you temper your body until it's comparable to an overarching heavenly supreme celestial so you can withstand the third form of the chaos divine flame. Fortunately, you have 99 heavenly veins and 99 saint veins that have been tempered in the celestial ascension pool. Otherwise, you wouldn't be able to withstand my tempering. Chapter 2750. Huan protect me with Ling, don't let anyone disturb me. Upon hearing the profound divine metal's solemn voice, Duan Lingtian immediately sent a voice transmission to Huan and Ling to protect him. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's anxious voice, both Huan and Ling did not dare to be negligent. With just a wave of her hand, a gust of cold wind blew at Duan Lingtian. In just a blink of an eye, 4 walls made of ice appeared around Duan Lingtian, shielding him from the outside world. Although the ice wall was extremely cold, under Huan control, it did not allow any of it to get close to Duan Lingtian. Therefore, Duan Lingtian was able to focus on what he was doing inside the ice wall without being affected by the cold. Why You killed the old prince of Golden Light Mansion. At this moment, the middle-aged servant who was standing next to the black-robed old man finally regained his senses. He looked at Huan in disbelief as he spoke in a trembling voice. The old prince of Golden Light Mansion? As the middle-aged servant spoke, the surrounding passers-by who were originally deathly silent also came back to their senses one after another, revealing shocked expressions on their faces. That black-clad old man is the old prince of Golden Light Mansion? I heard the old prince of Golden Light Mansion is not only a yellow-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial, but he's also an outstanding mediocre celestial alchemist and celestial weapon craftsman. I've also heard about the old prince of Golden Light Mansion. It's said that his mediocre celestial fire is very unique. It's both tough and soft. It can be used to refine pills and forge weapons. It's a rare celestial fire. The old prince of Golden Light Mansion has quite a temper. If he finds out his father was killed on the street, I'm afraid he won't let this matter rest. This white-clad woman must have an extraordinary background. After all, she's very strong. Since she could kill the old prince of Golden Light Mansion so easily, it means she's much stronger than the old prince of Golden Light Mansion. When the passers-by found out that the black-clothed old man who had just been killed was actually the old prince of Golden Light Mansion, they could not help but discuss spiritedly. Most of them felt that given the temper of the old prince of Golden Light Mansion, today's matter would not be settled peacefully. The old prince of Golden Light Mansion? After learning the identity of the black-robed old man, Xueqi couldn't help but frown. As far as he knew, the Golden Light Mansion seemed to be very close to the fourth prince, one of the 13th prince's sworn enemies. Anyone who wants to kill Brother Ling Tian deserves to die. Upon hearing the middle-aged servant's words, Huan glanced at him coldly through the veil that covered half of her eyes. Now, you better pray that my brother Ling Tian is fine. If anything happens to my brother Ling Tian, I'll annihilate the entire Golden Light Mansion. Annihilate the entire Golden Light Mansion. As soon as the words left her mouth, the surroundings fell silent again. Huan's cold voice entered the ears of the people in the surroundings, causing them to feel as though they had fallen into an ice cellar. This young miss. Xueqi smiled bitterly when he heard Huan's words. However, he knew this young miss was someone who would do what she said. He was able to discern how much she cared about Duan Ling Tian. It was a care that completely surpassed everything else, including her own life. No matter who it is, if I can have such a confidant in my life, I'll have no regrets even if I die. Xueqi sighed inwardly. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian was unaware of the situation outside. Currently, his face was distorted, and the flesh and bones all over his body were trembling non-stop. He only felt as if his entire body was being bitten by millions of ants. That kind of extreme pain, to the point where he wished he was dead, caused him to be on the verge of collapse several times. Fortunately, he gritted his teeth and endured it step by step. During this process, Duan Ling Tian could clearly feel the changes in his bones and flesh. The changes were similar to the changes he had experienced when he had just become a great overarching golden celestial. However, there were more changes. He could feel his flesh and bones had become much stronger. It was not something an ordinary great overarching golden celestial could compare to. Time continued to pass by. The profound divine metal continued to temper Duan Ling Tian's body as though it was tireless. Duan Ling Tian, who had just become a great overarching golden celestial, had a body as strong as an overarching heavenly supreme celestial. A great overarching golden celestial was much stronger than a golden celestial due to the qualitative change in his celestial origin energy and the strength of his body. This was also the reason why an overarching heavenly supreme celestial was much stronger than a great overarching golden celestial. Father! Accompanied by a mournful and vigorous cry of grief, a curly-bearded man wearing a crimson coat rushed over in a hurry. The curly-bearded man was tall and burly like an iron tower. His brows and eyes were as sharp as a tiger's. Coupled with the majestic aura he exuded, he looked majestic and awe-inspiring. However, at this moment, this majestic curly-bearded man's eyes were burning with fury as he looked at the shattered corpses that were mixed with ice shards all over the ground. His curly-bearded face also began to twitch violently. He was extremely furious. Who did this? The curly-bearded man was none other than the master of the Golden Light Mansion, the Golden Light King, Golden Tiger. As soon as he spoke, Golden Tiger had already arrived in front of the middle-aged servant who was standing next to the old prince of the Golden Light Mansion. He grabbed the servant's collar and lifted him up. The entire process was as smooth as flowing water. It was as easy as an eagle catching a chick. "Your Highness, it's her. It's her." The middle-aged servant was so frightened that his face turned pale. He pointed at Huan who was standing in front of the ice wall and spoke in a trembling voice. "Why did you kill my father?" Jean Hu asked coldly as he tossed the middle-aged servant to the side. His expression was dark as he looked at Huan. His strength was not much stronger than his father's. Since Huan could kill his father, it was only natural that she could kill him as well. For this reason, he did not make a move immediately. He knew he was no match for Huan. However, Huan ignored the Golden Tiger's question. This caused the Golden Tiger's expression to darken even more. Golden Light King. At this moment, Xueqi looked at Golden Tiger and said indifferently, "Everyone here can testify that your father was the one who made the first move. We were only trying to protect ourselves. Miss Huan killed your father. Your father only has himself to blame." "Who are you?" In fact, before the Golden Tiger had come here, he had already learned the whole story through the celestial message talisman that the middle-aged servant had sent him. However, how could he, the Golden Light King, the master of Golden Light Mansion, let his father be killed so easily? "My name is Xueqi, and I'm on the 13th Prince's side." Xueqi continued to speak indifferently. "The 13th Prince." Xueqing's words caused an uproar in the surroundings. "So they're on the 13th Prince's side." Many people exclaimed in surprise. It seems like the old Prince of Golden Light Mansion has kicked an iron plate this time. He failed to kill the 13th Prince's men and was killed instead. He only has himself to blame. I'm afraid the Golden Light King will have to swallow this bitter pill. I wonder why the old Prince of Golden Light Mansion would kill the 13th Prince's men. Is there a grudge between them? Even if there's a grudge between them, the 13th Prince's men shouldn't have acted so rashly, right? The onlookers discussed among themselves, puzzled by the black-clad old man's actions. They did not know why he had acted so rashly. The 13th Prince? As expected, Golden Tiger's expression darkened when he heard Xueqing's words. His eyes flashed as he took out a communication celestial talisman. No one knew who he was sending a message to. The Golden Light King is still looking for someone at this time? Who can he look for? He's on the 13th Prince's side after all. In the capital of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom, apart from the Emperor and the senior members of the Imperial family, the only people who would dare to go against the 13th Prince are the 4th Prince, the 7th Prince, and the 4th Miss of the Zhou clan. I wonder who he's looking for. I heard the Golden Light King is close to the 4th Prince. In my opinion, he's trying to get the 4th Prince to come here. He's trying to get the 4th Prince to come here? It seems like there's going to be a good show today. It was not difficult to guess the Golden Light King was trying to contact the 4th Prince of the Imperial family of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. The 4th Prince? Xueqi raised an eyebrow. However, he was not flustered at all. He did not even try to contact the 13th Prince. Why aren't they using communication celestial talismans? Aren't they going to contact the 13th Prince? Many people were puzzled when they realized Xueqi and Huan had no intention of using communication celestial talismans. Did they think the three of them were strong enough to go against the 4th Prince? Your Highness, the 4th Prince. Soon after, Long Xiangyun, the 4th Prince of the Imperial family of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom, arrived. He only brought an old man with him. The Golden Tiger King, the Golden Light King, immediately went up to greet him respectfully. Golden Light King, you said the old king was killed by my 13th brother's men? Long Xiangyun's expression was unsightly when he arrived. Although the Golden Light Mansion's strength was limited, it was still useful to him in his quest for the throne. For this reason, he had always maintained a good relationship with the Golden Light Mansion. Almost everyone in the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom knew about his relationship with the Golden Light Mansion. When Long Xiangyun heard the old king was killed by the 13th Prince's men, he felt a burning sensation on his face. It was as though he had been slapped in the face. A man lives by his face, and a tree lives by its bark. As the fourth prince of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom, his reputation was more important than anything else. Chapter 2751. Yes. The Golden Light King, Golden Tiger, nodded immediately when he heard Long Xiangyun's question. Then he glared at Huan and said, "That's her." Long Xiangyun furiously followed Golden Tiger's gaze when he heard Golden Tiger's words. However, as soon as he saw Huan his expression changed drastically. "It's her." Whether it was Long Xiangyun or the old man behind him, their expressions changed as soon as they saw Huan face. Although they could not see Huan face due to her veil and hat, they had not seen her clearly. In fact, they had never seen Huan before. However, they had heard of Huan disguise more than once. Therefore, they were able to confirm her identity as soon as they saw her. His Highness the Fourth Prince? Golden Tiger naturally noticed the change in Long Xiangyun and the old man's expressions when they saw Huan An ominous feeling rose in his heart. In the next moment, Long Xiangyun's actions confirmed the ominous premonition in Golden Tiger's heart. "Greetings, Miss Huan Long Xiangyun cupped his hands together and greeted Huan politely. Then, he signaled Golden Tiger with his eyes before he left with the old man behind him. They left as quickly as they came. "Take care of my father's body. If there's anything missing, I'll hold you responsible." Jin, who coldly glanced at the middle-aged servant beside the Jin Wangfu's old master. After he finished speaking, he left with Long Xiangyun. The middle-aged servant hurriedly cleaned up the ice on the ground. Gasp, 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 gasp. A few moments later, the onlookers finally regained their senses. Many of them gasped in shock as they looked at Huan in a completely different light. Who's she? Even His Highness the Fourth Prince seems to be wary of her. He even took the initiative to bow to her. Even if the 13th Prince is here, the 4th Prince won't show him any respect. Who's that white-clad woman? Why would she be with the 13th Prince's men? Everyone was curious as to why she was with the 13th Prince's men. They were curious as to why she was with the 13th Prince. Now, no one thought that she was a subordinate of the 13th Prince. What a joke! How could someone who could make the 4th Prince treat him so respectfully be a subordinate of the 13th Prince? She ignored the curious gazes of the people around her. The gaze that shot out from her pair of perfect autumn eyes penetrated the ice wall and landed on Duanling Tian, who was inside the ice wall. She could see that Duanling Tian's face was distorted, she could see that Duanling Tian's body was violently trembling, and she could see that Duanling Tian's tightly clenched teeth were clenched and blood was dripping from the corner of his mouth. Why do I feel pain here? Why do I feel this way? A worried expression appeared on Huan face when she saw Duanling Tian's condition. She placed one of her hands on her chest, where her heart was. She did not know why, but she felt a pang in her heart. She felt as though something was pressing against her heart. She had never felt this way in the past. This was the first time in her life. Although she was worried about Duanling Tian and wished she could suffer for Duanling Tian's sake, she knew Duanling Tian was not in her right mind. She knew her brother Ling Tian could not be disturbed at this moment. For this reason, she could only watch in silence. Meanwhile, Qiu Ling stood like an iron tower. His expression was cold as he looked at his surroundings. He looked like a guardian angel as he guarded Duanling Tian, who was surrounded by 4 ice walls. It was as though he would kill anyone who dared to come close to Duanling Tian. "I remember now," a middle-aged man who had been deep in thought suddenly exclaimed. He looked at Huan and said, She's the woman who killed the Zhou clan's elder, who was with the 4th miss of the Zhou clan, Zhou Shudong, on the streets of the capital a year ago. The 3rd miss of the Zhou clan. The Zhou clan's elder. As soon as the middle-aged man spoke, more and more people recalled the incident that had caused a commotion in the capital a year ago. A year ago, Zhou Shudong, the 4th miss of the Zhou clan, had asked a handsome man to be her toy on the streets. However, she was rejected. In the end, not only was Zhou Shudong injured by the handsome man, but the Zhou clan's elder who was with her was also killed by a woman who was with the handsome man. Behind them, everyone felt that the man and woman were most likely going to be in big trouble. However, a few months ago, Zhou Shuqiu, the 3rd miss of the Zhou clan, returned to the capital and took the initiative to ask her younger sister, Zhou Shudong, the fourth miss of the Zhou clan, to apologize to the handsome man on the streets. From then on, the people in the capital could vaguely guess what was going on. That handsome man and the woman beside him should have some kind of extraordinary background. They were not simple at all. Otherwise, with Zhou Shuqiu's powerful background, how could she possibly be so courteous to them? No wonder I thought the purple-clad young man looked familiar. Isn't he the handsome man whom the fourth miss of the Zhou clan, Zhou Shudong, fell in love with? An old man exclaimed. No wonder the fourth prince was so polite to the white-clad woman. It seems like he recognized her. Moreover, it's obvious that she has a powerful background. Otherwise, the fourth prince wouldn't have taken the initiative to greet her. I've long heard that the two of them are friends with the 13th prince and that they usually stay in the 13th prince's residence. It seems like the rumors are true. Of course it's true. Otherwise, why would the 13th prince's subordinates follow them? Many of the people present on the scene could not help but sigh when they found out Duan Ling Tian and Huan were the two people who had made a name for themselves in the capital a year ago. At the same time, they speculated that Duan Ling Tian and Huan had an extraordinary background. After all, even the third miss of the Zhou clan, Zhou Shuqiu, was polite to them. Meanwhile, a powerful sect outside the wasteland? A great overarching golden celestial who's less than 100 years old? Moreover, the woman next to him is an overarching heavenly supreme celestial who's not even 100 years old? Along the way, the Golden Light King, the Golden Tiger, learned from Long Xiang Yun that Duan Ling Tian and Huan came from a powerful sect outside the wasteland. Moreover, the sect they came from was most likely stronger than the three major celestial sects of the wasteland. After all, even Zhou Shuqiu, who had the strongest background in the Thousand Spider Celestial sect, had to be polite to them. Now, you should know why I was so polite to that woman, right? Long Xiang Yun said in a deep voice. Golden King, although that woman killed the old king, I still have to give you a piece of advice. It's best for you to forget about your father's death. After all, it'll be difficult for you to seek revenge. Once you choose to take revenge, if you don't do it cleanly, not only you, but even the entire Golden Light Mansion will be destroyed. Long Xiangyun's tone grew heavier and heavier as he spoke. Thank you for your advice, fourth prince. Although the Golden Tiger appeared to be a yes man, he had already made up his mind. Even if I have to use up half of the Golden Light Mansion's wealth, I'll hire a celestial duke to kill that woman and the purple-clad young man. I don't care why my father wants to kill the purple-clad young man, but since he wants to kill the purple-clad young man, I'll fulfill his last wish. In the wasteland, there was a type of assassin known as the Black Market Assassin. The Black Market Assassin was a mysterious person. No one knew who they were. All they knew was that they were very strong and could kill most people in the wasteland. Among the Black Market Assassins, the strongest were Celestial Dukes. It was said that many of the Celestial Dukes among the Black Market Assassins were high-ranking officials in the three major celestial sects of the wasteland. The Black Market Assassins wanted to complete missions in the black market in exchange for generous rewards. It was very likely that the sect leaders of the three major celestial sects of the wasteland were Black Market Assassins. Of course, even if they really did become assassins of the black market, they would definitely not easily expose or publicize it, because that was a very taboo matter. They would not even tell their closest friends that they were Black Market Assassins. Black Market Assassins were public enemies in the wasteland. However, they were still active in the wasteland. As long as one was willing to pay the price, they would help one kill regardless of one's background. For Black Market Assassins, even if they killed someone with an extraordinary background, they did not have to worry about the person's background. After all, they would not reveal their identities even if they were to kill someone. Half of the Golden Light Mansion's wealth is enough to hire a Celestial Duke to kill an Earth-rank overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial. That woman should be an Earth-rank overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial at most. The Golden Tiger thought to himself. However, I'll have to verify whether she's an Earth-rank overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial. With this thought in mind, the Golden Tiger took the initiative to bid farewell to Long Xiang Yun before he left. After leaving, the Golden Tiger returned to the Golden Light Mansion's residence and instructed his capable subordinate to take charge of the selection held by the imperial family of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. Then, he left the capital of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom and made his way to the center of the wasteland. The black market was located in the 3 cities in the center of the wasteland. The 3 cities were each controlled by one of the 3 major celestial sects of the wasteland. If he wanted to issue a mission to kill an overarching heavenly supreme celestial, he would have to personally go to one of the 3 cities and enter the black market. Chapter 2752. My current body. Duanling Tian muttered to himself. At this moment, Duanling Tian's body had also stopped being tempered by the profound divine metal after it withdrew its attack. At this moment, Duanling Tian finally regained his senses. He could clearly feel the pain in his body gradually disappearing. After the pain subsided, Duanling Tian could feel the explosive strength in his body and the tenacity of his bones. It was not something the great overarching body could compare to when he had just undergone a transformation. So this is the overarching heavenly body of an overarching heavenly supreme celestial? As a yellow-rank great overarching golden celestial who had just become a yellow-rank great overarching golden celestial, his body had transformed into an overarching heavenly body on the same day. Even in the history of the spirit overarching heaven, there might not be such a case. Even if there had been such a case, it would only be a handful. When Duanling Tian opened his eyes, he was momentarily dazzled by the bright light. However, he quickly adjusted to it. Senior, when Duanling Tian regained his senses, he recalled the voice that came from the defective piece of metal known as the profound divine metal. It was the owner of the voice who had helped him temper his body. He had said that only by transforming his body into an overarching heavenly body would he be able to withstand the 3rd form of the chaos divine flame. However, no matter how hard Duanling Tian tried to call out to him, there was no response from the profound divine metal. Duanling Tian looked into his body and discovered that the profound divine metal had returned to his body. Unbeknownst to him, the incomplete piece of metal had returned to the side of his soul, protecting it like a guardian deity. Senior. Following that, Duanling Tian shifted his attention to the gray flame. He remembered the gray flame called itself the Chaos Divine Flame. It was also the Chaos Divine Flame that he had obtained from the black-clad old man. However, the current gray flame was on a completely different level compared to before. Duanling Tian felt as though the gray flame was on a completely different level. However, no matter how hard Duanling Tian tried to call out to the gray flame, there was no response. After taking a deep breath, Duanling Tian closed his eyes once more and tried his best to recall everything that had happened. From the moment he walked out of the restaurant, he recalled everything bit by bit, afraid that he would miss a single detail. At that time, a voice suddenly came from the gray flame in my body. The owner of that voice asked the owner of the voice that came from the incomplete metal piece to help him devour the gray flame in the black-robed old man's body. It was a primal chaos divine flame in its 2nd form. Then the black-clad old man tried to kill me. After the black-clad old man was killed, the 2nd form chaos divine flame in his body entered my body. Based on his words, it seemed like he was confident that he could devour the 2nd form chaos divine flame in my body. This was the entire sequence of events that Duanling Tian knew. This is the 3rd form of the chaos divine flame? At the same time, Duanling Tian's attention returned to the gray flame in his body, which had changed a lot. He was sure that this gray flame was much stronger than before. Even with his current all-heaven body, he could barely withstand it. No wonder the profound divine metal said it would help me temper my body. Just the 3rd form of the chaos divine flame is enough to destroy my previous body. Duanling Tian's previous body was only a Daluo body. So the gray flame in my body is called the primal chaos divine flame. The reason why more than half of it was hidden in the incomplete metal piece was because my body was unable to withstand all of the primal chaos divine flame. To be more precise, it is unable to withstand all of the 2nd form chaos divine flames. The incomplete metal piece is the so-called profound divine gold. It's obvious that I'll only be able to withstand the 2nd form chaos divine flame after my cultivation base has broken through to the great overarching golden celestial stage and my body has attained the Daluo body. I'll need a stronger body to withstand the 3rd form chaos divine flame. At the very least, I'll need to possess the all-heaven body. That's why the profound divine metal helped me temper my body, so that my body would attain the all-heaven body earlier. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian finally understood many things. However, what he wanted to do the most was to communicate with the profound divine metal and the chaos divine flame in his body. He wanted to ask them what they were. However, the profound divine metal and the chaos divine flame seemed to be asleep. No matter how hard Duan Ling Tian tried to call them, they did not respond. In the end, Duan Ling Tian had no choice but to give up. No matter what, from the looks of it, all of this is a good thing for me, not a bad thing. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. Of course, that was just what he thought, but as long as he thought about the existence of two sentient beings in his body, he always felt a little uncomfortable. This was mainly due to the fact that he was not familiar with them and did not know what they were. Huan withdraw your celestial origin energy. Duan Ling Tian said to Huan who was standing outside the ice wall after he opened his eyes and looked at the ice wall around him. Upon hearing this, Huan immediately removed the ice walls. She flew up to Duan Ling Tian and sized him up before she asked with concern, "Brother Ling Tian, are you all right?" "I'm fine." Duan Ling Tian shook his head with a smile. At the same time, he noticed the gazes around him. He could not help but frown slightly. After a while, he relaxed and said to Huan let's go back first. All right. Huan sighed in relief when she saw that Duan Ling Tian was fine. She naturally held Duan Ling Tian's arm and followed Duan Ling Tian out of the restaurant. Duan Ling Tian was preparing to return to the 13th prince's residence. At this moment, Xueqi no longer hid in the dark. Instead, he openly followed Duan Ling Tian and Huan Young Master Duan, Miss Huan was very worried about you earlier. Xueqi told Duan Ling Tian about what had happened while he was tempering his body through voice transmission. He emphasized the words Huan had said to the old prince of Golden Light Mansion's servant. You'd better pray that my brother Ling Tian is fine. If anything happens to my brother Ling Tian, I'll annihilate the entire Golden Light Mansion. After listening to Xueqing's words, Duan Ling Tian looked at Huan who was standing next to him. A faint smile appeared on his face as a doting expression appeared on his face. This little girl. Duan Ling Tian did not expect so many things would happen after Huan killed the black-clad old man. He did not expect the black-clad old man to be the old prince of Golden Light Mansion in the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. He was also the father of the current king of Golden Light Mansion. Moreover, the black-clad old man was also a mediocre celestial alchemist and a mediocre celestial weapon craftsman. The old prince of Golden Light Mansion is a mediocre celestial alchemist and a mediocre celestial weapon craftsman? Duan Ling Tian asked Xueqi again. He thought he had misheard Xueqi. Yes. Xueqi nodded. Rumor has it that the old prince of Golden Light Mansion has a celestial fire. His celestial fire is a gray mediocre celestial fire that combines strength and gentleness. It's different from ordinary celestial fires that are either gentle or fierce. For this reason, his mediocre celestial fire can be used to refine pills and forge weapons. Xueqi explained in one breath. Combines strength and gentleness? Duan Ling Tian's eyes lit up when he heard Xueqing's words. He was inexplicably excited. Yes. Even the second form Chaos Divine Flame I've mastered is also a combination of strength and gentleness. Why didn't I think of this? Perhaps it can be used to forge weapons as well? If that's the case, the Chaos Divine Flame can be used to refine pills and forge weapons as well. If the second form Chaos Divine Flame is comparable to a mediocre celestial fire, does this mean the third form Chaos Divine Flame in my body is comparable to a prominent celestial fire? Duan Ling Tian came to a halt when he thought about this. As soon as he stopped, Huan and Xueqi stopped as well. Huan let's go buy some medicinal ingredients. I want to refine pills. After saying this, Duan Ling Tian led Huan to another place instead of the Imperial Palace. Previously, Duan Ling Tian had accompanied Huan to most of the capital, so he was familiar with the current situation in the capital. He also knew where he could buy the medicinal materials he needed in order to refine pills. When Xueqi saw Duan Ling Tian and Duan Ling Tian taking a detour, he followed suit. His current mission was to ensure Duan Lingtian's safety so that Duan Lingtian would be able to participate in the Wasteland Grand Contest that was going to be held by the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom's imperial family in 10 days. The Wasteland Grand Contest was extremely important to the 13th prince. The weaving overarching pill? Although Xueqi knew Duan Lingtian was a celestial alchemist, he had heard from Duan Lingtian that Duan Lingtian was not a prominent celestial alchemist. However, Duan Lingtian actually wanted to buy the medicinal ingredients needed to refine the prominent celestial pill, the weaving overarching pill. How could Xueqi not be shocked? Could it be that young Master Duan was just being modest? Could it be that he's actually a prominent celestial alchemist? Xueqi wondered to himself. Apart from that, he could not figure out how Duan Lingtian managed to become a prominent celestial alchemist in such a short time under his watch. Chapter 2753. The weaving overarching pill was a prominent celestial pill. It was commonly used by overarching heavenly supreme celestials to aid in their cultivation. It was similar to the primitive celestial pills, the spirit accumulating pill, and the hidden spirit pill that were commonly consumed by heavenly celestials and golden celestials. However, Duan Lingtian was a great overarching golden celestial, and yet, he consumed mediocre celestial pills when he cultivated. This was because the effect of a primitive celestial pill on his cultivation was negligible. The medicinal efficacy of a prominent celestial pill was too strong for him to bear. For example, he could not bear the medicinal efficacy of the weaving overarching pill. The reason he bought the medicinal ingredients for the weaving overarching pill was because he wanted to try refining a prominent celestial pill. He wanted to confirm if the third form chaos divine flame in his body had reached the level of a prominent celestial fire. Isn't the formula for the weaving overarching pill very common? You don't have it in your shop? Duan Lingtian frowned slightly when he found out the pharmacy did not sell the formula for the weaving overarching pill. How was he supposed to refine the pill without the corresponding formula? Young Master Duan, Xueqi said. At this moment, Xueqi said, if you need the pill formula for the weaving overarching pill, the 13th prince can get it for you. Although there aren't many pill formulas for prominent celestial pills in the Imperial Palace's storehouse, there are still some for the weaving overarching pill. Xueqi was puzzled when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. Was young Master Duan really a prominent celestial alchemist? As a celestial alchemist, he did not even know how to refine the most common prominent celestial pill, the weaving overarching pill? Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded when he heard Xueqi's words. Then he said to the pharmacy's staff, since you don't have the pill formula for the weaving overarching pill, please prepare the medicinal materials for me. Yes, sir. Although the person in charge of the pharmacy did not know the identity of the person standing in front of him, when Xueqi mentioned the 13th prince, he could tell the person standing in front of him had an unusual relationship with the 13th prince. Therefore, he did not dare to be negligent. Although the 13th prince was unlikely to become the next emperor of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom, he was still a prince. However, no matter what, he was still a prince. Moreover, he was a prince who was on par with the 4th prince and the 7th prince. He had a great deterrent force. Therefore, the people in the pharmacy did not dare to disrespect the 13th prince. With the herbs in hand, Duan Lingtian led Huan back to the palace. Huan I heard from the 13th prince that the weaving sifting pill's effect will be offset by the pill your mother gave you? On the way back, Duan Lingtian asked Huan Previously, although he knew about this matter, he did not pay much attention to it. Now that he had become a prominent celestial alchemist, he could not help but be concerned about this. After all, he hoped he would be able to refine pills that were useful to Huan after he became a prominent celestial alchemist. Yes. Although the weaving overarching pill's efficacy is not bad, it's not as potent as the pill mother gave me. The 13th prince said he'll find me an overarching heaven pill if he has the chance. The weaving sifting pill was useless to Huan However, the overarching heaven pill was not necessarily useless. After all, the overarching heaven pill was the best pill for overarching heavenly supreme celestials. It could help them improve their cultivation base quickly. Similarly, the great overarching pill had little effect on heaven-rank great overarching golden celestials. The overarching heaven pill had little effect on heaven-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestials. It was only effective for overarching heavenly supreme celestials who were below the heaven-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial level. For this reason, the 13th prince had offered to find an overarching heaven pill for her, when he found out the weaving sifting pill was useless to her. Overarching heaven pill. Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow when he heard Huan Er's words. He thought to himself, I have the pill formula for the overarching heaven pill in my mind. Once I confirm that the third form chaos divine flame in my body is comparable to a prominent celestial fire, I'll try to refine the overarching heaven pill. With the 13th prince's ability, he might not be able to find many ingredients to refine the overarching heaven pill, but it shouldn't be difficult for him to find some. After all, up until now, there's not a single prominent celestial alchemist in the wasteland who's capable of refining the overarching heaven pill. Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up as he thought to himself, once I'm able to refine the overarching heaven pill, even the 3 major celestial sects of the wasteland will have to treat me with respect. At that time, I won't even need to improve my cultivation base. I'll be able to get the martial dragon celestial sect to do me a favor and allow the 13th prince to ascend to the throne of the soaring dragon celestial kingdom. The more Duan Lingtian thought about it, the more excited he became. However, he quickly calmed down as though a bucket of cold water had been poured over him. It's still too early for me to celebrate. Just like how not every mediocre celestial alchemist can refine the great overarching pill, not every prominent celestial alchemist can refine the overarching heaven pill. The formula for the great overarching pill isn't rare. Any mediocre celestial alchemist can obtain it as long as they're interested. However, there are very few mediocre celestial alchemists who can refine the great overarching pill. Duan Lingtian's excitement faded when he thought about this. Me too. Why am I thinking so much? I'm not even sure if the third form chaos divine flame in my body is comparable to a prominent celestial fire. And yet, I'm still thinking about refining the overarching heaven pill. Duan Lingtian could not help but shake his head when he thought about this. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian and Huan returned to the 13th prince's residence in the imperial palace of the soaring dragon celestial kingdom. Brother Duan, you want the formula for the weaving overarching pill? Long Fei Yun was taken aback when he learned Duan Lingtian wanted the weaving overarching pill's formula. He could not help but ask for confirmation. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. Do you want it for yourself, or do you know a prominent celestial alchemist and want to give it to him? Long Fei Yun asked again. I want it for myself. I want to see if I can refine it. Duan Lingtian replied. But the weaving overarching pill is a prominent celestial pill. If you're not a prominent celestial alchemist, I'm afraid you won't be able to refine it. Long Fei Yun smiled wryly. I remember asking you before. You said you're not a prominent celestial alchemist. I'm just not sure if I'm a prominent celestial alchemist or not. Duan Lingtian explained. Previously, I found a celestial fire that's suspected to be a prominent celestial fire. However, I didn't try to refine prominent celestial pills because my alchemy skills weren't high enough. Recently, I've made a breakthrough in my alchemy skills. Therefore, I want to try it out and see if the celestial fire is a prominent celestial fire. Duan Lingtian replied. Is that even possible? Long Fei Yun was speechless. He did not expect this to be the case. However, his eyes lit up soon after. If Duan Lingtian confirmed that the celestial fire he obtained was a prominent celestial fire, it meant that he was a true prominent celestial alchemist. At that time, even if Duan Lingtian did not participate in the Wasteland Grand Contest, it would still be easy for him to join the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect. After all, prominent celestial alchemists were extremely rare even in the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect. If Brother Duan is a prominent celestial alchemist, I won't have to wait for him to mature. As soon as he joins the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect, I'll be able to ask the sect leader of the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect for a favor and help me ascend to the throne of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. For the sect leader of the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect, it'll only take him a few words to decide who will become the Emperor of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. After all, the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect has 13 high-rank celestial kingdoms like the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. With this thought in mind, Long Fei Yun bade farewell to Duanling Tian before he hastily left the residence to retrieve the prominent celestial pill formula for Duanling Tian. After waiting for half an hour, Long Fei Yun returned with the memory celestial talisman that contained the prominent celestial pill formula. Long Fei Yun passed it to Duanling Tian with an expectant expression on his face. Brother Duan, quickly memorize this formula and give it a try. Who knows? Maybe the celestial fire you obtained is really a prominent celestial fire. At this moment, Long Fei Yun was even more eager than Duanling Tian to find out if the third form chaos divine flame in Duanling Tian's body was comparable to a prominent celestial fire. All right. After Duanling Tian used the memory celestial talisman, he brought Huan back to the courtyard of his room. Long Fei Yun, on the other hand, followed them shamelessly. Duanling Tian did not say anything about this. He only asked Huan to return to the room that was further away from the front courtyard to cultivate so that Ling, who was always following Long Fei Yun, would not expose the divine crystal to him. After that, he entered the room at the side of the front courtyard. Long Fei Yun's attention was on Duanling Tian. Naturally, he did not pay attention to Huan. Similarly, Ling's attention was also on Duanling Tian. Therefore, he did not pay attention to Huan-Er's cultivation. I hope the third form chaos divine flame is a prominent celestial fire. If that's the case, not only will I become a prominent celestial alchemist, but I'll also become a prominent celestial weapons craftsman. After all, the chaos divine flame's characteristics are different from ordinary celestial fires. It's both tough and soft. After Duanling Tian returned to his room and closed the door, Duanling Tian went to his bed and took out his cauldron. Duanling Tian took out the cauldron and prepared to use the celestial flame cauldron according to the normal procedure. Bang! Along with a loud bang, Duanling Tian's cauldron exploded the moment it came into contact with the gray flame that Duanling Tian controlled. It turned into dust that filled the air and disappeared without a trace. Duanling Tian was stunned. Duanling Tian smiled wryly when he regained his senses. Chapter 2754. Duanling Tian was not certain if the third form chaos divine flame in his body was a prominent celestial fire or not. However, he was very sure that it was the truth. He was certain the third form chaos divine flame in his body was a mediocre grade celestial fire. Why didn't I think of this before? If I had thought of this, I would have asked the 13th prince to prepare a cauldron for me and see if my chaos divine flame can destroy it. Then, I'll be able to confirm if it's a prominent celestial fire or not. Duanling Tian only thought of this when he saw the cauldron had been destroyed by the chaos divine flame. Brother Duan, why did you come out so quickly? In the front courtyard, Long Fei Yun and Ling were stunned when they saw Duanling Tian coming out again. Long Fei Yun asked when he regained his senses. What's going on? The cauldron in my hand is only a primitive celestial weapon cauldron. The celestial fire destroyed it. Duanling Tian said awkwardly. A primitive celestial weapon cauldron? Long Fei Yun was stunned when he heard Duanling Tian's words. Then, Brother Duan, you were only a primitive celestial alchemist before this? Yes. Duanling Tian nodded. Since he had not refined pills with the help of the second form chaos divine flame, it was not an exaggeration to say he was only a primitive celestial alchemist. Brother Duan, you're really lucky. As a primitive celestial alchemist, you managed to obtain a celestial fire that's suspected to be a prominent celestial fire. After Long Fei Yun bade farewell to Duanling Tian, he left his residence. I'll look for a mediocre grade celestial weapon cauldron and a prominent celestial weapon cauldron for you. This was what Long Fei Yun said to Duanling Tian before he left. A pill cauldron was also a medicinal cauldron. However, when Duanling Tian was in the mundane plane, the people of the mundane plane all called him a medicinal cauldron. Therefore, Duanling Tian was used to calling him that. In the Devata realms, most people referred to cauldrons as pill cauldrons. Pill cauldrons were also immortal artifacts. For example, the pill cauldrons used by primitive celestial alchemists were mostly primitive celestial artifacts. Naturally, primitive celestial alchemists could also use cauldrons that were mediocre celestial artifacts to refine pills. On the other hand, High-grade celestial alchemists couldn't use low-grade cauldrons to refine pills since the cauldrons couldn't withstand their celestial fire. Just like how Duan Ling Tian had destroyed a low-grade immortal pill cauldron. A mediocre celestial pill cauldron is easy. Even the imperial family of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom only has 2 prominent celestial pill cauldrons. After leaving his palace, Long Fei Yun's face darkened. There were many mediocre celestial pill cauldrons in the imperial palace of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. It would be easy for him to obtain one. However, there were only 2 prominent celestial pill cauldrons. There was no prominent celestial alchemist in the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom, so the 2 prominent celestial pill cauldrons were dusty. Nevertheless, the 2 prominent celestial pill cauldrons were well kept. I'll have to obtain my father's permission to obtain a prominent celestial pill cauldron. I wonder if he'll be willing to give me one of the prominent celestial pill cauldrons? Long Fei Yun's mood soured when he thought about this. Based on his father's prejudice against him, he did not think his father would be willing to give him one of the prominent celestial pill cauldrons. After all, it was one of the 2 prominent celestial pill cauldrons in the imperial family of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. For the sake of Brother Duan and myself, I'll give it a try. If he's unwilling, I'll think of another way. In the end, Long Fei Yun gritted his teeth and decided to give it a try. It was just as Long Fei Yun had expected. He had taken a mediocre celestial pill cauldron from the celestial weapon vault of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. The powerhouse in charge of the celestial weapon vault did not say anything. However, when he said that he wanted a prominent celestial artifact cauldron, he was directly rejected. Your Highness, the imperial family of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom only has 2 prominent celestial pill cauldrons. His Majesty has ordered that anyone who wants to obtain one of the prominent celestial pill cauldrons must obtain his permission first. The powerhouse in charge of the celestial weapon vault of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom said bluntly. Therefore, if you want a prominent celestial pill cauldron, you'll have to obtain His Majesty's permission first. Long Fei Yun, who had expected this, was not surprised at all. After he put the mediocre celestial pill cauldron away, he went to look for his father, the Emperor of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. Your Highness the 13th Prince, His Majesty is currently in seclusion. It's not convenient for him to see anyone. Long Fei Yun, the 13th Emperor of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom, was barred from entering his father's residence by his father's personal guard, a powerful heaven-rank overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial. This heaven-rank overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial was widely acknowledged as the strongest person below peak overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestials in the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. Based on this, one could easily imagine how powerful he was. He doesn't even want to see me? Long Fei Yun's expression darkened. Your Highness, there's no need to think too much. His Majesty is indeed in seclusion. Just tell me what you need. I'll pass on your message to His Majesty. I'll also pass on His Majesty's reply to you, Your Highness. The personal guard of the Emperor of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom was a middle-aged man with a medium build. He had an ordinary appearance. However, his eyes were bright and full of expression. If one were to look at them for too long, one would feel as if one's soul would be shaken. All right. Long Fei Yun took a deep breath. After suppressing the unhappiness in his heart, he explained the purpose of his visit. A prominent celestial pill cauldron? The middle-aged man raised an eyebrow in surprise. However, he did not say anything. He turned around and entered the residence of the Emperor of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. After a few dozen breaths, the middle-aged man came out. What did father say? Long Fei Yun asked as he looked at the middle-aged man with a burning gaze. He only wanted to know if he would be able to obtain the prominent celestial pill cauldron. He did not want to disappoint Duanling Tian if he could not obtain it. His Majesty said the imperial family only has 2 prominent celestial pill cauldrons, so he can't give them to you. The middle-aged man did not beat around the bush. Upon hearing this, Long Fei Yun's expression changed. In the end, he smiled bitterly. It's just as I thought. Father, you still treat me as an outsider. If I didn't come today and it was 4th brother or 7th brother, I'm afraid you would have agreed immediately, right? Long Fei Yun glanced at the residence in front of him before he turned around and left. When he left, Long Fei Yun's back was as lonely as it could be. Upon seeing this, the middle-aged man shook his head. A hint of pity could be seen in his eyes. However, it did not last long before it was replaced by indifference. "Brother Duan, I'm sorry. I only brought you a mediocre celestial pill cauldron. As for the prominent celestial pill cauldron..." After returning to his residence, Long Fei Yun returned the mediocre celestial pill cauldron to Duan Ling Tian. At the same time, he smiled apologetically at Duan Ling Tian and explained why he did not obtain the prominent celestial pill cauldron. Duan Ling Tian could not help but frown when he heard Long Fei Yun's words. It was not because Long Fei Yun did not bring back the prominent celestial pill cauldron, but because of how the Emperor of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom treated Long Fei Yun. In the past, he had only heard that the Emperor of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom did not like Long Fei Yun. However, this time, he had personally witnessed it for himself. 13th Prince, I, Duan Ling Tian, will definitely help you ascend to the throne of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. Duan Ling Tian looked at Long Fei Yun and solemnly promised. "I believe in you, Brother Duan. As for the prominent celestial pill cauldron, you don't have to worry. I'll find you later," Long Fei Yun said. "However, before that, you can try to see if this mediocre celestial pill cauldron can withstand your celestial fire. If it can't withstand your celestial fire, it means your celestial fire is indeed a prominent celestial fire." However, Long Fei Yun did not finish his sentence. Duan Ling Tian knew what Long Fei Yun was trying to say. If the mediocre celestial pill cauldron could withstand his celestial fire, it meant his celestial fire was only mediocre and not prominent celestial fire. "All right." Duan Ling Tian nodded. He did not return to his room. Instead, he controlled the Chaos Divine Flame to fly toward the mediocre celestial pill cauldron in front of Long Fei Yun and Xueqi. The Chaos Divine Flame was a deep gray flame. As soon as it appeared, it seemed as though the air in the surroundings had been set ablaze. The scorching aura seemed to cover the entire place. Swoosh! Under Duan Ling Tian's control, the Chaos Divine Flame surged into the mediocre celestial pill cauldron. Upon seeing this, Long Fei Yun and Xueqi widened their eyes in shock. It was as though they were afraid they would miss something if they blinked. Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian was also looking on with anticipation. However, after the Chaos Divine Flame surged into the mediocre celestial pill cauldron, it stopped moving. A bitter smile could be seen on Duan Ling Tian's face when he thought about this. Long Fei Yun, on the other hand, was slightly disappointed. "It seems like your celestial fire is only mediocre, young Master Duan." Xueqi sighed. "That's right." Duan Ling Tian nodded in disappointment. Then, he looked at Xueqi and said, "It seems like there's no need for you to look for the prominent celestial pill cauldron for me since I can't use it even if you find it." Just as Duan Ling Tian was about to say the word, a loud explosion rang in the air. Bang! Along with a loud explosion, the middle-grade immortal artifact pill cauldron exploded. Chapter 2755. Crack, 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 crack. When the mediocre celestial pill cauldron exploded, its fragments fell to the ground. Upon closer inspection, one would notice that none of the fragments were larger than an adult's thumbnail. This proved that the force that caused the mediocre celestial pill cauldron to explode was extremely powerful. Duan Ling Tian was stunned. Ha 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 ha. Meanwhile, Long Fei Yun, who had regained his senses, burst out laughing. Duan Ling Tian was still in a daze when he saw this. Tears streamed down his cheeks as though he had finally vented all the grievances he had accumulated over the years. "Congratulations, young Master Duan. Congratulations, Your Highness." Xueqi congratulated Duan Ling Tian and Long Fei Yun after he regained his senses. Naturally, he congratulated Duan Ling Tian because Duan Ling Tian had obtained a prominent celestial fire. Naturally, he congratulated Long Fei Yun for making the right bet. Duan Ling Tian was indeed capable of helping him become the Emperor of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. A prominent celestial alchemist was enough to make any of the three major celestial sects of the wasteland owe him a favor. It's really a prominent celestial fire. Duan Ling Tian was the last one to regain his senses. When he regained his senses, the bitter smile on his face had disappeared and was replaced with an excited smile. It was a happy smile. Although he had already guessed it, he was not mistaken. He could not suppress his excitement when he confirmed the third form of the chaos divine flame in his body was indeed a prominent celestial fire. Naturally, he did not lose his composure like Long Fei Yun. Brother Duan, congratulations. Your celestial fire is indeed a prominent celestial fire. After a long while, Long Fei Yun regained his senses and congratulated Duan Ling Tian. Moreover, the damage to the mediocre celestial pill cauldron shows that your celestial fire is not an ordinary prominent celestial fire. What's so special about this? Duan Ling Tian was a little surprised. I've heard that a prominent celestial alchemist from the Tai Yi celestial sect only managed to shatter a mediocre celestial pill cauldron into pieces when he destroyed it. It's not as exaggerated as what you just did. Based on this, I can confirm that your prominent celestial fire is much stronger than the prominent celestial alchemist from the Tai Yi celestial sect. Long Fei Yun said again. Duan Ling Tian's eyes lit up when he heard Long Fei Yun's words. This was undoubtedly a good thing for him. The stronger the high-grade immortal fire, the higher the success rate of refining the pills, and the more confident he would be in refining those high-grade immortal pills that were more difficult to refine. For example, the overarching heaven pill required a prominent celestial fire of a prominent celestial alchemist. Ordinary prominent celestial fires were insufficient to refine the overarching heaven pill. If that's the case, the chances of me refining the overarching heaven pill is much higher? Thinking of this, Duan Ling Tian was in a good mood. Unfortunately, I've disappointed you by not being able to find a prominent celestial pill cauldron for you. Long Fei Yun suddenly recalled that he had failed to find a prominent celestial pill cauldron for Duan Ling Tian. An expression of guilt appeared on his face as though he was the greatest sinner in the world. It's all right. Duan Ling Tian shook his head and said indifferently, as long as I show off my prominent celestial fire when I return to the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect, I won't have to worry about not having a prominent celestial pill cauldron. When Duan Ling Tian reached the end of his sentence, a hint of confidence could be heard in his tone. Duan Ling Tian was confident that he could do so. After all, he was now a prominent celestial alchemist. The imperial family of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom had 2 prominent celestial pill cauldrons. How could the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect not have prominent celestial pill cauldrons? Even if the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect did not have prominent celestial pill cauldrons, as long as the sect leader of the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect ordered the imperial family of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom to hand over the 2 prominent celestial pill cauldrons, would the imperial family of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom dare to refuse? However, despite Duan Ling Tian's words, Long Fei Yun's eyes gleamed brightly as though he had made up his mind. Naturally, Duan Ling Tian did not notice this. 13th Prince, I'll see you in 10 days then. At that time, I'll need you to bring us to the place where the imperial family of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom is holding the selection. Duan Ling Tian said with a smile when he saw the atmosphere had become cold and cheerless in an instant. All right. Long Fei Yun nodded. In that case, I won't disturb you any longer. After bidding farewell to Duan Ling Tian, Long Fei Yun left with Qiu Ling. After Long Fei Yun and Qiu Ling left, Duan Ling Tian shook his head. It seems like I won't be able to refine the prominent celestial pill, the weaving overarching pill, for the time being. However, it's not a big deal. After all, I only wanted to refine the weaving overarching pill to see if the third form of the chaos divine flame is comparable to a prominent celestial fire. Now that I've destroyed the mediocre celestial pill cauldron, I'm certain that the third form of the chaos divine flame is comparable to a prominent celestial fire. Therefore, I'm now a prominent celestial alchemist. Not only that, but I'm also a prominent celestial weapon craftsman. Duan Ling Tian muttered to himself as though he had just remembered something. Oh right. How did I forget that I'm also a prominent celestial weapons craftsman? Since I'm a prominent celestial weapon craftsman, this means I can refine prominent celestial weapons on my own. I can definitely refine the prominent celestial pill cauldron on my own. When he thought of this, Duan Ling Tian's mood was lifted. However, he soon regained his senses as though a bucket of cold water had been poured on him. Forget it. I'll forget about refining prominent celestial weapons for now. Although the memories left behind by the rebirth martial emperor will be of great help to me in the Tao of weapon refinement, it'll still take some time to refine prominent celestial weapons. Just like when I first refined pills in the Devata realms, it took me a lot of effort to master the flame. I'm sure it'll take me a lot of time to familiarize myself with refining prominent celestial weapons as well. The selection is in 10 days. I should wait until the selection is over before I think about refining prominent celestial weapons. At that time, I'll be able to obtain a prominent celestial pill cauldron from the Martial Dragon Celestial sect. Well, I'll think about that later. With this thought in mind, Duan Ling Tian felt more at ease. Let's continue cultivating. With this thought in mind, Duan Ling Tian went to the room where Huan was cultivating. He took another great overarching pill and began to cultivate. Duan Ling Tian did not fully immerse himself in his closed-door cultivation, because the day of the selection was 10 days away. Instead, he kept track of time so he did not need the 13th prince to remind him when the time came. If the 13th prince came to remind him, Qiu Ling would definitely follow him. Since Qiu Ling was a heaven-stage overarching heavenly supreme celestial, it would not be difficult for him to detect the rich liquid heaven and earth spirit energy in the room and discover the presence of divine crystals if he probed with his divine consciousness. That was not something he wanted to see. However, based on the current situation, his relationship with the 13th prince was quite pleasant. However, if the divine crystal was exposed, he was not sure if the 13th prince would treat him the same way as before. After all, the divine crystals were not ordinary treasures. They were treasures that the 3 major celestial sects of the wasteland would fight over. If someone was willing to hand over the divine crystals to the 3 major celestial sects of the wasteland, the 3 major celestial sects of the wasteland might even let that person become their representative and rule over all the high-rank, intermediate-rank, and low-rank celestial kingdoms. Such power was second only to the 3 major celestial sects in the wasteland. It was second only to the 3 major celestial sects. With such power, the position of the Emperor of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom was nothing to Qiu Ling. For this reason, Duan Ling Tian had to be cautious. In the next 10 days, the Imperial Palace of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom was bustling with activity. The Emperor of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom ordered the princes to bring the young powerhouses under the age of 100 to the Imperial Palace to settle down. This way, it would be more convenient for them to participate in the selection of the 50 participants in the Grand Contest of the Wasteland. It was as though they had agreed on this beforehand. Meanwhile, in the faraway Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom, the Intermediate Rank Celestial Kingdom, the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom, was also holding the selection of the 30 participants in the Grand Contest of the Wasteland. I wonder how Duan Ling Tian is doing since he escaped? He shouldn't have been found by the powerhouse from the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect, right? Although Qin Yu was not one of the participants from King Qin's mansion who came to the Imperial Palace of the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom to participate in the selection, he still followed King Qin to the Imperial Palace. After entering the Imperial Palace, he could not help but feel worried when he thought about his friend, Duan Ling Tian. At this moment, Qin Yu was still unaware that Duan Ling Tian was still alive. In the near future, he would be able to see Duan Ling Tian again when he accompanied King Qin and the Emperor of the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom to watch the Grand Contest of the Wasteland. 10 days passed in just a blink of an eye. Early in the morning, Duan Ling Tian called out to Huan and the two of them went to the front courtyard to enjoy breakfast. Brother Ling Tian, can I participate in the selection? After breakfast, she looked at Duan Ling Tian expectantly and asked, What's the matter? Huan there's no need for you to participate in the selection. Duan Ling Tian smiled. It's fine as long as Big Brother Ling Tian participates. You just have to watch from the side. Don't forget, I gave you that concealment pendant because I didn't want you to expose the fact that you're not 100 years old. Huan had displayed her strength in front of many people. She was strong enough to kill the Zhou clan's Earth-rank Great Overarching Golden Celestial. Chapter 2756. If it was exposed that Huan was an overarching heavenly supreme celestial even though she was not even 100 years old, it would definitely bring her a lot of trouble. For this reason, Duan Ling Tian did not want Huan Er's age to be exposed. There was no way he could change the fact that Huan Er's strength had been exposed. As long as she hid her age, no one would be interested in her cultivation methods, celestial methods, and divine abilities. However, I have a feeling that Huan Er's celestial methods and divine abilities are not as simple as heaven-grade celestial methods and divine abilities. Not long ago, Duan Ling Tian had tried to teach her the only heaven-grade divine ability he had mastered, the assist-type divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic. However, in the end, nothing came of it. It was not that Huan Er could not comprehend the elementary devouring tactic, but her assist-type divine abilities were of a higher grade than the elementary devouring tactic. The reason she was unable to display strength that was comparable to the elementary devouring tactic was because she had yet to comprehend the divine ability to its highest level. She still had a long way to go. It was not just assist-type divine abilities, but other divine abilities and celestial methods as well. Huan Er's celestial methods, divine abilities, and cultivation methods were extremely profound. All of these came from Huan Er's inherited memories. Huan Er had tried to teach Duan Ling Tian her cultivation methods, but Duan Ling Tian discovered he could not cultivate them. As for celestial methods and divine abilities, since Huan Er had yet to fully comprehend them, she would not be able to teach them to Duan Ling Tian in a short period of time. She would have to wait until she fully comprehended the celestial methods and divine abilities. Moreover, Huan Er's cultivation methods were not suitable for Duan Ling Tian. Therefore, no one dared to say Huan Er would be able to teach her celestial methods and divine abilities after she fully comprehended them. For this reason, Duan Ling Tian had never thought about obtaining Huan Er's celestial methods and divine abilities. Huan Er, even if you don't participate in the selection held by the Imperial family of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom, you can still join the Martial Dragon Celestial sect with me in the future. Moreover, the selection is meaningless. It's already difficult for me to find an opponent, let alone you. Duan Ling Tian continued. He knew that Huan Er was only interested in today's selection because she was curious and thought it would be fun. Upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's words, Huan Er nodded obediently. All right, I'll listen to Big Brother Ling Tian. Brother Duan. After waiting for a while, Long Feiyun's voice came from outside. It's time to go. Let's go. Upon hearing Long Feiyun's voice, Duan Ling Tian, who had been waiting for a long time, brought Huan Er and Long Feiyun out of the courtyard. Qiu Ling followed behind Long Feiyun as usual. Brother Duan, Miss Huan Er. Upon seeing Duan Ling Tian and Huan Er, Long Feiyun greeted them enthusiastically with a bright smile on his face. For the past 10 days, Long Feiyun could even sleep and dream with a smile on his face. This was because he knew Duan Ling Tian was not only a great overarching golden celestial who was not even 100 years old, but he was also a prominent celestial alchemist. It would be a piece of cake for Duan Ling Tian to become the emperor of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. Duan Ling Tian and Huan Er walked side by side with Long Feiyun, who was leading the way. With Qiu Ling escorting them, they made their way to the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom selection venue for the grand contest of the Wasteland. Brother Duan, the selection will be held in Soaring Palace in the Imperial Palace of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. Soaring Palace was built after the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom was founded. Along the way, Long Feiyun broke the silence and said, Soaring Palace is named after a man named Soaring. He's the right-hand man of the Imperial family of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. He's the reason the Long clan was able to establish the kingdom. For the sake of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom, Soaring never married nor adopted any children. After he was killed while protecting the Imperial family of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom, the Imperial family of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom built a temporary residence named Soaring Palace to commemorate him. Soaring Palace is a place where the Imperial family's disciples sparred with each other. The Imperial family named Soaring Palace because the Imperial family of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom wanted us to remember Soaring, who risked his life for him and died protecting him. Long Feiyun spoke frankly with assurance. Duan Ling Tian nodded. Huan Er, on the other hand, seemed to be enjoying Long Feiyun's words. That's Soaring Palace. The statue in the middle of the square in front of Soaring Palace is Soaring's statue. Long Feiyun pointed at a majestic palace and said to Duan Ling Tian and Huan Er, There's no need for you to be so kind. With just a glance, Duan Ling Tian saw the pavilion in front of him and the statue in the middle of the square in front of the pavilion. The statue was of a middle-aged man. He was tall and had a dignified look on his face. He held 2 hammers in his hands, and his head was raised. His eyes were fixed on the horizon. The statue was more than 30 meters tall, and it stood there like a small mountain. Those are the people from the mansions. Duan Ling Tian saw a group of people walking towards Soaring Palace from all directions. At this moment, Long Feiyun's voice rang in the air. 13th brother, where are the young powerhouses you recruited? Why don't I see them? A familiar figure appeared in front of Duan Ling Tian. It was none other than Long Qingyun, the 7th prince of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom whom he had met at the Nian clan's auction house. The black-clad old man was standing behind Long Qingyun. However, when the black-clad old man saw Qiu Ling standing behind Long Qingyun, a hint of fear flashed in his eyes. It was obvious he had realized he was no match for Qiu Ling after their battle at the Nian clan's auction house. Don't tell me you're giving up? Haha. Long Qingyun came in front of Long Feiyun and asked with a mocking smile. Then, he couldn't help but burst into laughter. 7th brother, it seems like you're very confident. I'm sure your confidence comes from this person, right? If it was in the past, Long Feiyun would have flipped out with Long Qingyun. However, he was exceptionally calm today. Not only was he not angry, but he even greeted Long Qingyun with a smile on his face. Then, he looked at the person next to Long Qingyun. Next to Long Qingyun was a young man with a cold face who looked like a coffin. If I'm not mistaken, you're Feng Wu Ji Guang from the Grand Prestige Mansion, right? Long Feiyun asked as he looked at the young man next to Long Qingyun. The smile on his face did not falter even if Mount Tai collapsed in front of him. 13th Prince. Feng Wu Ji Guang nodded at Long Feiyun. Today, I'm representing the 7th Prince, not the Grand Prestige Mansion. I only hope that the young powerhouses you've recruited won't disappoint me. 13th Prince. A hint of coldness flashed in the depths of Long Feiyun's eyes when he saw how the young man dared to provoke him even though he had treated him politely. It seems like you're very confident in yourself. I believe you won't be disappointed. Long Feiyun looked at Feng Wu Ji Guang meaningfully. I'll wait and see. After Feng Wu Ji Guang finished speaking, he closed his eyes. It was obvious he did not intend to continue speaking. 13th brother, I'm also looking forward to the performance of the young powerhouses you recruited. Long Feiyun's expression darkened slightly when Feng Wu Ji Guang closed his eyes. Long Qingyun laughed and added, you should hurry up and invite them. However, it's best if you get them here as soon as possible. If they're late, the remaining people in the selection are all powerhouses. They might not even be able to win a single round. Ha ha ha. After mocking Long Feiyun for a while, Long Qingyun laughed and led Feng Wu Ji Guang and the black-robed old man to Soaring Palace before Long Feiyun could reply. As Long Qingyun and the black-clad old man passed by, the people from the various mansions automatically parted to form a path for them. Based on this, one could see Long Qingyun's influence in the mansions was quite high. From the beginning until the end, Long Qingyun had intentionally ignored Duan Ling Tian and Huan Er. After all, he did not dare to provoke them before confirming their identities. Brother Ling Tian. That 7th prince is so annoying, Huan Er said unhappily. Don't worry about it. Although Feng Wu Ji Guang's strength is not bad, he's nothing compared to Brother Duan. Although he's strong, he's nothing. I'm afraid his wishful thinking of becoming the first prince in the selection is going to fall through. Long Feiyun comforted Huan Er after his expression calmed down. Humph. That person isn't worthy of being compared to my brother Ling Tian. Huan Er scoffed when she heard Long Feiyun's words. Her tone was slightly displeased. Yes. You're right, Miss Huan Er. Feng Wu Ji Guang isn't worthy of being compared to Brother Duan. He's not even worthy of carrying Brother Duan's shoes. Long Feiyun chimed in. This girl. Duan Ling Tian shook his head. Duan Ling Tian shook his head with a wry smile on his face. Then, he led Huan Er and Long Feiyun into Soaring Palace. During this time, Long Feiyun, the 13th prince, was not as intimidating as Long Qingyun, the 7th prince. Most of the people from the mansions did not avoid him. In the end, Xueqi had to reveal his aura as a heaven-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial to make way for him. Soon after, Long Xiangyun, the fourth prince, and the other princes arrived as well. The people from the mansions arrived one after another. His Majesty has arrived. Chapter 2757. The Emperor of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom was a tall middle-aged man with a square face. He was dressed in a golden dragon robe, and his long black hair was draped over his back. When he came in, a middle-aged man followed closely behind him. There were also 6 elderly people following behind him. They were divided into 2 groups, with 3 on each side. They were protecting him on his left and right like an iron wall protecting him. "Greetings, Your Majesty! Greetings, Your Majesty!" As soon as the Emperor of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom entered, the people in the spacious hall of Soaring Palace immediately bowed and greeted him. Only a few people did not bow at all. These few people included Duan Lingtian and Huan Er. There was also a young woman standing next to the fourth prince of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. She was an old acquaintance of Duan Lingtian. She was none other than Zhou Xueqi, the third miss of the Zhou clan. "Xueqi is here as well?" Only 3 people did not bow at all. Naturally, they attracted a lot of attention. Even Long Dongping, the Emperor of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom, had noticed them. However, his gaze soon landed on Zhou Xueqi again, and he greeted her with a kind smile. "Your Majesty." Zhou Xueqi nodded indifferently in response to the Emperor of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. Long Dongping was not angry at all. Instead, he walked up to Zhou Xueqi and said with a smile, "Xueqi, how many times have I told you that I'm your uncle? In the future, no matter what the occasion is, you can just call me uncle. There's no need to be so formal." "Your Majesty, this is a public occasion after all. It's inappropriate for me to call you uncle." Zhou Xueqi shook her head. "Forget it. You've always been like this. Once you've made up your mind, you won't change your mind. You've been like this since you were young." Long Dongping shook his head. After he finished speaking, he looked at Long Xiangyun, the fourth prince, who was standing next to Zhou Xueqi and said solemnly, "Fourth prince, you have to treat Xueqi well. If you make her unhappy, don't blame me for punishing you." "Don't worry, father. Xueqi is my cousin. I'll definitely take good care of her," Long Xiangyun hurriedly replied. At the same time, he was puzzled. He couldn't figure out why his cousin would be interested in today's selection. She even came with his little cousin Zhou Shudong. "Xueqi, I still have to preside over today's selection, so I won't stay here any longer. If you have any needs, just look for fourth brother. If he makes you unhappy, just say the word and I will send him to the cold palace for a few days." Long Dongping then looked at Zhou Xueqi and said with a doting expression. He spoke as if Long Xiangyun was not his biological son and Zhou Xueqi was his biological daughter. "Yes." Zhou Xueqi nodded and didn't say anything else. When Long Dongping left, the middle-aged man and the 6 old men behind him greeted Zhou Xueqi at the same time. "Miss Xueqi." When they greeted him, their tone was full of respect, and they did not dare to slight him in the slightest. If Zhou Xueqi was an ordinary woman, she would have been shocked to receive such treatment. After all, apart from Long Dongping, who was the supreme emperor of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom, the 7 men who followed him were all pillars of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. Most of them were heaven-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestials. Only 2 of them were earth-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestials. Naturally, the earth-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestials who followed the Emperor of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom were not ordinary earth-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestials. Their strength was second to none among the earth-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestials in the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. They were almost as strong as heaven-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestials. However, none of them were surprised by Zhou Xueqi's treatment. Instead, they felt it was only natural. In their eyes, the Emperor of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom was a high and mighty figure. However, Zhou Xueqi's other identity was even more extraordinary. She was the last disciple of the former sect leader of the Thousand Spider Celestial Sect, one of the three major celestial sects of the wasteland. Such a person was not someone the Emperor of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom could compare to. Long Dongping, the Emperor of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom, instinctively glanced at Duan Lingtian and Huan as he made his way to the stone platform in the middle of Soaring Palace. Who are these two people? Even Xueqi can't do anything to them. As the Emperor of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom, although this was his first time meeting Duan Lingtian and Huan he had long been aware of their existence. He had even investigated their origins. However, he did not manage to find anything useful in such a short time. The intelligence network of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom can't compare to the Thousand Spider Celestial Sect's intelligence network. Since Xueqi didn't do anything to them even after learning that her younger sister had suffered such a huge loss, it's very likely she already knows about their background. Moreover, they're not simple. For this reason, even though Duan Lingtian and Huan were rude to him, he did not make a fuss about it. If it were two people whose backgrounds were far inferior to the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom's imperial family, he would have been furious. He would have ordered them to be punished for being disrespectful in front of him. Didn't they say that the white-clad woman is younger than 100 years old? It seems like the rumors aren't true after all. After Long Dongping extended his divine consciousness, he discovered the aura of Huan who was standing next to Duan Lingtian did not belong to someone younger than 100 years old. For a moment, he thought the rumors were unreliable. Nevertheless, he did not dare to underestimate Duan Lingtian and Huan After all, even Zhou Xueqi would not dare to offend them. He was unaware of the reason Zhou Xueqi did not make a move on Duan Lingtian. Otherwise, he would not have thought this way. Brother Lingtian, the Emperor of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom, used his divine consciousness to probe me earlier. Since she had become an Earth-rank overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial, it was easy for her to sense the Emperor's divine consciousness. After all, the Emperor's cultivation base was only one stage higher than hers. I think he's trying to probe your age. As for your cultivation base, he doesn't have the ability to do so. Duan Lingtian said. Although she did not have the defective metal piece to protect her soul and conceal her cultivation base, as a thousand phantoms icefox, her soul was protected by the power of inheritance. Due to this, it was difficult for others to detect her cultivation base through the aura of her soul. Duan Lingtian was aware of this. Everyone. Shortly after, Long Dongping, the Emperor of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom, stepped onto the stone platform in the middle of the main hall of Soaring Palace. He looked around and announced, "I'm sure everyone knows the rules of today's selection. I won't say much about them." Long Dongping did not beat around the bush and announced the start of the selection. Everyone present already knew the rules of today's selection. The powerhouses under the age of 100 would compete with the powerhouses under the age of 100 that were recruited by the princes. The most outstanding 50 would be given a spot in the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom to participate in the grand contest of the wasteland. The 50 people would be divided into the princes and the princes. The strongest powerhouse in the princes and the strongest powerhouse in the princes and the strongest powerhouse in the princes and princes respectively. However, once the powerhouses were in the princes or princes faction, they would not be allowed to change their positions. Take Feng Wu Ji Guang, the Violet Sun Golden Celestial who was less than 100 years old from the Grand Prestige Mansion as an example. Initially, everyone thought he would represent the Grand Prestige Mansion in the selection. Who would have thought he would represent the 7th prince? For this reason, he would belong to the prince's faction. Regardless of whether he could win the title of the strongest powerhouse in the wasteland, he would not be allowed to participate in the competition between the princes and princes. This was done to prevent one person from obtaining the title of number 1 prince and number 1 prince for both a prince and a mansion. In any case, today's selection was very humane. As soon after, the selection began. Since Feng Wu Ji Guang was a Violet Sun Golden Celestial who was less than 100 years old, the appearance of Indigo Sun Golden Celestials did not cause much of a commotion. Feng Wu Ji Guang hasn't made his move yet. If he makes his move, it'll be easy for him to win the title of the strongest powerhouse in the wasteland. At this moment, many people in Soaring Palace shared the same thought. As time passed, Feng Wu Ji Guang made his move as well. He was invincible and unstoppable. The top 50 powerhouses were about to be selected. 13th brother, why aren't your people here yet? Long Qingyun, the 7th prince, and Long Fei Yun, the 13th prince, were standing far away from each other. He sent a voice transmission to Long Fei Yun. It seems like you've given up because you know it's impossible for you to win the title of the strongest powerhouse in the wasteland. What a pity. In fact, even if you know it's impossible for you to win the title of the strongest powerhouse in the Wasteland Grand Contest, you shouldn't give up. Who knows? Father might even praise you if you find a few young powerhouses who are qualified to participate in the Wasteland Grand Contest. If you can't even find a young powerhouse who's qualified to participate in the Wasteland Grand Contest, Father might dislike you even more. Ha 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 ha. Long Qingyun could not help but laugh when he reached the end of his voice transmission. Humph. Long Fei Yun snorted when he heard Long Qingyun's words. The young powerhouses I found have arrived a long time ago. 7th brother, you must have a problem with your eyes. When Long Fei Yun said this, he was just short of calling Long Qingyun blind. Hearing Long Fei Yun's words, Long Qingyun flew into a rage. Whoosh! Chapter 2758. Why did he go up there? Upon seeing Duan Lingtian's actions, the 7th prince, Long Qingyun, who was enraged by Long Fei Yun's words, was horrified. He did not expect Duan Lingtian would go up there. Could this purple-clad young man be a disciple from a powerful sect outside the wasteland? Since he already belonged to a sect, it was reasonable to say that he would not be interested in the Wasteland Grand Tournament, nor would he participate in it. After all, the purpose of the Wasteland Grand Contest was to recruit disciples from the 3 major celestial sects of the wasteland. Why is he here? When Long Qingyun saw Duan Lingtian's actions, Long Xiangyun, the 4th prince, was stunned as well. On the other hand, Zhou Xueqi, the 3rd miss of the Zhou clan, who was standing next to Long Xiangyun, had a glint in her eyes as she muttered to herself, I didn't expect him to participate in the selection. It seems like he's interested in the Wasteland Grand Contest. Zhou Xueqi did not tell anyone that she had come to observe the selection held by the imperial family of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom, because she suspected Duan Lingtian would come. After all, based on her investigation, Duan Lingtian might not have a powerful background. If Duan Lingtian did not have a powerful background and did not belong to a sect, it was very likely that he would join one of the 3 major celestial sects of the wasteland through the Wasteland Grand Contest. After all, the 3 major celestial sects of the wasteland were the most suitable path for someone without a powerful background. Moreover, Duan Lingtian was close to Long Fei Yun, the 13th prince, so it was not impossible for him to represent Long Fei Yun in the Wasteland Grand Contest. However, even if Zhou Xueqi thought so, she was not 100% certain that Duan Lingtian would be interested in the Wasteland Grand Contest. At this moment, she was completely certain. It seems like he doesn't belong to a sect. Otherwise, he wouldn't want to participate in the Wasteland Grand Contest. Zhou Xueqi thought to herself. Generally speaking, it was impossible for someone who belonged to a sect to participate in the Wasteland Grand Contest. This was because the outstanding participants of the Grand Contest of the Wasteland would be accepted by the 3 major celestial sects of the Wasteland. Although they could reject the Grand Contest of the Wasteland, they would not receive the Grand Contest of the Wasteland's rewards. Therefore, those who belonged to sects would not be so bored as to participate in the Wasteland Grand Competition. Of course, there's another possibility. He's only participating in today's selection to obtain a spot to participate in the Wasteland Grand Contest. He doesn't intend to stand out in the Wasteland Grand Contest. Zhou Xueqi's heart sank when she thought of this. Perhaps the reason he's participating in the selection is to help the 13th prince, Long Fei Yun, become the #1 prince. Perhaps he'll admit defeat during the Wasteland Grand Contest. That way, he won't be related to the 3 major celestial sects of the Wasteland. For a moment, Zhou Xueqi felt that Duan Lingtian might have an extraordinary background. One day, I will find out your background. Zhou Xueqi muttered to herself as she stared at Duan Lingtian's back. Sister. Why did he go up there? Zhou Shudong, the 4th miss of the Zhou clan, who was standing next to Zhou Xueqi, was stunned when she saw Duan Lingtian on the stone platform in the middle of Soaring Palace. In her opinion, this purple-clad young man was from a major sect outside of the wasteland. If that was the case, why did he participate in today's selection? How could someone who belonged to a sect join the three major celestial sects of the wasteland after the Wasteland Grand Contest? Zhou Shuqiu replied to Zhou Shudong's question. Perhaps, he doesn't intend to stand out in the Wasteland Grand Contest and enter the three major celestial sects of the wasteland. Perhaps, he's only participating in today's selection to help the 13th prince become the #1 prince. Realization dawned on Zhou Shudong when she heard Zhou Shuqiu's words. She relayed Zhou Shuqiu's words to Long Xiangyun, the 4th prince. So that's how it is. Hearing that it was Zhou Shuqiu who said that, coupled with the fact that her words could solve the doubts in his heart, Long Xiangyun also felt that this was the truth of the matter. For a moment, a smile appeared on his face. Old 7th. You've put in so much effort to become the #1 prince in the selection. You even colluded with the Grand Prestige Mansion and asked Feng Wuji Guang to help you. You didn't expect the mantis to stalk the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind, right? Long Xiangyun smiled mockingly as he looked at Long Qingyun, the 7th prince. To be honest, if either his 7th brother or 13th brother had to become the #1 prince in the selection, he would rather his 13th brother win. This was because, although his 13th brother was outstanding in all aspects, his father did not favor him. Even if he became the #1 prince in the selection, he would not be able to ascend to the throne of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. However, his 7th brother was different. His 7th brother was similar to him in all aspects. Both of them were doted on by their father. If his 7th brother became the #1 prince in the selection, his father would definitely look at him in a different light. Long Xiangyun did not want that to happen. After all, if that happened, the balance between him and his 7th brother would be broken. How did he get up there? At this moment, the 7th prince, the 4th prince, and the others were not the only ones who were dumbfounded. Even Long Dongping, the emperor of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom, was dumbfounded. He did not expect the purple-clad young man who he thought had an extraordinary background would rise to the stage. As far as he knew, the purple-clad young man seemed to be a great overarching golden celestial, who was not even 100 years old. However, even if he was a great overarching golden celestial, he should be a disciple of a powerful sect outside the wasteland. How could a young powerhouse who belonged to a sect participate in the Wasteland Grand Contest? Even if he did, would he join the three major celestial sects of the wasteland? It seems like he wants to become the #1 prince in the Wasteland Grand Contest. However, he might not join one of the three major celestial sects of the wasteland on behalf of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. With this thought in mind, Long Dongping looked at Long Fei Yun and asked in a deep voice, 13, did you ask him to come here and cause trouble? Long Dongping's voice was filled with hostility and anger when he sent the voice transmission to Long Fei Yun. Long Fei Yun's expression turned unsightly when he heard Long Dongping's words. At this moment, buzz, 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 buzz. The sound of wind whistling could be heard coming from the center of Soaring Palace. It was Duan Lingtian who had ascended to the stone platform in the center of Soaring Palace. He raised his hand and a vast amount of celestial origin energy surged out of his hand before it transformed into a gigantic sword that shot toward Feng Wuji Guang. Humph! When Duan Lingtian had ascended to the stone platform, Feng Wuji Guang had already noticed Duan Lingtian. He had also noticed Duan Lingtian's gaze on him. For this reason, he was not surprised when he saw Duan Lingtian attacking him. Instead, he snorted coldly. At the same time, Feng Wuji Guang's celestial origin energy surged out of his body like a torrent. Finally, it gathered in his hands and merged with a 7-foot-long spear. Swoosh! The 7-foot-long spear trembled as the celestial origin energy in the surroundings surged. In the next moment, the celestial origin energy in the surroundings seemed to have transformed into a gigantic python as it opened its mouth and bit at Duan Lingtian's gigantic sword. Boom! 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 Whether it was the gigantic sword or the long spear that had transformed into a snake, the void trembled and rippled. It was as though a stone had been thrown into a calm lake, causing ripples to appear on the surface of the lake. Is that the 13th prince's subordinate? I think so. Moreover, based on his strength, it seems like he's on par with Feng Wu Ji Guang. He's at least a violet sun golden celestial. I wonder if he's as strong as Feng Wu Ji Guang? Who's he? I've never heard of such a person in the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. I've never heard of him before. I don't know where it came from. In Soaring Palace, the people from the various mansions discussed among themselves. They were all curious about Duan Lingtian's identity. After all, in the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom, they had only heard of Feng Wu Ji Guang, a violet sun golden celestial who was younger than 100 years old. They had never heard of a second violet sun golden celestial who was younger than 100 years old. For this reason, they were all curious about Duan Lingtian's identity. Boom! Rumble! Just as everyone's attention was focused on the stone platform in the middle of Su Rongong's palace, a series of deafening booms resounded in the void, as if a violent earthquake had occurred out of nowhere. The gigantic sword formed from Duan Lingtian's celestial origin energy suddenly grew in size. Its strength increased by a few levels in just a blink of an eye. At this moment, everyone in Su Rong Palace noticed the change in Duan Lingtian's attack. How's this possible? Feng Wu Ji Guang was, naturally, Duan Lingtian's opponent. Feng Wu Ji Guang had unleashed his full strength. He thought he would be able to tie with Duan Lingtian. He did not expect Duan Lingtian's strength to increase by a few levels in just a blink of an eye. A great overarching golden celestial. This thought appeared in Feng Wu Ji Guang's mind in just a blink of an eye. As soon as this thought appeared, it was like a dark cloud that shrouded his heart, unable to dissipate for a long time. A great overarching golden celestial. Heavens! He's a great overarching golden celestial. Based on his aura, he's not even 100 years old. He's a great overarching golden celestial who's younger than 100 years old. There's a great overarching golden celestial who's younger than 100 years old in the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom? He's really good at hiding his strength. An uproar broke out in Su Rong Palace. Boom, 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 boom. A series of rumbling sounds resounded, followed by an earth-shattering bang. The gigantic sword formed from Duan Lingtian's celestial origin energy easily destroyed Feng Wu Ji Guang's attack. Even the long spear in Feng Wu Ji Guang's hand was sent flying before it pierced through a pillar at the side of the hall. Boom! Chapter 2759. Since Duan Lingtian and Feng Wu Ji Guang were not mortal enemies, the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom's imperial family had decided to withdraw most of his forces at the critical moment. Bang! For this reason, Feng Wu Ji Guang was only severely injured when he slammed into the wall of Su Rong Palace. He was not killed by Duan Lingtian. Even so, Feng Wu Ji Guang had lost the ability to fight. He supported himself against the wall for a long time before he managed to stand up. Thank you for showing mercy. Feng Wu Ji Guang struggled to stand up. When he looked at Duan Lingtian again, there was no hatred in his eyes. Instead, a hint of gratitude could be seen in his eyes. He was grateful that Duan Lingtian had spared his life. Earlier, Duan Lingtian's gigantic sword was so domineering that he felt suffocated. At that moment, he was filled with despair. He thought he was going to die. He did not expect Duan Lingtian would retract most of his forces at the critical moment, saving his life. After the suffocating feeling of being on the brink of death, Feng Wu Ji Guang no longer resented Duan Lingtian. Instead, he felt grateful. All right. Duan Lingtian nodded indifferently at Feng Wu Ji Guang. Then, he looked at the young powerhouses on the stone platform who were younger than 100 years old. These young powerhouses were the cream of the crop. When Duan Lingtian looked at them, the group of young powerhouses regained their senses from the earlier shock. Their expressions changed when they saw the battle intent in Duan Lingtian's eyes. They turned around and jumped off the stone platform in unison. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The sound of the wind reverberated in the main hall of Su Rong Palace. In just a blink of an eye, the group of people on the stone platform left the stone platform as fast as they could. It was as though there was a ferocious beast on the stone platform that terrified them. In their eyes, Duan Lingtian was no different from a ferocious beast. A great overarching golden celestial who was not even 100 years old. Such an existence was simply not someone they could provoke. Didn't they see how Feng Wu Ji Guang, a violet sun golden immortal, was sent flying with a single blow? Moreover, from the beginning until the end, the other party didn't seem to have used any immortal artifacts. The strongest among them was only an indigo sun gold immortal. Even if all of them attacked together, they would not be a match for this perfected gold immortal who was not even 100 years old. Instead of humiliating themselves, they might as well admit defeat. All of a sudden, Duan Lingtian was the only one left on the huge stone platform in the middle of Soaring Palace. He was dressed in purple, had a handsome appearance, and had an outstanding temperament. While Duan Lingtian stood there and became the focus of everyone's attention, the eyes of the young ladies from the various great kings' mansions who had come this time repeatedly revealed extraordinary splendor. Every one of them looked at Duan Lingtian with burning gazes. Handsome men with outstanding temperament were always the most attractive, especially when this was a zenith heaven golden immortal who was not even 100 years old. Who is he? Since when did such a person appear in the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom? A great overarching golden immortal who's not even 100 years old. How deep is he that we didn't hear anything about him? After a moment of silence, a commotion broke out in the main hall of Soaring Palace. The people from the various great kings' mansions and some of the princes whispered among themselves. They were shocked and curious about Duan Lingtian, a great overarching golden immortal who was not even 100 years old, who had suddenly appeared out of nowhere. After all, a great overarching golden immortal who was not even 100 years old could not be easily hidden in the wasteland, let alone in the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. The only exception was if he never revealed his strength in front of others. It seems like he's going to be the first prince in the selection this time. He's one of the 13th prince's men. I didn't expect the 13th prince to be the first prince in the selection this time. That's right. I'm afraid the Grand Prestige Mansion is the most regretful one this time. They thought they'd be able to help the 7th prince win the selection by lending Feng Wu Ji Guang to him. Who knew a great overarching golden immortal, who's not even 100 years old, would appear out of nowhere? The 7th prince must be so angry that he's about to vomit blood, right? As the crowd discussed among themselves, their gazes simultaneously landed on the 7th prince, Long Qingyun. Just as they had said, Long Qingyun was so angry that he was about to vomit blood. He had thought he would definitely win the selection this time. He did not expect a great overarching golden immortal, who was not even 100 years old, would appear out of nowhere. Moreover, this great overarching golden immortal was one of his 13th brother's men. Long Qingyun did not dare to offend this person. He must have a powerful sect backing him up. However, he still participated in the selection. This means he wants to help 13th brother win the selection. He might not participate in the grand contest of the wasteland. Even if he does, he'll definitely be eliminated. Long Qingyun was certain Duan Lingtian only wanted to help 13th prince win the selection, and had no intention of participating in the grand contest of the wasteland. Father. Since Long Qingyun was afraid of Duan Lingtian, he did not dare to offend Duan Lingtian. Therefore, he sent a voice transmission to his father, Long Dongping, the Emperor of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. If he has no intention of participating in the grand contest of the wasteland, he won't be of any help to the imperial family of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom even if he wins the selection. Father, are you really going to reward 13th brother with a Duke-grade celestial weapon? Long Qingyun's words struck a chord in Long Dongping's heart, causing his expression to darken slightly. Young man. After a while, Long Dongping looked at Duan Lingtian and said, Duan Lingtian, young man. Everyone shifted their attention to Long Dongping, the Emperor of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. HM? Duan Lingtian looked at Long Dongping as well. The imperial family of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom is holding a selection today to select the participants for the grand contest of the wasteland. Apart from that, the participants will have to do their best in the grand contest of the wasteland. Long Dongping looked at Duan Lingtian and said in a clear voice. When he reached the end of his sentence, he looked at Duan Lingtian meaningfully and asked, Can you do this? Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded slightly. Long Dongping did not expect Duan Lingtian would agree so readily. He was stunned for a moment before he continued to say, apart from that, the participants will have to join one of the 3 major celestial sects if they have a good ranking in the grand contest of the wasteland. Can you do it? Long Dongping asked again. What? Your Majesty, are you suspecting that I only want to help the 13th prince win the grand contest of the wasteland and have no intention of joining the 3 major celestial sects of the wasteland? Duan Lingtian asked as he looked at Long Dongping. That's right. Long Dongping did not expect Duan Lingtian to speak his mind so bluntly. However, since Duan Lingtian had said it out loud, he was not afraid to admit it. He nodded and said, after all, I heard that you have an extraordinary background. It's very likely that you already have a sect. Based on your Majesty's words, it seems like you know him? Your Majesty already knows about him. What? What's going on? How come your Majesty knows about him, but we didn't hear anything about him? Upon hearing the conversation between Long Dongping and Duan Lingtian, the people from the various mansions present on the scene were stunned. After a while, the people from the various mansions learned about Duan Lingtian's incident in the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom in the past year. Realization dawned on them. When they looked at Duan Lingtian again, a hint of dread could be seen in their eyes. As soon as he arrived at the capital of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom, he had injured the 4th miss of the Zhou clan, Zhou Shudong. The woman beside him had even killed an Earth Realm great overarching golden celestial of the Zhou clan. After that, the 4th prince came to find him, but because he had some misgivings, he did not dare to touch him. Later on, the 3rd miss of the Zhou clan, Zhou Xueqi, returned. Although she went to look for him, she didn't touch him. Instead, she asked her younger sister, Zhou Shudong, to apologize to him. The first 2 matters were nothing. However, the final matter was truly shocking. The 3rd miss of the Zhou clan, Zhou Xueqi, was someone whom even the Emperor of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom feared. Although Zhou Xueqi was his niece, his attitude toward Zhou Xueqi was more like a subordinate flattering a superior. This could be seen from his attitude towards her just now. Even the 3rd miss of the Zhou clan doesn't dare to touch him? With the 1,000 Spider Celestial Sex Intelligence Network, they must have found out about him. The fact that the 3rd miss of the Zhou clan doesn't dare to touch him shows that he has an extraordinary background. He must have a powerful sect or clan backing him up. I think so too. If that's the case, it's not convenient for him to join the 3 major celestial sects of the wasteland, even if he participated in the grand contest of the wasteland, right? That's not necessarily the case. However, if he's from a powerful sect, it's definitely inconvenient for him to join one of the 3 major celestial sects of the wasteland. However, if he's from a powerful clan, it's fine for him to join one of the 3 major celestial sects of the wasteland. That's right. After all, there's a fundamental difference between a sect and a clan. In Soaring Palace, after the people from the various mansions learned about what had happened to Duan Lingtian in the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom, they began to discuss among themselves. They speculated that Duan Lingtian was from a powerful clan. Even the 1,000 Spider Celestial sect did not dare to offend that clan. Otherwise, why would Zhou Xueqi, the 3rd miss of the Zhou clan, be so polite to him? Sister, is he really from a powerful clan? Hearing the whispers of the crowd, Zhou family's 4th young Miss Zhou Shudong couldn't help but look at Zhou family's 3rd young Miss Zhou Xueqi and asked. Sort of. Zhou Xueqi nodded indifferently. What else could she say at this moment? Could she say that she did not know anything? Chapter 2760. Upon hearing Zhou Xueqi's reply, Zhou Shudong immediately informed Long Xiangyun, the 4th prince, of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. When Long Xiangyun heard about this, he immediately sent a voice transmission to his father, the Emperor of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. Long Xiangyun was so enthusiastic because he wanted to show off in front of his father. After all, his presence in the selection was too weak. Is that so? Long Dongping, the Emperor of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom, confirmed it through voice transmission. Long Dongping's expression changed when he looked at Duan Lingtian. I plan to join the Martial Dragon Celestial sect. Duan Lingtian looked at Long Dongping and said bluntly. He did not say much, but it was a reply to Long Dongping. After the Wasteland Grand Contest, he would join the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect, one of the three major celestial sects of the Wasteland. The Martial Dragon Celestial Sect. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, apart from Long Dongping, the fourth prince, Long Xiangyun, and the seventh prince, Long Qingyun, were stunned. After all, it was not a good thing for Duan Lingtian to join the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect. The Martial Dragon Celestial Sect was the sect that ruled 13 high-rank celestial kingdoms, including the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. A single word from the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect could decide who would become the emperor of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. Moreover, Duan Lingtian was close to Long Fei-yun, the 13th prince, so they could not help but worry. Long Dongping, on the other hand, did not think too much about it. Since Duan Lingtian intended to join the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect, he did not have to worry about Duan Lingtian participating in the selection because he wanted to help the 13th prince become the number 1 prince. As long as Duan Lingtian was willing to join one of the three major celestial sects of the Wasteland after the Wasteland Grand Contest, it would be enough for Long Dongping. After all, he would be rewarded by the three major celestial sects of the Wasteland. The Wasteland Grand Contest held by the three major celestial sects of the Wasteland would give generous rewards to the celestial kingdoms of the Wasteland. This was especially true for the celestial kingdoms behind the young cultivators who were ranked at the top of the rankings. They would be rewarded handsomely. Since that's the case, the number 1 prince in today's selection is the 13th prince. After obtaining Duan Lingtian's confirmation, Long Dongping looked at the 13th prince, Long Fei-yun, and said loudly in front of everyone. Just like that, it was decided that the prince would be the first. As Long Dongping's voice fell, some people were happy, while others were sad. The one who was delighted was naturally the 13th prince, Long Fei-yun. The 4th and 7th princes, Long Xiangyun and Long Qingyun, were worried that Duan Lingtian would support their 13th brother, Long Fei-yun, after joining the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect. That was something they didn't want to see. This was especially true for Long Qingyun. Initially, he thought that he would be able to obtain the first place in the selection by asking for Feng Wu Ji Guang from the Grand Prestige Mansion. However, he did not expect that Duan Lingtian would appear out of nowhere and help his 13th brother take the first place that should have belonged to him. This made him both depressed and aggrieved. Martial Dragon Celestial Sect? He wants to join the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect? Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, a slight frown appeared on Zhou Shuqiu's face. After all, if Duan Lingtian were to stand out in the Wasteland Grand Contest, she hoped that Duan Lingtian would join the Thousand Spider Celestial Sect. After all, she would be able to keep an eye on Duan Lingtian for her best friend, so that Duan Lingtian would not be hunted down by the powerhouses from the Compassionate Celestial Traveler Sect. She did not expect Duan Lingtian would want to join the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect. Forget it. I'll think of a way to make him change his mind. At the very least, I'll ask Master to ask for him after the Wasteland Grand Contest ends. Zhou Shuqiu thought to herself. In her opinion, it would not be difficult for her master, the former sect leader of the Thousand Spider Celestial Sect, to ask for Duan Lingtian from the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect. The reason Zhou Shuqiu was so confident was due to her lack of knowledge about Duan Lingtian's background. If she knew Duan Lingtian was not only a great overarching golden celestial who was not even 100 years old, but he was also a prominent celestial alchemist who was not even 100 years old, she would not be so confident. I really didn't expect the 13th prince to be able to find such a young powerhouse to help him become the number 1 prince in the Wasteland Grand Contest. The 13th prince is really lucky. Unfortunately, no matter how hard he tries, it's almost impossible for him to become the next emperor of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. That's not necessarily the case. Don't forget that the purple-clad young man said he wants to join the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect. If he joins the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect and becomes a high-ranking official in the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect, it's not impossible for him to help the 13th prince become the next emperor of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. Indeed, the 13th prince is really lucky. Perhaps, there's no need for him to become a high-ranking official in the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect. As long as he catches the eye of one of the high-ranking officials in the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect and becomes their disciple, They'll be able to help the 13th prince ascend the throne with just a word from him. In the main hall of Xueqi Palace, the people from the various manors were whispering to each other. They all felt that the 13th prince was lucky to have met a young genius like Duan Ling Tian. There were even many people who thought with the help of Duan Ling Tian, the 13th prince might even become the next emperor of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. Although their voices were not loud, as a heaven-rank overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial, Long Dong Ping, the emperor of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom, could hear them clearly. However, he did not care about this. Although he didn't like the 13th prince and even felt that the 13th prince might not be his biological son, however, if the martial dragon celestial sect intervened and allowed the 13th prince to become the next emperor of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom, he would not object to it. After all, he was not 100% certain that the 13th prince was not his biological son. He just didn't want him to appoint the 13th prince as his successor, that was all. If the 13th prince could become the next emperor of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom on his own, he would be proud of the 13th prince. 13th prince, since you've won the selection, I'll keep my promise and reward you with a Duke-grade celestial weapon. Long Dong Ping said bluntly as he looked at Long Fei Yun, the 13th prince. His voice was so loud that it drowned out the commotion in the hall. At this moment, everyone's attention was on Long Dong Ping and Long Fei Yun. Duke-grade celestial weapon. That's right. The imperial family of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom will reward the first prince with a Duke-grade celestial weapon. Even in the imperial family of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom, there are only a handful of Duke-grade celestial weapons. I wonder which Duke-grade celestial weapon His Majesty will give to the 13th prince? Currently, there are only 2 Duke-grade celestial weapons in the imperial family of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom, right? The 13th prince must be one of the 2 Duke-grade celestial weapons. Both of the Duke-grade celestial weapons are offensive celestial weapons. Regardless of which one it is, it'll be a joyous occasion for the 13th prince. The gazes that the group of people looked at Long Fei Yun were filled with envy, jealousy, and hatred. The 4th prince and the 7th prince in particular were so envious that their eyes were burning. The 4th prince was slightly better off, but the 7th prince was so angry that his body trembled violently. It was as though the 13th prince had taken away something precious from him. Father. Everyone thought Long Fei Yun would happily accept Long Dong Ping's reward. However, Long Fei Yun's expression turned solemn as he looked at Long Dong Ping solemnly. I don't want the Duke-grade celestial weapon. I'd like to ask for a prominent celestial pill cauldron instead of a Duke-grade celestial weapon. As soon as Long Fei Yun finished speaking, the entire place fell silent. Even Long Dong Ping was taken aback. A prominent celestial pill cauldron? Long Dong Ping was aware that Long Fei Yun wanted a prominent celestial pill cauldron. However, he was unaware of Long Fei Yun's desire for a prominent celestial pill cauldron. However, Long Fei Yun's words were akin to exchanging a prominent celestial pill cauldron for a Duke-grade celestial pill cauldron. Did I hear wrongly? The 13th prince said he doesn't want a Duke-grade celestial weapon? It's not just that. Based on his words, it seems like he wants to give up a Duke-grade celestial weapon in exchange for a prominent celestial pill cauldron. Is this a joke? Is he crazy? Although a prominent celestial pill cauldron is rare, it's only a prominent celestial weapon. It's not comparable to a Duke-grade celestial weapon. Isn't he making a loss by doing this? Perhaps, he knows His Majesty doesn't want to give him a Duke-grade celestial weapon, so he's willing to exchange it for a prominent celestial pill cauldron. Is there a need for that? Who knows? When Long Fei Yun blurted out those words, there was an uproar in Xueqi Palace. There were all sorts of comments. Is he crazy? At this moment, even the 4th prince and the 7th prince, Long Qing Yun, were dumbfounded. They did not expect their 13th brother would do such a thing. Exchanging a Duke-grade celestial weapon for a prominent celestial pill cauldron? In their opinion, only a fool would do such a thing. Are you sure you're willing to give up a Duke-grade celestial weapon for a prominent celestial pill cauldron? Long Dong Ping looked at Long Fei Yun and asked solemnly, 13th brother, you have to think this through. Once this matter is confirmed, it'll be impossible for you to get your Duke-grade celestial weapon back. Father, I'm sure. I only want the prominent celestial pill cauldron, not the Duke-grade celestial weapon, Long Fei Yun said solemnly. 13th Prince, there's no need for that. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian, who was standing on the stone platform in the middle of Soaring Palace, flew back to Long Fei Yun's side and said, as long as I join the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect, I won't lack a prominent celestial pill cauldron. However, once you lose a Duke-grade celestial weapon, it'll be difficult for you to get it again. Duan Ling Tian knew Long Fei Yun wanted the prominent celestial pill cauldron because he wanted to give it to him. Chapter 2761. Duan Ling Tian was not stupid. When Long Fei Yun, the 13th prince, asked the emperor of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom to exchange his Duke-grade celestial weapon for a prominent celestial pill cauldron, Duan Ling Tian knew Long Fei Yun was trying to get a prominent celestial pill cauldron for him. Brother Duan, there's still some time before the grand contest of the wasteland begins. I've already made up my mind. Long Fei Yun shook his head when he heard Duan Ling Tian's words. He looked at his father, the emperor of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom, and said loudly, Father, I've already made up my mind. Please exchange my Duke-grade celestial weapon for a prominent celestial pill cauldron. Since you've already made up your mind, I'll fulfill your wish. After getting Long Fei Yun's confirmation, Long Dongping didn't say anything more and directly agreed. Initially, Duan Ling Tian was reluctant to give a Duke-grade celestial weapon to his son. However, he had already announced that he would give a Duke-grade celestial weapon to the son of the young powerhouse who was ranked first among the princes. As the emperor of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom, he could not take back his words. Now that he heard Long Fei Yun wanted to exchange his Duke-grade celestial weapon for a prominent celestial pill cauldron, he was, naturally, more than happy to do so. Although a prominent celestial pill cauldron was precious to him, it could not compare to a Duke-grade celestial weapon. Most importantly, a prominent celestial pill cauldron was merely a decoration in the hands of the imperial family of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. However, a Duke-grade celestial weapon was different. At this moment, even if his son wanted to exchange the Duke-grade celestial weapon for 2 prominent celestial pill cauldrons, he would not hesitate to agree, let alone a single prominent celestial pill cauldron. With Long Dongping's words, the matter was settled. Long Fei Yun, the 13th prince, took the initiative to ask for a prominent celestial pill cauldron instead of a Duke-grade celestial weapon that was supposed to be his reward. As soon as Long Dongping finished speaking, an uproar broke out in the main hall of Soaring Palace. Heavens! Did the 13th prince really exchange the Duke-grade celestial weapon for a prominent celestial pill cauldron? Initially, I thought he would change his mind when His Majesty asked him about it. I didn't expect him to agree to exchange the Duke-grade celestial weapon for a prominent celestial pill cauldron. I really don't know what he's thinking. A high-grade pill cauldron doesn't seem to be of any use to him, right? Don't tell me he wants to use a prominent celestial pill cauldron to attract prominent celestial alchemists to work for him? You're thinking too much. A prominent celestial alchemist is a prominent celestial alchemist. How can a prominent celestial pill cauldron attract a prominent celestial alchemist? Exactly. Even a prominent celestial alchemist who had just obtained a prominent celestial fire and became a prominent celestial alchemist would not serve someone for a prominent celestial pill cauldron. It's too easy for a prominent celestial alchemist to obtain a prominent celestial cauldron. The group of people in the main hall of Soaring Palace could not understand Long Fei Yun's actions. They felt Long Fei Yun must be crazy to make such a decision. From the beginning until the end, none of them thought Long Fei Yun wanted a prominent celestial pill cauldron because of a prominent celestial alchemist. In their opinion, even if Long Fei Yun had hundreds or thousands of prominent celestial pill cauldrons, it was impossible for him to attract a prominent celestial alchemist, let alone a prominent celestial pill cauldron. If they were prominent celestial alchemists, at the very least, they would join the 3 major celestial sects of the wasteland and become a guest elder or revered elder in one of the 3 major celestial sects of the wasteland. At that time, if they did not have a prominent celestial pill cauldron, the 3 major celestial sects of the wasteland would take the initiative to give them a prominent celestial pill cauldron. A prominent celestial pill cauldron might be precious in their eyes, but it was nothing compared to the 3 major celestial sects of the wasteland. I don't understand. Humph! What a fool! Does he think he'll be able to win father's favor by doing this? How naive! At this moment, both Long Xiangyun, the 4th prince, and Long Qingyun, the 7th prince, felt their 13th brother was too foolish. However, even if they felt that their 13th brother was stupid, they didn't have any intention of reminding him from the beginning to the end. In fact, they were even secretly delighted. Why does he want a prominent celestial pill cauldron? Among the people present on the scene, the only one who was clear-headed was Zhou Shuqiu, the 3rd miss of the Zhou clan. Zhou Shuqiu stared at Long Fei Yun in confusion. Based on her understanding of the 13th prince, she knew he was not a rash and impulsive person. It was impossible for him to do something so foolish. Could it be that he wants a prominent celestial pill cauldron for some reason? Zhou Shuqiu could not think of a reason for Long Fei Yun's actions. However, she was certain Long Fei Yun had his reasons for doing so. At this moment, Long Fei Yun, the 13th prince, looked as though he was the only one who was sober when faced with the questioning gazes from the crowd. Naturally, he knew he was at a disadvantage. However, he did not regret it. Firstly, he'd promised Duanling Tian that he'd find a high-grade celestial artifact cauldron for Duanling Tian, but he'd gone back on his word. So, he could only do this to remedy the situation. Secondly, he had promised Duanling Tian that he would find Duanling Tian a high-grade celestial artifact cauldron. He had to do this in order to build a good relationship with Duanling Tian. In his opinion, it was worth it to use a Duke-grade celestial artifact to further befriend Duanling Tian. This 13th prince, Duanling Tian, could naturally guess Long Fei Yun's intentions, but even so, he had no choice but to accept Long Fei Yun's favor. However, it was just as Long Fei Yun had said. There was still some time before the Wasteland Grand Contest. Even if he managed to obtain a prominent celestial pill cauldron in the future, he would have to wait for some time. Unless he went to the Martial Dragon Celestial sect and revealed his identity as a prominent celestial alchemist. Perhaps I've chosen the wrong path from the beginning. There's no need for me to participate in today's selection or the Wasteland Grand Contest. Suddenly, a thought flashed in Duanling Tian's mind. Even if I don't participate in today's selection, I can still join the Martial Dragon Celestial sect as a prominent celestial alchemist. As long as I ask, not only will I be able to obtain a prominent celestial pill cauldron, but the Martial Dragon Celestial sect will also be willing to give me a few Duke-grade celestial weapons. Moreover, it won't be difficult for me to enter the little world left behind by a celestial king and fulfill my promise to Brother Pei. Naturally, Duanling Tian did not think too much about it because he did not expect to become a prominent celestial alchemist in such a short time. Forget it. Since I've chosen the Wasteland Grand Contest, I'll just continue on this path. Since I have a prominent celestial pill cauldron, I can start refining prominent celestial pills. With this thought in mind, Duanling Tian decided not to dwell on it any longer. After Long Dongping, the emperor of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom, spoke, the selection continued. Soon after, the first prince was selected. The first place in the King Mansion was taken by a young expert from a king mansion called the Sky Song King Mansion. This young expert was the strongest among the Indigo Sun Golden Immortals who were less than 100 years old who had shown up today. However, he was still a far cry from Feng Wu Ji Guang. Damn it! If I knew the 13th prince had such a trump card, I wouldn't have lent Feng Wu Ji Guang to the 7th prince. Now, not only did he fail to become the prince, but he also failed to become the prince. The prince of the Grand Prestige Mansion was a middle-aged man with a curly beard. At this moment, his face was so gloomy that it looked like it could drip water. Duanling Tian had lent Feng Wu Ji Guang to the 7th prince because he wanted Feng Wu Ji Guang to help the 7th prince obtain first place in the selection. However, now that Feng Wu Ji Guang had failed to become the prince's champion, his plan to befriend the 7th prince had failed. The problem was, Feng Wu Ji Guang, who was supposed to become the champion of the Grand Prestige Mansion, had gone to the 7th prince's side. Due to this, he was no longer qualified to help the Grand Prestige Mansion. This made the king of the Grand Prestige Mansion extremely frustrated. As the first prince and first prince's mansion were decided one after another, today's selection came to an end. Before leaving Su Rong Palace, Long Fei Yun, the 13th prince, had obtained the prominent celestial pill cauldron and passed it to Duan Ling Tian. Thank you, 13th Prince. Duan Ling Tian did not hesitate and put the prominent celestial pill cauldron away. After all, this was what he needed. After obtaining the prominent celestial pill cauldron, Duan Ling Tian no longer wanted to stay in Soaring Palace. He wanted to return to the 13th Prince's residence as soon as possible to refine prominent celestial pills. However, before he could leave, he was stopped by someone. As it turns out, the 13th Prince exchanged the Duke-grade celestial weapon for a prominent celestial pill cauldron for you. The person who stopped Duan Ling Tian was none other than Xueqi, the third miss of the Zhou clan. Moreover, Xueqi was standing in front of Duan Ling Tian and the others. Xueqi stared at Duan Ling Tian intently as she spoke. You're so interested in me. Is it because you're interested in me like your sister? Do you want to bring me back to the Zhou clan and the Thousand Spiders Celestial Sect to be your boy toy? Duan Ling Tian asked meaningfully as he stared at Xueqi. Tui. Xueqi, who had a serious expression on her face, turned red with anger when she heard Duan Ling Tian's words. She glared at Duan Ling Tian. Nothing good comes out of a filthy mouth. Xueqi looked at Duan Ling Tian and said, Duan Ling Tian, I hope you'll consider joining the Thousand Spiders Celestial Sect after the Wasteland Grand Contest. Chapter 2762. As soon as Xueqi finished speaking, a frown appeared on Long Fei Yun's face. He did not expect the junior sister of the sect leader of the Thousand Spider Celestial Sect would try to poach Duan Ling Tian from the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect to join the Thousand Spider Celestial Sect. Although Long Fei Yun knew Duan Ling Tian would not go back on his word, However, he was still displeased by Xueqi's blatant attempt to poach Duan Ling Tian from the Thousand Spider Celestial Sect. However, even though he was displeased, he did not dare to offend Xueqi. Not interested. Duan Ling Tian replied indifferently when he heard Xueqi's words. After he finished speaking, before Xueqi could react, he held her hand and left Soaring Palace. Long Fei Yun was inwardly pleased when he saw this. However, he did not show it on his face. He brought Qiu Ling with him and followed after Duan Ling Tian, leaving Xueqi standing alone with an unsightly expression on her face. At this moment, Xueqi felt that Duan Ling Tian did not know what was good for him as she looked at his departing figure. Since you don't want to join the Thousand Spider Celestial Sect, I'll force you to join the Thousand Spider Celestial Sect. After the Wasteland Grand Contest ends, even if you choose the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect, I'll still ask my master for you. In Xueqi's opinion, as long as her master, the former sect leader of the Thousand Spider Celestial Sect, asked, the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect would definitely do her a favor and give up Duan Ling Tian, a great overarching golden celestial who was not even 100 years old. Naturally, she had such thoughts because she was unaware that Duan Ling Tian was not only a great overarching golden celestial, but he was also a prominent celestial alchemist. Otherwise, she would not have been so confident. On the other side, after Duan Ling Tian returned to the 13th Prince's residence, he began to refine the prominent celestial pill, the weaving overarching pill. However, as the saying went, everything is difficult at the beginning. The process of refining the weaving overarching pill was arduous. After wasting a lot of herbs, Duan Ling Tian finally grasped the knack of refining. Duan Ling Tian was not surprised by this because he was already mentally prepared. Previously, he could only refine primitive celestial pills. But before he could even try refining medi-grade celestial pills, his chaotic divine flame had transformed to its third form, making it was comparable to a prominent celestial fire. Was a prominent celestial fire. However, the third form of the chaos divine flame is much stronger than a prominent celestial fire. The speed at which it heats the cauldron is much faster than a prominent celestial fire. Even the most famous prominent celestial fires can't heat their cauldrons as fast as my third form primal chaos divine flame. In a quiet room, Duan Ling Tian sat cross-legged on his bed. The prominent celestial pill cauldron hovered in front of him. Gray flames could be seen rising from the cauldron. It was none other than the chaos divine flame. In the Devata realms, Celestial alchemists had to heat their cauldrons before refining celestial pills. Before refining the celestial pills, the celestial fire would be added to the cauldron to raise the temperature of the cauldron to the maximum before refining the celestial pills. The speed of the heating process would determine the quality of the celestial fire. For example, the speed of Duan Ling Tian's Chaos Divine Flame Cauldron was several times faster than some of the prominent celestial flame cauldrons he knew. Even the best prominent celestial fire would pale in comparison to the third form of the Chaos Divine Flame. However, I can use it to refine celestial pills. Once I master the technique to refine prominent celestial pills, it won't be difficult for me to refine the prominent celestial pill, the overarching heaven pill. Duan Ling Tian was filled with confidence. Of course, in his heart he was more than happy. After all, he did not expect the third form of the Chaos Divine Flame to be one of the best prominent celestial fires in the Devata realms. However, what's the Chaos Divine Flame? Right now, this is only the third form of the Chaos Divine Flame. I wonder how powerful it will be when it reaches the 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th and so on in the future. Duan Ling Tian could not help but inwardly gasp when he thought of this. The profound divine metal seems to be similar to the Chaos Divine Flame as well. The profound divine metal in my body seems to be in its second form. However, as of now, I only know that this profound divine metal can protect my soul, preventing others' divine sense and soul attacks from touching my soul. Duan Ling Tian was curious about the Chaos Divine Flame. At the same time, he thought about the profound divine metal, the defective metal piece in his soul. The profound divine metal is a fusion of the strange stone I found in my hometown on Cloud Continent. It was given to me by Xia Jie, Ker's third uncle in her past life. Hold on. A second form profound divine metal? Don't tell me. That strange stone and the thing Xia Jie gave me are both first form profound divine metals? Once this thought arose, it was difficult to suppress it for a long time. However, although Duan Ling Tian had such thoughts, he did not dare to be 100% certain. Duan Ling Tian did not know his guess was correct. The thing Xia Jie gave him and the strange stone he found in his hometown on Cloud Continent in the mundane realm were both first-form profound divine metals. After they had fused, they had become second-form profound divine metals. While Duan Ling Tian was engrossed in refining pills, in the distant world of Divine Offering, it was not peaceful at all. In the Xia clan in the Divine Offering Land. As one of the top clans in the Divine Offering Land, the Xia clan's territory was vast and boundless. Usually, the Xia clan's territory was peaceful. However, not only was the Xia clan's territory not peaceful, but it was also shrouded by a layer of dark clouds that appeared out of nowhere. Dark clouds covered the sky, causing the entire Xia family territory to fall into endless darkness in an instant. Who are you? How dare you behave atrociously in my Xia clan's territory? All of a sudden, a rough voice rang out like a thunderclap. Along with the voice, a blazing and resplendent saber light flashed. Whoosh! The saber light rose into the air. When it shot out, it seemed as if there was no end in sight. As soon as it appeared, the dark clouds above the Xia family's territory were split into two, allowing the Xia family's territory to see the light of day once again. At the same time, the Xia family members in the Xia family's territory heaved a sigh of relief. Lord Clan Leader has made his move. I wonder who this person is. I don't think he's from the Divine Offering Land, right? If it's not someone from the world of Divine Remains, then it must be someone from one of the realms that collides with the world of Divine Remains. Furthermore, since this person is targeting the Xia clan, there's an 80 to 90% chance that he has some grudge against us. Humph. No matter what enmity he has with us, Lord Clan Leader will make his move. Even if he doesn't die, he'll be skinned alive. That's hard to say. Since he dares to provoke our Xia clan, it means he's not afraid of Lord Clan Leader. Just as the Xia family clansmen in the Xia family territory were discussing fervently, the broken dark clouds in the sky gathered at an extremely fast speed. Soon, the entire Xia family territory was plunged into darkness once again. Who exactly are you? The rough voice that was like a thunderclap resounded out once more, and it was mixed with a trace of rage. It was obvious that the owner of the voice was enraged. The moment the owner of the voice finished speaking, Clan Leader Xia, do you still remember the grudge of my saber? A sharp and hoarse voice exploded in the Xia clan's territory, which had once again fallen into darkness. It traveled into the ears of everyone in the Xia clan's territory, and instantly killed many of the Xia clan members with weaker cultivation. Even some of the Xia clan members with higher cultivation were injured by the shockwave. Even the powerful cultivators in the Xia family were all concentrating their minds and calming their qi as they tried their best to defend against the sound wave attack from the sharp and hoarse voice. Your Kuan-jun. The thunderous, rough voice rang out once again. This time, the anger in his voice suddenly soared. Accompanied by a loud buzzing sound, another blazing saber light soared into the sky. This saber ray was even more powerful than the previous one. After tearing apart the dark clouds in the sky, it continued to spread in all directions. It was as though it had transformed into a blazing white giant beast. It opened its bloody mouth and greedily devoured the surrounding dark clouds. At the same time, oh no! The people whom Lord Clan Leader personally ordered to be imprisoned. They're all gone. In the sky above a vast mansion in a remote corner of the Xia family's territory, several figures flew in from all directions and gathered in the blink of an eye. Among them, an elderly man in a gray robe suddenly changed his expression and let out a cry of surprise. These people are the people whom Lord Clan Leader ordered us to keep an eye on. And now they're all gone? If Lord Clan Leader finds out about this, we'll be in big trouble. What's going on? Don't tell me that the powerhouse who came to our Xia clan's territory saved them? Impossible. Why don't you think about it? Those people are just mortals from the mundane realm. How could they have anything to do with such a powerhouse? Also, didn't you hear Lord Clan Leader call that person Kuan-jun? Kuan-jun? This name sounds a little familiar. Kuan-jun. Isn't that the powerhouse who's ranked 5th in the Land of Sanctions? A realm that's parallel to our divine offering land that was created by a supreme powerhouse? Why did he come to our divine offering land? While the group of people was discussing among themselves, a sloppy figure appeared at a place far away from the Xia clan's territory. Chapter 2763. If Duan Ling Tian were here, he would have recognized the person immediately. The unkempt figure was none other than Xia Jie, whom he had met in the mundane realm. He was also Ker's third uncle in her past life. Everyone, the passage between the divine offering land and the Devata realms has been closed, so I can't personally send all of you back. However, with my strength, I can open a passage that only great overarching golden celestials and below can travel to the mundane realm. I'll open the passage for all of you now. You might encounter spatial turbulence, but with my strength, I can still send all of you safely to the mundane realm. As for which mundane realm you'll be sent to, it's not up to me to decide. I'm in a hurry to send all of you back because I'm worried my big brother will discover your whereabouts after he's done dealing with the powerhouse from the Land of Sanctions. As long as all of you are still in the divine offering land, you won't be able to hide from my big brother when he regains his senses. Xia Jie looked at the exquisite palace-shaped seal in his hand. His voice traveled through the void and merged with the seal. It was as though someone in the seal was listening to him. As soon as he finished speaking, he raised his hand and drew a line in the air. Swoosh, swoosh. A spatial tear appeared in the air. It was unknown where it led to. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. As soon as the spatial tear appeared, Xia Jie shook his hand that was holding the seal. In just a blink of an eye, silhouettes flew out of the seal. These silhouettes grew bigger and bigger until they were the size of a normal person. After these silhouettes grew to the size of a normal person, they were shrouded by a layer of dark light before they disappeared into the spatial tear. If Duan Ling Tian were here, he would have recognized them immediately. The silhouettes that had come out of the seal and disappeared into the spatial tear were none other than his father, Duan Ruffing, his mother, Li Ro, his wife, Li Fei, and his son, Duan Yen Tian. Apart from that, there was also his daughter, Duan Si Ling, Han Xuanai, whom he treated like his own sister, his senior brother, Bai Li Hong, and his future father-in-law, Feng Wu Dao. All of these people were captured by Yun Qing Yen, the first young master of the Yun clan in the Divine Offering Land. He used them to threaten Ke to return to the Divine Offering Land with him. They were all Duan Lingtian's family and friends. After Yun Qing Yen had brought them back to the world of divine remains, the Xia clan leader, who was also Ker's father in her past life, had imprisoned them. He planned to use these people to coerce his daughter into marrying Yun Qingyan. Since the realm of divine offering was about to collide with the realms created by other supreme experts, the realm battlefield would remain open for 1,000 years. Therefore, he had decided to postpone the matter for the time being, and allow his daughter to marry Yun Qingyan 1,000 years later. The spatial tear between the Divine Offering Land and the Devata realms was closed due to the collision between the Divine Offering Land and other realms. Therefore, the spatial tear would remain closed for as long as the realm battlefield was open. Because she was unwilling to accept her fate and wanted to change it after 1,000 years, Xueqi had ignored Xia Jie's advice and entered the planar battlefield alone. Without these shackles, Xueqi's life will be much easier after 1,000 years. Of course. That's only if Xueqi can come out of the realm battlefield alive. After the last person disappeared into the spatial tear, Xia Jie sighed. With a wave of his hand, the spatial tear disappeared. At the same time, he put away the seal in his hand. The seal in his hand was an emperor-grade celestial weapon that was similar to the Seven Treasures' exquisite pagoda. It was able to contain living beings. However, it's all thanks to Ku Wanjun, the Grand Elder of the Ku clan from the Land of Punishment. If he didn't come to the Xia clan, I wouldn't have had the chance to rescue them and send them out of the Divine Offering Land. Xia Jie knew very well that Ku Wanjun was still alive. If it were not for the enemy attacking the Xia clan, he would not have had the chance to rescue the people imprisoned by his eldest brother. After sending off Duan Lingtian's family and friends, Xia Jie disappeared from his spot and returned to the Xia clan's territory in just a blink of an eye. As a member of the Xia clan, he, naturally, could not stand idly by when the enemy was attacking the Xia clan. Meanwhile, in another place, Xia Jie raised his hand and closed the spatial tear. Duan Rufeng, Li Rou, Li Fei, Duan Yen Tian, Duan Si Ling, and the others were transported through the spatial tear with ease by the energy Xia Jie had left for them. In the end, they were sent to the same mundane realm. Originally, they were supposed to head to the same mundane plane. Even Xia Jie had thought so. However, none of them expected that when Duan Rufeng and the others were being sent to the mundane realm, the spatial turbulence on their way to the mundane realm would suddenly become restless. A rarely seen turbulent storm appeared and split Duan Rufeng and the others into a few batches before they were sent to a few mundane realms. Fortunately, they were protected by Xia Jie's energy, so they were able to enter the mundane realm safely. As soon as Xia Jie's energy came into contact with the spatial tear in the mundane realm, it forcefully tore the spatial tear in and sent them into the mundane realm. Naturally, Duan Lingtian and Ker were unaware of this. The realm battlefield. The realm battlefield in the world of divine offering would open once every 10,000 years and would last for 1,000 years. The realm battlefield could be said to be a hub that connected several parallel realms like the Divine Offering Land. Whether it was people from the Divine Offering Land who wanted to go to the other parallel realms or people from the other parallel realms who wanted to go to the Divine Offering Land, they would have to go through the realm battlefield. For example, the powerhouse from the Ku clan in the Land of Sanctions, Ku Wanjun, the Grand Elder of the Ku clan, had entered the realm battlefield from the Land of Sanctions before he went to the Divine Offering Land. In the realm battlefield, people from several parallel realms, including the Divine Offering Land, fought and killed each other. Every person from a parallel realm, no matter who they were, would be given a token when they entered the realm battlefield. Based on the token, one could tell which realm they came from. Moreover, people with different cultivation bases would receive different tokens. For this reason, the tokens were divided into different grades. In the realm battlefield, people from the same realm would not kill each other unless there was a personal grudge between them. This was because killing people from the same realm and merging their tokens into one's own would not give one any battle merits. Only by killing people from other realms would one be able to obtain battle merits. The battle merits mentioned here all depended on the grade of the command token. The higher the cultivation base of a person, the more battle merits they would have in their token. If a person from the world of divine remains had a token that only gave him 100 points of battle merit at the beginning, then when he killed someone from another plane who had the same cultivation level as him, the token in his hand could forcefully devour the token in his opponent's hand. Since their cultivation bases were the same, the token in his opponent's hand would also have 100 battle merits in the beginning. Under such circumstances, if he killed his opponent, The token in his hand could devour the token in his opponent's hand and steal the battle merits in his opponent's token, increasing the battle merits in his opponent's token from 100 to 200. In the realm battlefield, people would occasionally come across secret realms that contained various opportunities. If one wanted to enter these secret realms, one would need to consume battle merits. The greater the opportunity hidden in the secret realms, the more battle merits one would need to enter. Therefore, the reason why the people who entered the planar battlefield fought with their lives on the line with the people from other realms was more to rob the other side of their battle merits. They wanted to accumulate enough battle merits to enter the secret realm where they could find their fortuitous encounters. It was said that the secret realms in the realm battlefield were left behind by the supreme powerhouses who had created the Divine Offering Land and other realms that were parallel to the Divine Offering Land. The opportunities hidden in the secret realms were opportunities that could change one's fate. For this reason, there was never a shortage of adventurers in the realm battlefield that was filled with death. After all, riches and honor were found in the midst of danger. In a certain corner of the planar battlefield, there was a loud bang. It was an extremely beautiful figure. With a raise of her hand, she heavily injured a young man and ended his life when his life was in danger. Whoosh! As soon as the young man was killed, a light green token flew out of his body and merged with the token in the hand of the woman who killed the young man. The gray light on the token in the woman's hand deepened slightly. The token that shone with a gray light represented the identity of the person who came from the Divine Offering Land. The light green token represented the identity of the person who came from the Land of Punishment. My battle merits are too little. With this amount of battle merits, I can't even open the lowest level secret realms. The beautiful woman in a white dress turned her eyes slightly and glanced at the badge in her hand that was emitting a faint gray glow. She let out a long sigh. I wonder how Brother Tion is now. Has he ascended to a Devata realm? A hint of longing could be seen in the woman's eyes as though she had recalled something. This woman was none other than Kerr. Ever since Kerr entered the Divine Offering Land, she had been wandering in the realm battlefield. However, since her strength had not recovered to its peak, she had to be careful along the way. Although she had not been in the world of divine remains for a long time, she had already experienced a near-death experience. Even so, she did not regret coming here. You're tuning in to the Xueqi's Martial Arts Saga YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.